Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter manifested forbidden dark spells? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Chapter 16. Slytherin Civil War 5 Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Martin was dead. He played his hand too loose and found out. Harry's secret was safe, but the problem remained all the same with him. A discreet investigation had been launched into the matter with Aurors poking around Hogwarts. Worst of all, he seemed to be one of the suspects given how long he had been questioned and how carefully everyone in the faculty was watching him. It was subtle. Inquiring about his whereabouts in between conversations, greater interest in parents and history, and straight up asking if he knew anything suspicious. The official cover story floating now was that Martin had died of a violent allergic reaction to a designer drug. After all, Fem Riddle had reported confiscating narcotics from Martin's personal belongings. Still, the storm clouds were moving, and once again, Hogwarts was witnessing battle lines being drawn in the sand. It was neither as bad nor open as his time, but it was there in the making. Harry pondered that even if all goes right, they will still need a scapegoat for this. A pureblood, a fallen house. But pureblood nonetheless had been found dead in the hallways. There were no signs of a struggle or remnants of dark magic. It was as if Martin had simply stopped breathing and died. Even the killing curse left behind traces of dark magic. This was something else entirely. The rumor mill amongst the more politically connected Slytherins informed Harry that a team of unspeakables would be arriving to investigate the phenomenon. The most common ragdoll would be him. An alleged nobody who arrived from Russia with a sealed record in the Justice Department. All it would take is for a militant committee to veto the sealed record protections and force his plea deal to be made known. Harry prayed in the vain hope that for once the system would hold in the face of entrenched corruption. His cynical side was that this was it, and Harry was forced to agree. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. He was confident Dumbledore would take care of Grindelwald just like he had in his timeline. The whole chosen business demanded Harry take care of Riddle. It was time to strike down Riddle and then escape Hogwarts and ultimately Britain via the tunnels below. Shame, I was hoping to change her ways, Harry thought. The new Riddle, while still scaring Harry in the wrong way, also felt different. Harry knew she was up to something behind the scenes, but still couldn't get into her club. The tutoring she had talked about still hadn't materialized due to conflicting schedules and weird events. Heir, you return. The immense basilisk slithered outside of its cave and loomed over Harry. Harry forced himself not to shiver as he stared at the behemoth looming in front of him. I have names, Harry said. Narguleth stood silent. Von Neumann, Einstein, Oppenheimer. The snake bristled at the names, and for a brief moment, Harry thought it would strike him. I can't do that, heir, Narguleth said. Why not? Harry demanded. You have a name. I am the heir, and per Salazar's orders, you must do what I say. The basilisk didn't reply, but merely rustled in further agitation. Why won't you do as I say? Harry yelled again at the snake's silence. Because, Mr. Petrov, as per the rules, Narguleth can't act without his mistress. A voice spoke from behind him. Harry whirled around, wand in hand. Expelliarmus, the voice calmly said, and his wand was torn from his hand. Harry stood there in stunned silence. The figure then chose to emerge from the shadows, and Harry's blood froze. I believe it's time we finally had our meeting, Harry, Fem Riddle said with a triumphant smile on her face. Although I would have preferred it under different circumstances. She smiled widely and fired a red stunner. Harry fell back into a summoned chair. Invisible restraints held him firmly in place. Mistress, he is young, Narguleth began, but was silenced when Riddle held up her hand. You have been a naughty boy, Harry, Riddle said. All over Hogwarts, you slink in the shadows. I admit if we didn't share our talent for serpent tongue, I would have never been able to keep track of you. That means a lot coming from someone like you, Harry dryly remarked. It does, doesn't it? Riddle said. Although, I am most curious as to what Mr. Martin did that warranted his demise. Harry suddenly found his head immobile, and Riddle stared into his eyes. Harry's internal panic returned with full force. He learned about the chamber and needed to be silenced, Harry said. A phantom slap struck him across his face and Harry gritted his teeth in pain. Lies, he turned up to see Riddle no longer with a smile and lazily pointing her wand at his neck. The next one will be more hurtful, Harry. Harry sighed. He was blackmailing Charles Potter. I did not like that, Harry said, and that justified killing pureblood nobility right in the middle of Hogwarts's corridors. Riddle asked in a calm voice. Blackmailing or being blackmailed is an essential part and parcel of the Hogwarts experience, none of it which has previously involved an Auror delegation to pay us a visit. Riddle took a deep calming breath before continuing. None of it, which involved a fucking unspeakable pay us a visit. Harry knew he was standing on thin ice before Riddle got to work on him. He needed to come up with an excuse fast. He was my brother, Morrigan, Harry said. I had to do something. Riddle's eyes menacingly narrowed as she opened her lips to curse him, but Harry was one step further. His father doesn't know. Harry spoke quickly and Riddle wavered. Harry took this as his cue to continue. Their marriage was already troubled. Henri Potter spent an increasing amount of time away from home on official duties. Sophie Potter was frustrated as merely being a pureblood housewife. Harry said. She wanted adventure in life, so she convinced Henri to use his money to secure her a research grant to Siberia. There she met my father and got pregnant with me. Pray to tell why Henri Potter is unaware of his wife's adultery? Riddle inquired, still not lowering her wand from his neck. I don't know all the details of it. Lily, my stepmother, was loath to talk about it. But my father during his drunken moods said that she felt too guilty about the entire affair and committed suicide. Sophie Potter's death was ruled a medical accident, Riddle said. The pressure on his neck grew. A perfectly convenient excuse to cover an extramarital affair. Harry countered. He never knew about me since Sophie forced my father to cover for me. As far as he knows, she died after contracting some rare flu in the Siberian wilderness. Harry sent a silent prayer of apology to his ancestor for besmirching her name. A pause followed between the two as Riddle was too distracted by this juicy bombshell. Narguleth merely shuffled uncomfortably in the background. I presume the blackmail had something to do with the disappearance of Henri Potter? Harry nodded in affirmative. Apparently Martin ran an underground market for goods here on Redwood's behalf, and he had things Charles wanted. Harry internally smirked in satisfaction as he saw her twitch at the mention of her rival's name. This is going great, Harry thought. I want to believe you, Riddle said, and Harry stumbled internally, but something about is off. She aimed her wand at him. Do forgive the intrusion here. A voice inside him roared to fight back and Harry struggled against the restraints. Leglimens, Riddle confidently intoned. Harry screamed as he felt sharp pangs of pain in his brain. His consciousness was ripped as he felt a warming feeling in his brain. A deathly green aura surrounded him as Riddle watched in amazement. The aura crackled with energy and exploded. Riddle was flung away from him, and Harry faded in and out of consciousness as the pain subsided. The restraints opened up and Harry grabbed his fallen wand and aimed at Riddle, but she was faster on the recovery and easily deflected his spell. Harry felt exhausted. Stop, Narguleth urged but didn't interfere in the fight between the heirs. His core pulled at the ambient magical energy from the atmosphere but the dead veins didn't yield. He couldn't cast a spell, but Riddle was relentless. A long flying rope aggressively wrapped itself around him in a hogtie and Harry was immobile once again. Once he had stopped thrashing in futile resistance, Riddle had walked over to him. You are full of surprises, Mr. Petrov, Riddle remarked before knocking him out. Headmaster's office. In a warmly lit office at Hogwarts, Auror Henrietta Jones sat across from Harry Petrov, her penetrating gaze fixed on him as she began her questioning. Headmaster Armando Dippet stood nearby, observing the scene with a mix of concern and frustration. Henrietta inquired, So, Harry, where were you at 9 a.m. last Thursday? I was at the Owlery, sending Christmas presents to my friends, Harry said. Henrietta leaned back, her gaze intensifying. Witnesses saw Martin leaving the Owlery at 9:30, just moments before he was found dead. Harry maintained a poker face, though his heartbeat quickened slightly. Witnesses, you say? Armando interjected angrily, Henrietta, you can't possibly be implying that Harry had anything to do with Martin's death. Henrietta shot an annoyed glance at the headmaster but said nothing else. After a brief pause, she inquired further, what did you and Martin talk about before you left the owlery? Harry replied in a neutral voice, we just ran into each other and exchanged early Christmas greetings. I assumed he was sending gifts to his people. Henrietta leaned forward, her tone serious. Martin had no close family, and investigations show he wasn't in touch with his extended family for years. I merely assumed, Harry said. Henrietta continued, students have spoken about how Martin was one of the boys you spoke to regularly in Slytherin. Did he ever mention any threats to his life or property? Anything weird? What do you mean by weird things? Harry asked. Henrietta leaned back again, maintaining her focus on Harry. Was Martin acting strangely? Harry paused for a moment before replying, I don't recall anything particularly strange about him during our conversations. Armando interjected with a worried tone, Henrietta, please understand that Harry and Martin were just acquaintances. There's no reason to suspect him of any wrongdoing. Henrietta responded, still focused on Harry, I'm just doing my job, headmaster. We need to explore all possibilities. Harry composed himself, trying to maintain his composure. Of course, I understand. I'm happy to cooperate in any way I can. Harry paused for a moment before he interjected, well, now that I think about it, Martin did make some jokes that were a bit weird. During a study session in the library, he joked about being afraid to death of Ashley. Auror Jones raised an eyebrow in inquiry, prompting Harry to elaborate, Ashley Redwood. He mentioned her by name. As soon as the name was mentioned, the temperature in the room seemed to drop drastically. Auror Jones was now rapt with attention, and Headmaster Dippet slowly whispered to himself, the minister's daughter, before shutting his eyes. Auror Jones stated in a serious tone, this is a bold accusation. Harry raised his arms defensively, I'm just answering what you asked me. Martin had a bit of a Casanova reputation in Hogwarts. He had many girlfriends before officially committing to Rachel Parkinson. The common rumor in the boys' dorm was that Ashley Redwood had a bit of a crush on Martin and felt deeply insulted over his relationship with Rachel. Auror Jones's voice now lowered to a quiet tone, tying two pureblood families' daughters into this. Harry interrupted, I'm just answering your questions. Martin and Rachel put up a front of a feud in public to avoid angering Ashley and her influential family. They were afraid of Ashley's father and his wealth. Auror Jones paused for an agonizing minute, seemingly contemplating something in her mind. She then asked, you seem to know Martin intimately. How did you get close to him? Harry replied, I tutored him in potions, and Rachel frequently joined us. They got intimate with each other when studying, but we had to keep it private in Hogwarts. In fact, Martin even promised to introduce Rachel to his grandmother. Auror Jones noted, not many know of Martin's grandmother. Harry answered, as I said earlier, we were somewhat close. As Auror Jones moved to question him further, Headmaster Dippet intervened firmly, that's enough, Auror Jones. The questioning is over for now. Hogwarts students have rights, and Harry is a minor. If you wish to speak with him again, it will be in my presence. He is not a prime suspect. He handed Auror Jones a fistful of flow powder, a signal that she should leave. Auror Jones graciously accepted the offer, though a hint of annoyance flashed across her face. She used the powder in a fireplace to teleport to Ministry HQ, leaving Harry and the headmaster in the room, the tension still lingering in the air. The headmaster angrily turned to stare at him. Next time, stick to our agreed script, boy, before committing perjury. He spat out. Headmaster, honestly I was just trying. Harry started but Dippet interrupted him. Get out. He said Harry didn't need to be told twice. Abandoned classroom. Harry walked towards the room where Morrigan had scheduled their meeting. After their encounter in the chamber, Morrigan had reverted back to her diplomatic phase. Initially, Harry had been skeptical, but she had greater leverage on him than otherwise. She had attacked him, but beggars can't be choosers. He had woken up to find an apology note addressed to him with a journal containing mentions of arcane magic known as occlumency. Besides, in a show of goodwill, she had volunteered to come to Harry's aid in the murder investigation and he wasn't going to say no. Unfortunately, it now made him a part of her circle. For now, he would have to bide his time for revenge. It was after all a dish best served cold. Riddle will get her comeuppance one day. Blonde hair gleaming in the light, Harry hurried through the dark corridors and towards her. It went just as planned, Harry informed her when he saw her sitting, although the headmaster was none too pleased about me going off script. Morgan nodded in understanding. His concerns are irrelevant. What matters is the Aurors start pushing into Redwood. That was the ultimate prize here. Riddle had turned this from a defensive position into an offensive aimed at Ashley Redwood. Implicate her in the murder and hurt Abraham's political credibility. Then gently nudges a recovering Lord Potter to force a Wizengamot investigation and leading to the minister's resignation. Morgan gets rid of an annoying rival and Harry doesn't have to spend life in Azkaban. Harry marveled at the genius of the plan and shivered. Morgan was truly something when she put her mind to it. Both of them assumed dug into their essays as Morgan drilled into him the finer intricacies of defense. Banshees' wails are psychic in nature that seek to immobilize their prey. Morgan intoned. Theorists believe that their wail is an echo of their past life's trauma being projected by accidental magic. Harry nodded. Morgan continued. Banshees possess a keen sense of hearing and are incredibly agile. They can move with unnatural swiftness, making it difficult to evade if they set their sights on you. She paused for a moment before adding, however, like many creatures, they do have vulnerabilities. Banshees are particularly sensitive to iron, silver, and certain protective charms. Iron repels them, while silver can weaken their powers. And, of course, knowledge is a powerful defense against them. Spooky creatures, Harry commented. Morgan nodded in agreement. Would a massive barrage of incendiary spell fire stop them? Most likely, Morgan said. A thoughtful pause followed as Harry made quick notes. Morgan broke the silence first. Speaking of all things incendiary, were you ever bombing raids on London? Morgan asked. I wasn't in London. When the Germans invaded the Soviet Union or Russia, we faced frequent bombings, Harry said. My two friends passed away one night in one of these assaults. My condolences, she said, and Harry nodded. Is that why you were trying to get Narguleth to kill Muggle scientists? Riddle asked, and Harry felt an ice cube run down his spine. Harry didn't reply. Admittedly a stupid idea trying to get a 20 feet tall basilisk to navigate Muggle cities to find a single man, Morgan said. I wasn't in the best of mental states, Morgan, Harry said. In case you forgot, there are Aurors trying to get me thrown in prison. How very Grindelwald of you, Morgan said. I am nothing like him, Harry snapped. True enough. He is much more resourceful than you, Morgan said. So where do you stand on this whole war business? A man can be known by the company he keeps. His friends leave much to be desired, Harry carefully said. He has allied with dark creatures, and despite his equity rhetoric, he is being bankrolled by pureblood families, while Muggle-borns die in the trenches. A very refreshing point of view, Harry, albeit a dangerous one to hold in Slytherin, Morgan said. What about you? Harry asked. Grindelwald bases his entire premise on taking the war to Muggles. That is simply a suicidal order. I rot away in the orphanage during my summers and had to run to the shelters whenever Germans bombed us, Morgan said. Mages at large simply don't have the stomach for such a large, protracted fight. So, you don't agree with Grindelwald? Harry asked. I think he is an existential threat to our way of life. Not that we aren't heading to our own extinction anyway. A very refreshing point of view, Morgan. Albeit a dangerous one to hold in Slytherin, Harry said, and Morgan merely chuckled in response. Eclipse meeting. Secret bunker. In the dimly lit underground bunker, Henri Potter, Lord Sirius Black, and Lord Edward Greengrass sat around a circular table, their faces stern yet relieved. The meeting began with Lord Black and Lord Greengrass congratulating Henri on his recovery. Henri, it's good to see you up and about again, Lord Black said with a nod. Lord Greengrass echoed the sentiment. Indeed, we were worried there for a moment. Henri nodded gratefully. Thank you both for your good wishes. I'm feeling much better now. Without wasting any time, Lord Potter got straight to the point. Now, about my son. I still have no idea where Charles got those basilisk scales from. He's been laying low, just in case Grindelwald starts sniffing around. Lord Greengrass looked troubled by this revelation. If Grindelwald traces the purchase back to the underworld, it could compromise our entire existence. Henri opened his mouth to rebut, but Lord Black interjected firmly. What's done is done. We can't change the past. What we need to focus on now is the present and the future. He turned towards Lord Potter and spoke with a sense of urgency. Henri, you need to stay vigilant and investigate your son's actions further. We can't afford any loose ends right now. Henri nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. You're right, Sirius. I'll get to the bottom of this. Charles needs to understand the consequences of his actions. Lord Greengrass added, we've all made sacrifices to keep our society hidden from the rest of the world. We can't let one careless act undo all that. Henry's jaw tightened with determination. I won't allow that to happen. I'll personally look into this matter and make sure there are no traces left. Sirius nodded in understanding and summoned a tray full of cool drinks to calm the tension in the room. Lord Black turned his attention to Lord Greengrass, inquiring about the latest intelligence report they had received. Edward collected himself before speaking, his expression serious and contemplative. This might shock both of you, but we need to brace ourselves, Edward began. The information we've gathered from the French underground, coupled with Henry's successful raid against Grindelwald's biolabs, all points to one thing. There's a high-level mole within Grindelwald's ranks. Both Lord Black and Lord Potter exchanged glances. Edward continued, this mole seems to have unfettered access to both military planning and research and development. These aspects of war are usually compartmentalized, but this individual seems to have access to both. Lord Black's eyes narrowed with concern. That's highly unusual. It implies that whoever this mole is, they are a major stakeholder in Grindelwald's inner circle, someone he trusts implicitly. Edward nodded solemnly. Precisely. It's likely that this person has been with Grindelwald since his early days, earning his trust through loyalty and dedication. But now, they have committed treason against him. Lord Potter spoke up. Given how brutal Grindelwald can be with traitors, this mole must have witnessed something of incredible significance to be willing to turn against their lord. Edward nodded. Exactly. Whatever it is they've seen or discovered, it must be something powerful enough to sway their allegiance. Now the million-galleon question is, what is it? Henri asked a question to which none had an answer. Somewhere in Russia inside his protective base, Grindelwald sat in silence, the heavy din of wards humming merrily against his magical senses. The small tent in the vast Russian wilderness was bathed in the pale moonlight. Signs of the earlier battle still littered the site, but for now, it was mostly peaceful. Grindelwald took in a whiff of fresh air and turned his attention to the two guests sitting nervously in ornate chairs behind him. Abraham Redwood, the current interim minister of magic for the United Kingdom, and Irma Black, a powerful representative of the Black family. Ah, the serenity of the Russian wilderness is truly remarkable, Grindelwald began, admiring the tranquil surroundings. The two guests shuffled nervously, uneasy about being out in the open while a war raged a few kilometers away. He turned to Abraham and sighed, I must say, I'm disappointed with how things are turning. I expected more progress by now. Abraham nervously stuttered his response. Well, you see, the political opposition is stronger than I anticipated. Both Potter and Black's political blocs are preventing me from canceling the elections. With a scowl, Abraham pointed an accusatory finger at Irma. If only you had taken control over the Black family, I would have enough sway to pass whatever legislation I wanted. Irma's voice rose with anger. Don't you dare blame your incompetence on me. If you had taken power earlier, none of this would have happened. Grindelwald's patience wore thin. And whose fault is it that you failed to assassinate the new Lord Black? Abraham shouted back. Tempers flared, and the argument escalated, with both Abraham and Irma shouting at each other. Annoyed, Grindelwald rubbed his eyes and raised his wand, Crucio. The sudden hush settled over the tent as the two guests glared at Grindelwald in silent agony as they writhed. I will not tolerate this bickering, Grindelwald said calmly, though his eyes held a dangerous glint. We are allies, and we need to act as such. He then relinquished the curse. Abraham and Irma exchanged wary glances but remained silent, understanding that Grindelwald would not tolerate any more interruptions. Now, Grindelwald continued, let us refocus on our goals. The time is ripe for change, and we must seize this opportunity. The chaos in the wizarding world is our chance to establish a new order, to bring about the world we envision. Irma took her chance. I completely agree, my lord. Even as we speak, my agents are moving once again to strike down my cousin. We will not fail again, my lord. Irma spoke. Abraham not wanting to be left behind, I have taken measures to reduce vigilantism in Britain, my lord, but Dumbledore. Grindelwald smiled painfully at the mention. My dear minister, he will be taken care of. Hat said, my dears, I will be needing a favor from the two of you, Grindelwald said. The two leaned forward. I need Henry Potter under surveillance. He has something that rightfully belongs to me. A cloak of unique properties, you see. Grindelwald ordered. If needed, you may deliver him to me, alive. English countryside. In the tranquil English countryside, a peaceful night was settling in, far removed from the turmoil of the blitz-stricken London. The air was still, and the moon cast a silvery glow over the landscape. All seemed serene until, without warning, the very fabric of reality seemed to ripple and shudder. Arcs of electric energy crackled through the air, and with a deafening thud, a portal snapped open, revealing a mysterious figure dropping through it. The being appeared metallic, gleaming under its skin, as it landed with an unsettling grace. A nearby farmer, drawn by the strange occurrence, moved forward to investigate. His eyes widened in astonishment and fear as he beheld the being's metal body parts beneath its skin. Curiosity getting the better of him, the farmer tentatively reached out and poked the figure with his rake. In an instant, the being whirled to life, reacting with terrifying speed. Before the farmer could comprehend what had happened, the figure struck him with lethal precision, and he fell to the ground lifeless. Inside the being's mind, a voice spoke, system initializing. In response, the cyborg let out a gasp as flesh covered his exposed metal body, blending in seamlessly. Synchronization complete, the voice declared, and his eyes glowed a sinister shade of red. His expression turned blank as he spoke in a monotone. Prime directive realized. Eliminate Harry Potter. With his mission clear, the cyborg rose from the ground and moved with an eerie, mechanical grace toward the nearest town. Electricity danced around him, enhancing his unnatural presence. His identity was hidden under the facade of flesh. He was a perfect predator, relentless in pursuit of his target. Chapter endnotes. Author notes. Apologies for the delayed update. I was abroad and not in the best mental health conditions. If you like the story, please review. Thanks and have a great week ahead. Also, some of you may be concerned by mass collision of both universes. Second update. Rest assured, no Harry Potter character will be crossing over in this universe from the old one. In case you forgot, the old one was hit by a nuclear bomb. So relax and have faith in me. That's all I ask. Chapter 17. Slytherin Civil War 6 Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. In Dumbledore's office, Lord Henry Potter greeted the deputy headmaster with a nod. Mr. Dumbledore, he acknowledged, tension evident in his demeanor. Dumbledore's eyes showed genuine concern as he inquired, Lord Potter, how have you been? You've been away from the public eye for quite some time. Is everything all right? Henry Potter tensely replied, I've been busy, undoubtedly. A heavy silence settled in the room, and Henry's frustration grew evident. Honestly, Albus, I'm not good at this sort of thing, he muttered, cursing whoever had put him up to this. Dumbledore, his expression unruffled, offered Lord Potter a cup of lemon tea. Perhaps we can try again, he suggested coyly. Annoyed, Henri stated, I'm a man of action, not words. I have a word from my friends. Dumbledore's response held a touch of irony. Ah, yes, your friends. You've made some interesting choices since you left my tutelage. Henry's temper flared, and he snorted in anger. My friends are the only ones in Great Britain who have the courage to do what needs to be done. Some people can't be bothered. Immediately, Henri realized the gravity of his words, feeling the tension rise in the room. Insulting someone of Dumbledore's stature was a risky move. However, Dumbledore's response was not one of anger. Instead, he smiled, but it was a smile tinged with sadness, as if he understood more than he was letting on. Henri placed a map of Stalingrad on the table, showing glowing red spots, and passing a stack of notes to Dumbledore. These red spots, they have been personally warded by Grindelwald. He pointed towards a series of trenches and walls. They are crucial junctures that we need to secure in order to eject Grindelwald from Stalingrad. Henri, Albus started but was interrupted. All we ask is that you pay these sites a visit and loosen them up for us. We are losing hundreds by the day because we cannot maneuver properly and are vulnerable to artillery and monsters. Henri said, we will personally take responsibility for your safety. Not a soul will know you were there. Dumbledore leaned back slightly in his chair, his expression serious. I appreciate your offer, Lord Potter, but I must firmly decline. The situation you're describing is far more intricate than you might grasp. Henri wasn't ready to give up. We can make it worth your while. Professor. We understand the risks, but if anyone can navigate those deadly words and make a difference, it's you. Dumbledore's tone grew more resolute. You underestimate the complexities involved, James. There are forces at play beyond what you've seen. I may have had my share of adventures, but my expertise lies in education, not the battlefield. Henry's frustration showed. Albus, we're fighting a war, and we need every advantage we can get. You have abilities, knowledge, and influence that can turn the tide. Dumbledore's gaze softened, but his answer remained firm. I appreciate your belief in me, but I cannot risk it. I have responsibilities here at Hogwarts, and there are aspects of this conflict that are beyond even my power to influence. Henri paused, realizing that his plea was in vain. With a sigh, he nodded reluctantly and angrily packed his stuff. Very well, Professor. I understand. There was a hint of disappointment in his voice. Dumbledore's expression was both compassionate and resolute. Eclipse's dedication is admirable, but there are other ways to contribute to the fight. Be careful out there and make wise decisions. The two men shared a moment, a shared understanding of the weight of their roles in a world gripped by darkness. With a final nod, Henri stood, and Dumbledore did the same. They exchanged a brief but meaningful handshake. Hogwarts. Morrigan meticulously measured ingredients, her hands steady, creating potions of profound impact. One vial, shimmering silver, held the truth itself veritaserum. In these concoctions lay the power to unveil secrets and unleash untamed fury. Being a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy had its own perks. Biddy Ashley Redwood would enjoy none of these benefits, only scorn would be her reward. It's time. Morrigan thought to herself and walked towards her prey. What a wretch! Morrigan thought to herself as she surveyed the crying girl. Miss Parkinson. A smirking Morrigan said as she approached a distraught Rachel. What the hell do you want? Rachel wailed whilst in the midst of a sobbing session, not even getting up. Miss Parkinson, please whatever happened, crying on a toilet is no way to fix it. Morrigan said as she struggled not to puke. Morrigan gave the spoiled princess a look over. She was a sobbing mess. Through and through. Her hair cluttered, eyes red, and nose sniffy, the girl clearly had been mourning. Weak. Leave me alone. Rachel fired back. Morrigan sighed and discreetly aimed it at her. Confundo. She wordlessly cast it at the witch, and she immediately stopped crying and looked up at Morrigan with teary eyes. If Morrigan hadn't spent the last 4 years of her life closely observing the depravity of Parkinson, she most likely would have believed that Rachel was grieving for Martin. Alas, that would have been a lie. No, she didn't mourn for the loss of her friend, Martin, but for the sheer tantrum Ashley had thrown. The girl had viciously lashed at Rachel as an outlet. Rumor has it that Rachel, in a bizarre turn of events, had finally grown a spine and shouted back. Ashley was furious and the two had come to spell fire. Rachel realized her missed immediately. Unfortunately, Ashley was in a less forgiving mood and banished the girl from her presence. Ashley now moved into her new clique. Clearly there was no shortage of morons hoping to shoot their shot with the billionaire princess. Fortunately for Parkinson, Riddle Inc. was always open to desperate fools. Even on weekends and Christmas. And right now, one Rachel Parkinson was due for a premium treatment. Completely ignoring her personal space, Morrigan went to work on Rachel. She pulled out her wand and aimed it at a horrified Rachel's nose, a pisky. With a crack, bones mended, and the nose reoriented itself back into the correct place. Rachel watched Morrigan work on her in stunned silence as wounds were stitched, bombs were applied, and healing spells made her see and feel better. There you go, Morrigan said with a beaming smile to Rachel. Thanks, I suppose, Rachel said. Just doing my job, Miss Parkinson. Morrigan said. Now that we have applied sufficient healing, Miss Parkinson, do you mind explaining why a bright young girl is doing out here in the toilets? Instead of preparing for the journey back home, Rachel merely sniffed in response and said nothing. Rachel, I need to know what happened. You can't expect me to just ignore reports of violence on a school student, Morgan said, but Rachel was still stubborn. Sigh. On my honor as a Slytherin, I will handle this with the utmost care. I know we have had our past differences, even fights, but such blatant abuse, Morgan said while gesturing to her bruises, is beyond rivalries. This is sick. One woman to another, let me help you. Why are you asking me this? You know damn well what happened, Riddle, Rachel snarled. For all I know you killed Martin as a way to get back at Ashley and doing this to me. Morgan mentally twitched at the girl's inane prattle as Rachel once again devolved into sobs. Audibly sighing this time, Morgan wrapped her arms around the hysterical girl and soothed her. She ran circles around her, followed by liberal use of confundo to discreetly move the girl towards her side. Morgan pulled out 2 cups, poured out pumpkin juice. If Rachel was wiser to her surroundings, she would have noticed a levitating vial empty itself in the cup. Morgan handed the cup to Rachel. A tonic, to calm the nerves, Morgan said as she insistently placed it near Rachel's lips. With a frown towards Morgan, Rachel drank the tonic, with compulsions roaring at her to do so. Immediately, the veritaserum raced inside her veins and Rachel found herself becoming more amenable to talking. What happened? Morgan asked, no longer in the mood for coddling. Martin died. He was supposed to smuggle his cupboard twin in Hogwarts but failed repeatedly to locate it. He recently told us to meet urgently and that he had located the second cabinet. Riddle's mind went blank at this, but she regained her composure swiftly. Why is the cabinet important? Weren't you two grieving about Martin? Morgan asked. Nobody cared about Martin, Rachel said. Both Ashley and I hated the pervert. He even tried to sneak a camera into the female showers. Rachel shuddered with revulsion and Morgan's eyes narrowed. The cabinet. Morgan paused. This was not what she had expected to hear. She was pinning for the basilisk scales. The cabinet are twins and they bridge the gap between 2 places through magic. Essentially, you can travel back and forth between places, bypassing a significant portion of wards. One of the cabinets is located in the basement of Redwood Manor, Rachel said. She took a deep breath before continuing. Rachel's father has lost significant standing with Lord Grindelwald over his failure to purge the ministry. Abraham wanted to prove himself lest Grindelwald have him deposed. The plan was to sneak in assassins to Hogwarts, kill Dumbledore, and take him back to Grindelwald as a trophy. Since no Auror would ever secure a warrant for the minister's house, the twin is perfectly safe. In the last place Dumbledore expects to be infiltrated, Morgan wondered out loud. Exactly. Rachel and Morgan couldn't help but softly whistle at the sheer boldness and simplistic ingenuity of the plan. The trumped-up kitty has pretty sharp claws, Morgan mused. Here I was expecting a love affair, but instead end up finding treason to fulfill multiple life sentences in Azkaban. Rachel shivered at the mention of Azkaban but continued at Morgan's indication. When Martin died, we no longer knew the final place of the second cabinet. Abraham was furious and tortured Ashley as a punishment. Rachel's eyes widened in fear as she stared at Morgan. He even used the cruciatus. Morgan once again wrapped her arms around the shivering girl. Morgan's voice was persuasive, dripping with sympathy, as she whispered, "But you deserve better, Rachel." She meticulously sowed seeds of doubt about Ashley's intentions. Recounting past instances of cruelty, the family's wealth misused to belittle them like mere house elves. You will remember, Rachel, that I was there when all those times Ashley used as a meat shield against my spells. How she took presents from you whenever she was jealous. I recall how you sobbed in your second year, how she forced you to change your haircut when boys paid you more attention. Morgan silkily said as she hugged the girl. Nobody under me has to fear glowing too brightly. Morgan purred, in fact, my dear, I encourage people to grow, explore and conquer. She placed her hand on Rachel's chin and forced her to look into her purple eyes. I know how she forced you to break up with your lover during the 4th year because you were spending less time with her. Doing less homework for her and more time exploring yourself, Morgan said. Rachel's eyes watered again. Morgan gave her another contaminated tonic. Rachel's loyalty wavered, caught between the familiar but oppressive world she knew and the uncertain path Morgan offered. Then, in a decisive moment, Morgan struck with precision. I'm aware of the Parkinson family's downfall, the poverty inflicted by the war, she announced, a masterful gambit. Pledge your loyalty to me, and I'll ensure the Parkinsons rise from destitution." Fear crept into Rachel's voice as she hesitated, the prospect of a lifeline tantalizing yet perilous. How could you possibly manage that? Morrigan's sly smile was a calculated reveal of her trump card, an answer that held both power and intrigue. "The Malfoy heir, Abraxas Malfoy, is at my beck and call. Serve me well and he will be your betrothed. Imagine the sheer Malfoy wealth at your beck and call." Rachel gasped in response. The Malfoys will never agree to such an arrangement. Morrigan merely laughed as she got up from the ground. "Allow me to demonstrate, little one. Nagini, come forth." An anaconda with bluish hues slithered from behind Rachel as she yelped and scooted aside. It slithered up Morrigan's legs and comfortably wrapped itself around her shoulders. Morrigan stared down at the pale Rachel with a triumphant grin. "You are a Parseltongue." Rachel gasped and Morrigan amusedly nodded. Rapid gears turned behind Rachel's eyes as the full scope of the revelation dawned upon her. "You are Salazar Slytherin's heir. That's what Abraxas knew," Rachel yelled. Morrigan laughed loudly. Christmas party. Amid the flickering glow of enchanted candles and the festive decorations adorning the Great Hall, the Christmas after-party was in full blast at Hogwarts. Laughter, music, and joyous roars filled the air. Some students, unable to return home due to the ongoing war or personal circumstances, had decided to make the most of the festivities within the castle's walls. The half-empty castle meant that the prefect's duties were somewhat relaxed, and the professors knowingly turned a blind eye to the party. Everyone needed a break, even in times of turmoil. Harry, courtesy of his networking, was tasked to smuggle in a stash of butterbeer and fire whiskey from the hidden tunnel beneath the one-eyed witch's statue. The professors had technol during the academic year, but on this special night, they weren't strictly enforcing the rule. The party was somewhat tucked away due to it being near the dungeons, making it less noticeable to the rest of the castle's occupants. Harry had marked up the prices on his booze, knowing he could use the extra galleons. In these times, money was tight, and every little bit helped. He had even enforced a higher markup for his share, which had initially led to some grumbling and scowls from the students. Malfoy, Greengrass, and Potter, unlikely allies in this endeavor, came together to buy whole crates of the contraband, a rare show of unity. Harry strung along in a lowly lit corner, getting snogged by one grateful patron after another. This was his first time, and he was sloppy, but the women were more forgiving in the boozy atmosphere. A bubbly Hufflepuff jumped off the perch they were seated on in a hurry as she stared in wide eyes at something behind him. A voice said, "The last one. Isn't she a bit young for you?" Harry turned around to see Morgan standing behind him and his flame dried up instantly. It was weird to see her standing in casual attire of loose curly robes and pants with loosened raven hair. It almost made her look human. Almost. Morgan scowled as if she sensed Harry's thoughts and shook her glass at him. "Loosen up, Petrov. It will do you some good making more friends around here." "I wasn't aware it was the prefect's duty to ensure introversion is cured," Harry said. Morgan audibly snorted at his comment. She took another swing from her glass before promptly turning her attention to him again. "Come," she spoke. "We have business to discuss." Harry trailed after her as she led them away from the festivities. "Our work proceeds apace, but I will need things from you," she said. "This will require your particular talents." Harry nodded in agreement. Freedom was priceless. "My sources tell me there is a particular set of cupboards in Borgin and Berks. They are connected to each other in magical ways," Morgan said. "This relates to us how?" Harry said. "People in her camp tell me she intends to sneak one in Hogwarts." Morgan said. "What purpose does it serve her is beyond me for now." "And these people refused to comment," Harry said. "True," Morgan said. "Why? Something like that hasn't stopped you before," Harry said. Morgan looked taken aback. "I beg your pardon." "Ah, fuck. Wrong riddle." "Never mind," Harry said. "How can you be sure that the cupboard is at Borgin and Berks?" "I had people make creative inquiries and certain entities previously involved with Martin were outbid to make them more cooperative." Morgan paused as a drunken Gryffindor passed too near to her wards. "Besides, the process is made infinitely simpler when you know what you are looking for. A bird's eye view, if you will. All you need to do is bring the cupboard to Hogwarts. I will take care of the rest." Awful lot of words to say. Malfoy threw money around. Harry sneered. At this Morgan looked cross. If you prefer, I can pull my hand away and let the Aurors do their job, Morgan said. A brief pause followed between them as Harry rationalized his viewpoint. Why are we bringing the cupboard to Hogwarts if Martin's threat has been neutralized? Harry said. Because I said so, Morgan said. That doesn't make any sense, Harry said. It doesn't need to. You only need to do what you are told. Morgan said, that is the price of my help. Now you can be a good boy and be cooperative or eat cold soup on freezing oceans with Dementors for company. Harry grits his teeth but forced out, Why bother with all this? Morgan walked away. It technically isn't illegal. Harry thought. His funds were in a crunch. Morgan's chores didn't come cheap. Also, with the economy in the gutters, internships or jobs looked like forlorn prospects. Only a fool would have let his talents go to waste. Harry's mind rationalized that in times of war, morality often took a back seat. His booze venture being a positive example. It would be unwise to rely on Slughorn's generosity lest the fat man lure him into another harebrained scheme. One dark chick was already one too many. He found Hagrid nervously shuffling in front of their designated meeting spot. Besides him was a massive crate of iron and wood that Hagrid did his utmost to make innocuous and failed miserably. The pale full moon's light was reflected off the dense snowfield around them. It was a perfect winter's night. Perfect for ungentlemanly deals done in the cover of the night. Ari. Hagrid greeted him with a wave as Harry made his way through the snow. Glad to see her here. In one piece and all despite the night. Hagrid. Good to see you too, Harry said. I see you have been proactive. Harry gestured to the crate. Oh yes, he's been keeping good for now. But he's been getting big now. Hagrid opened the crater and an angry clicking noise followed. I haven't named him yet. Between hidden, I am from prefects and rest, I don't get a lot of time bonding with him. I imagine it can be tough, Harry said while peevishly staring at the baby acromantula below him. In a few decades, it will be the size of a small truck with human-like sentience and have his children chase Ron and him through a forest. The spider chittered more furiously as he detected an unfamiliar scent and heat signature. The baby spider was still ferocious enough to take his arm if he wasn't careful, Harry thought as Hagrid continued to ramble in the background. Harry's attention shifted but Hagrid persisted. It's good to finally meet a decent bloke in Slytherin, you know. Most of 'em are a bit mean, especially Morgan Riddle. But not you. You are different, friendly. Most Slytherins look like they are made of stone. You are nice to people from all houses and really good with magic. Not like me. You must be, of course, Hagrid continued. Why else would Dumbledore pick you as his apprentice? Those Slytherins don't represent me, Hagrid. You've got nothing to fear from me, Harry said. Hagrid seemed to be on a roll, still rambling about Dumbledore's assistance. Yeah, Dumbledore helps me a lot. I don't want to disappoint, I can't afford to be expelled. Harry ignored Hagrid and focused on the monster below. Quiet beast. Unless you want to end up as Serpent King's food. The spider immediately fell silent at the use of Parseltongue and covered in fear. Blimey Harry. How did you do that? Hagrid said. He says he wants to be called Aragog. Harry said as Hagrid stared at him. Hagrid owlishly stared at him. Just a simple trick, Hagrid. Don't worry about it, Harry said. Also, trust me. We're doing nothing wrong here. Dumbledore won't know a thing, Harry said with a disarming smile. Oh, okay, Hagrid said. Harry procured 2 vials from his robes and presented them to Hagrid. By your will, Master Hagrid, Harry said. Vials of acromantula venom and parts please. Parts? Hagrid yelled. Don't worry, Hagrid. It won't die, trust me, Harry said. That son of a gun can take a lot more, Harry thought. Hagrid petulantly stomped around in the snow for a bit before getting to work. 4 hours ago, before detention, a young man of desolate description stood inside an establishment of equally desolate worth. The large barkeeper ominously loomed over him like a tarantula eyeing a caught prey. Mr. Borgin, I presume. The boy said. You are in a very wrong part of town, boy, Borgin said. Best get leaving while you still can. The boy's eye twitched. I am here on business. Fuck off, Borgin interrupted. On behalf of a mutual platinum associate of ours, Harry said and mouthed the word Malfoy. To Borgin. Obviously, neither the Malfoy Patriarch nor Abraxas Malfoy knew he was here. If anything came up, he would hide behind Morrigan. That should work for now. Oh. Borgin croaked, my apologies, sir. What do you want? A trade really. Harry presented him with 2 vials of acromantula venom and body parts. Borgin took the labeled vials and whistled softly. Alpha acromantula venom. Premium goods. Wise. Borgin said. Consider it an advanced payment. The boy said. For what? For what's about to happen. You may want to clear out your shop within an hour. Borgin's eyes widened at the implication. Also, you may have come in possession of a mahogany cupboard. Closet size? Our mutual friend wants it, the boy inquired. Oh, that old thing. Take it. I have no idea where my brother got it from. Hardly seems magical. If you ask me, we got conned. Borgin said. Might I interest you in anything else? Hag teeth? Banshee hair? Hand of glory? I will take the hand. The boy shrugged and tossed a few coins his way. Pleasure doing business with you, Ronald. Ronald Granger. The boy said with a smile and left the shop. Nocturne Alley Harry, formerly Ronald Granger, scowled as he waited on the cold snowy rooftop above. He bought a hooded cowl down over his blood-red hair to be snugger. Morrigan had her own games to play, Harry had his own. He refused to play ball with her if she couldn't be bothered to be straight with him. She will get her damned cupboard but under his terms. A team of Aurors lay in wait outside of Borgin and Burke's. Harry peered through his improvised binoculars at the scene below. A flash of thick black hair passed by his vision and Harry honed in on his target. Senior Auror Gloria Bones. This was the only way he knew to draw her outside of the ministry for a one-to-one chat. With a sharp exploding sound, the wards on the shop came down and the front door popped open. The Aurors lunged inside as Gloria Bones waited outside in anticipation. A guard stood behind her, but Harry knocked him out cold with a quiet stunner. Quickly grabbing his body before he fell, Harry gently laid the man down to rest. His heart pounded in his body as he made his move. You know they are going to find nothing inside, Harry said as he raised a weak magical shield. Gloria whirled around and fired some nameless, colorless spell that shattered his shield and threw him against the concrete wall behind. Damned damaged cores. Harry muttered as the impact took the wind out of him. In an instant Gloria was above him, knees on his chest, arms tied behind him, and a wand pointed at his neck. Identify yourself, citizen. This is an active crime scene, Gloria shouted at him. Not wanting to enrage her further, Harry quickly said, Harry Petrov, previously involved in the arrest of Grindelwald's slavers. You granted me an immunity deal in exchange for being an informant. The woman's eye narrowed and her nostril flared. You were to stay out of trouble, boy. The wand twisted painfully in his neck. You are on very thin ice here. Speak, Gloria ordered. I know of a murder involving the very top of your hierarchy that Aurors are trying to cover up, Harry said. I can help you. Gloria looked behind her as the sound of objects being shattered inside the shop was sounded. Even when she was not facing him, Harry could sense the gears turning in her eyes. Rest assured, Auror Bones, this will catapult you to the top of your department. How would you like to become head of the DMLE? Harry said and smirked. Gloria pointed her wand at his face, and all went dark. Asterisk 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 a cold splash of water struck his face and Harry woke up with a gasp. He was naked save for a pair of boxers and on a steel chair with his arms and legs tied behind him. A single light of an orb hovered above them like a flickering bulb. He tried to summon his magic and disappear as he did to Aunt Marge, but no luck. A door opened and a furious Gloria walked inside. The door slammed shut and Harry gulped. This was going in a very different light than he imagined. Where are we? Harry gasped out, shuddering in the cold. A classified place where degenerates like you can't screech about mage rights within the hearing range of the Prophet's reporters, Gloria said. There's no reason to treat me like this, Auror Bones. Harry said, I assure you, we are on the same team here. Gloria said nothing but stared at him. Harry took this as his cue to continue. I wasn't lying about the earlier thing. There really was a murder at Hogwarts that goes all the way up to the minister. Ashley Redwood did it, but the minister is protecting her. Gloria was still silent and stoic. Harry's heart raced in nervous anticipation. Either he will be tortured, killed, and dumped in an unknown place, or he will be free. Number 50-50's here. All the Aurors in Hogwarts are treating this entire matter like a summer break back to their childhood. The thing is, Ashley Redwood was in love with Martin, but he didn't care. That's why she killed him, Harry said. Do you have any proof? Gloria finally broke the silence. It's all circumstantial at the moment, but there are a lot of moving parts here that you need to examine before it all makes sense, Harry said, and was greeted with a piercing pain in his left shoulder. Harry screamed as Gloria twisted her spell deeper into him before relenting. Harry was left teary-eyed from the pain. You have no proof. You have nothing, and accuse the Minister of fucking magic of conspiracy? Harry screamed as Gloria twisted her spell deeper into him before relenting. He was left teary-eyed from the pain. You have no proof. You have nothing, and accuse the Minister of fucking magic of conspiracy? Gloria exclaimed. Harry, gasping for breath, urged her to be impartial. Or Gloria, I had nothing to gain from approaching you with this, but everything to lose. I'm not foolish enough to underestimate the Minister's power. You know as well as I do how deep this goes. He winced, the pain still reverberating, but his resolve was wavering. I'm asking for justice, for the truth to be revealed. Don't let politics blind you to the reality we face. Gloria turned to leave the room before Harry shouted, Redwood has twin cupboards. They're dark items outlawed by the Ministry 100 years ago. Redwood is doing something involving Hogwarts. She has one half of it under her manor. Gloria stopped at the door and turned to stare at him. Whatever they were doing clearly worried Martin, so she decided to end him before he contacts you guys, Harry said. Hell, if need be, I can tell you where the cabinet is. Gloria looked at the orb above him and said, debrief him, then cut him loose. Throw him near the school. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The story is far-fetched. I won't deny it. Lieutenant Yara said, we pressed the kid pretty hard, with measures that are not entirely legal for minors, mind you. I doubt the entire story, but the cupboard still needs to be removed from school grounds. Lieutenant John said. After that, we need to officially take the kid into custody and slap him around till he coughs up the truth. I still think the immunity agreement with him was a mistake. How would you like to be the head of the DMLE? Harry's words echoed in Gloria's head. If the boy was speaking the truth, this would put her on top of the food chain. Even the old matriarch would be on par with her, if the minister was involved. Putting Abraham Redwood in chains would be a dream come true. The youngest DMLE head ever, Gloria Bones. Major, Yara's voice snapped her out of her stupor. Yes, I hear you, damn it. Gloria snapped. Sigh. We did pull out the files on the Hogwarts murder case. Progress is slow. Dreadfully, suspiciously slow. Yara said. Looks like they sent the most incompetent simpletons to do the job. The entire department has been filled with simpletons when the new administration took over, John said. Yara was about to reply before a red flash on her files alerted her. Hold on, there is something here. Yara's eyes widened as she stared at the red flash on her files. Without hesitation, she passed the file to Major Gloria, who quickly used her authorization to access it. Both of them exchanged worried looks, a sense of foreboding settling in the room. What's up? John said. Gloria's voice carried a mix of disbelief and concern as she read the contents. It's about the 3 Aurors we sent to investigate the Hogwarts murder case. Yara's eyebrows furrowed. What about them? Gloria continually chosen. They were subjected to disciplinary training, John. Disciplinary training? What does that even mean? They were supposed to be investigating a murder, not attending training sessions, John said. It's not that simple. They were caught with extremist Grindelwald literature in their belongings. This changes everything, Gloria said. The gravity of the situation began to sink in for John. Extremist literature? Are you saying they were sympathizers? What the hell were they doing with that? Gloria's expression was grim as she nodded. Exactly. We can't just overlook this. It puts the entire investigation under scrutiny. If it's revealed that our own Aurors had ties to Grindelwald's ideology, it would be a disaster. Gloria stood up and looked at the two. The kid was right. The minister is involved somehow and is in league with a Dark Lord. Our Dumbledore is pulling our strings to get rid of a neutral minister so he can commit horrors to the meat grinder in Russia and not get his hands directly by being in the trenches himself, John spat out. The three looked at each other in silence. Gloria was the first to break it. We must move to Hogwarts immediately and secure that cupboard. This is beyond politics. Children's lives are at stake here, Yara said. Is it really? The kid is awfully good at getting us promoted, John said. Gloria shot him a dark look. Mind elaborating on that, Lieutenant? John stared back defiantly. This is treason, Major. Just one step shy of it. Another stressful pause filled the room as the three Aurors contemplated the situation. Gloria took a deep breath and spoke. Yara, get your staff and draft a letter, outlining the entire situation minus the Petrov kid. Name him as a classified informant. Address them to Lord Potter and Black. Gloria said. I will personally meet them today to see the water's temperature. Yara saluted in response. As head of the counterintelligence team, it is my sworn duty to explore all potential threats within the homeland, Gloria said and looked towards John. Regardless of the threat's origins or association. We will never get a warrant to breach the minister's residence, Yara said. Ergo, we meet Lords Potter and Black, Gloria said, but John interrupted her. That won't be enough. Everybody knows they're political rivals of the minister, he spoke. That's why we go to Hogwarts today under the guise of meeting old friends from the department. One of you must place an alarm spell around the Petrov kid's cabinet. Whatever surprise comes from there, we need to be alert, Gloria said. If Hogwarts is under threat, we have enough legal leeway to enter Hogwarts. Also, Hecate be willing, we will gain enough goodwill from Dumbledore to get his support against the minister. The sheer goodwill he commands will be enough to rake the minister's heels over coal in Wizengamot. Yara and John stood ashen-faced in front of her and didn't respond. Gloria sighed at the display. She too was getting cold feet. Remember, Gloria said, whatever we do for the greater good. Even if it's a coup? Yara asked. Even if it's a coup, Gloria said. Hogwarts' Christmas break was over and so were his fun days. Slughorn had yelled his ears off over the evils of truancy. Apparently getting taken by Aurors in an illegal detention center amounted to a full day away from Hogwarts. Unfortunately, Slughorn had forbidden him from leaving the castle unless it was for classes, for an entire month. The only respite was Dumbledore's alchemy lessons. Today they had undergone advanced transfiguration. Quite literally the nature of alchemy. Dumbledore had insisted on performing the tasks wordlessly and forced him to memorize a whole bunch of runes and formulae. The old codger could be quite unrelenting when the moment called for it. He was also subjected to a full month's detention under a prefect. Luckily, Morrigan swooped in and volunteered for the duty. So it was without further ado, he was hanging out with her in the chamber. Narguleth slept inside his statuesque lair. Morrigan watched as he ground a fine black powder in a crushing stone. One of your alchemy pet projects? Morrigan questioned while reading an old book whose covers looked very illegal to own in Hogwarts to Harry. Harry grunted in the affirmative. Wise of you to plan ahead, Morrigan said. Just like that fateful day when Muggles had dropped bombs on them, Harry's instincts roared at him to prepare. With intense dueling out of the picture, he needed to prepare. Taking a page from the Muggles book, he worked on his own handheld devices. A self-rotating fire spell revolved around a container, hardening it. Harry summoned it as cooled off and poured the crushed powder into the containers. Did you do as I said? Morrigan asked. The cupboard's near the Ravenclaw Tower. Just like you wanted, Harry said as he continued making more containers. Morrigan nodded. All the pieces are in place now. Now we must simply wait for the night. Do ensure all those little toys of yours carry you through the night. Duly noted, Harry said. Never once in his life had the best of laid plans ever gone off without a hitch. He wasn't about to let the ghosts of the past haunt him again. Morrigan had told Rachel to inform Ashley that she had managed to secure the cupboard as a peace offering. Ashley had been stunned at the news and welcomed the girl as a prodigal sister returning home. Rachel smiled sweetly at Ashley, but in her heart, she counted the minutes down to her inevitable demise. Potions class. After a week of plodding in the darkness, attending a class like a regular kid felt weird. Harry scowled as the potion returned green fumes instead of the instructions stated colorless vapors. He had been doing well in potions under Slughorn's tutelage, but that had been shot down. Apparently, they were to be grouped in pairs for their end-term cross-functional project involving Terraflorix Enhancer. He discreetly glanced up from his titration apparatus at the stoic girl in front of him. Dark hair, pale skin, and deeply reserved emotions. This was a Black through and through. It was Doria Black, wife to Charles Potter, his grandmother. She seemed to be a far outcry from the warm expressions that he had come to associate with the Potter family. Albeit his sample size had just revolved around one Lily Potter who always seemed to be brimming with Vera de Vivre. On the opposite was Doria Black. Immaculate, polished, polite, and posh. So far, she had been pretty tolerant of his screw-ups, but Harry had spent a lifetime observing Petunia's bubbling anger erupting into a beating. Harry was confident that Doria was about to reach that same exploding point if he didn't shape up. And worse off, Harry was confident Doria's wrath would be a lot worse than anything Petunia could ever conjure up. He had seen some of the people in Slytherin and Gryffindor ending up in peculiar states courtesy of the Black family's signature spells. There was also the fact that he was a suspect in a murder investigation. Doria glanced over at the disaster titration that Harry desperately tried to hide. With a sigh, she moved to salvage the wicked concoction. "Leave it," Doria commanded. "Go ahead and chop the Nirnwood. Silver knives only, inch apart." "Yes, ma'am," Harry whispered under his breath and moved without complaints. He knew when he was out of his depth. 25 minutes later, with the potion salvaged, measured, and then checked by Slughorn, Doria flicked her workstation to its original state. Harry moved to chase after her. He had already made his move with one grandparent. What's the worst that could happen? "Doria, wait," Harry called after her as he chased her fleeting form. The stiff, rapid gait told him all he needed to know about her mood. Like the potion, Harry needed to salvage this relationship fast. "Listen, I just wanted to apologize for earlier," Harry started. "It is fine," Doria insisted as she still charged ahead while Harry awkwardly kept pace. "Just follow my lead, Mr. Petrov." Yeah," Harry said. "Listen, I would still like to make it up with TRD time you have saved the project. I just feel bad." "Study harder," Doria said, leaving Harry frowning after her marching form. A few students snickered at his plight, thinking he was a spurned lover. Harry glared at them, and their giggling shut up immediately. He would need another approach. Astronomy Tower the day after. "Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you," a cheerful, sobbing Helena rammed into Harry and wrapped her arms around him in a bear hug worthy of Molly Weasley. Harry stifled tears as memories of past life threatened to overwhelm him. "This is perfect for the research, Harry," Helena sobbed. "I hope you didn't go through all this trouble alone." Then she audibly gasped and looked at him with horror-stricken eyes. "Harry, how much did you spend on these? This must have cost a fortune. Please tell me you didn't bankrupt yourself." Helena rambled on and on. "Hermione would have loved you," Harry thought to himself. "Helena." Harry spoke, but she didn't stop. "Helena," Harry said with a firm grip on the girl's shoulders, "all is well. And no, I am not bankrupt. An associate of mine just had extra stock that was going to waste. That's all." "An extra stock of telescope of tubes, Harry?" Helena confusedly dazed. "That sounds very weird, Harry. No offense, of course." "None taken, Helena. Just," Harry sighed, closing his eyes. "Just know that friends do things for friends and don't look a gift horse too deeply in the mouth." Helena's eyes slightly narrowed, but she acquiesced. "Very well, Harry. I just hope one day we can trust each other to be perfectly honest with each other," Helena said. "Still, I am very thankful. Also, I do apologize for not getting you a present." Helena trailed off before continuing, "Money is really tight, friend." Harry was about to protest before Helena shushed him with a raised hand. "So, I did the next best thing." She held a shiny red leather-bound book in front of him. "Here, take it. I read your letter about your new potions partner and your difficulties impressing her," Helena cheekily said. "So, being the benevolent witch that I am, I decided to compile all my potions notes for the year into one book. You can have it." Harry took it with awe. "I don't know what to say, Helena." "Just know that friends do things for friends and don't look a gift horse too deeply in the mouth," Helena said with a grin. Harry laughed in response and for the first time in weeks, felt at peace. The fiery knight Morrigan had told him to shelter down in the common room for the night. Her spy had told her that Ashley would make her move tonight and he didn't need to concern himself with anything anymore. An owl hooted nearby with an invitation from Helena to join her tonight in the astronomy tower. Harry began to write a polite refusal when the alarm blared in the common room and Slughorn's voice echoed through the walls. Attention Slytherins. Armed suspects have broken into school premises. Immediately head to your dorms. Prefects initiate. Lockdown protocols. Bloody hell? Did Morrigan let Grindelwald's people inside Hogwarts? Harry furiously breathed before another panicked thought struck him. He stared at the letter in front of him. Helena is outside. Fuck. Harry shot an angry glare towards Riddle and her posse and bolted from the common room. Students hurried in every direction, panic filling the air as they rushed to get to their respective common rooms. Harry's heart pounded in his chest as he maneuvered through the panicked crowd, pushing past students and ignoring the shouts of confusion around him. A jock in Quidditch gear was running away towards the Hufflepuff common room. Harry aimed his wand at the jock's broom and stole it from him. He didn't notice losing it in the pandemonium. The grand staircases shifted unpredictably, creating new paths that Harry had to adapt to on the fly. He aimed his wand in the window nearby and shouted, "Reducto," and it shattered and cool wind blowed inside. The chill winter air struck Harry, and he leaned closer to his broom to speed faster. The tower soon loomed in sight, and he bailed from the room. "Helena?" he shouted inside the tower. There was no response. "Helena? It's Harry," he yelled again. A muffled cry sounded from the corner and Harry ran towards it. "Oh no no no, not again," Harry whimpered as he bloodied from Helena came into view. Visions of a past life of failing another prodigy echoed in his mind. Harry. Helena wheezed out. "You are going to all right," Harry said, forcing Helena to focus. "We are gonna get you to safety." He focused on a pile of junk lying near him and transfigured it into a small makeshift chair. "Cooperate with me here, kiddo," Harry encouraged Helena as he loaded her onto the levitating broom. "Harry," Helena whispered. "I overheard them. They're going after Dumbledore." "Ah, so that's what Riddle wanted." He grit his teeth and forced himself to appear positive for her sake. Let's just focus on you first." He gently led her down the tower and made his way towards the infirmary. The infirmary had been locked up and they refused to open unless the alert was lifted. He had threatened to blow down their door unless they admitted Helena immediately. Upon hearing of an injured student, they softened their stance and let her through. The nurses had insisted that he too stay, but he had forcibly pushed them off and marched through the doors. He had an assassin squad to get even with. As he neared the cupboard's location, the sound of spellfire reached him, and he spied at the duel below. "Surrender now, Ors," the familiar voice of Gloria Bones yelled. "Ah, so now you believe me. Dispose of the blood traitors," a voice commanded, "the rest of you with me." A clankering sound echoed near the departing trio and they yelped back in surprise, their shield raised up. No spellfire came as the red-garbed assassin trio curiously looked at the containers. The containers came alive as runes glowed in front of them and a dark pungent black substance enveloped the entire room. "Now you fight on my turf." The sound of coughing racked the hall. Many of the squad cast lumos, but there was no illumination. Harry took the hand of glory and grinned as the light source, only visible to him, lit up the entire environment. One of the assassins limped towards his general direction and was rewarded with a bone breaker towards his legs. He wailed in pain and the other assassins took theirs as their cue and fired back at the sound's general direction. One down, 2 to go. Another one, a woman, was now openly vomiting due to the pungent smell. Harry fired at her. Expelliarmus. Harry fired and in quick succession, stupefy. The witch was slammed into the wall behind her and was knocked out. Enough. The main assassin roared and conjured a flaming pack of wolves and unleashed them at Harry. The wolves didn't care about not being able to see as they set everything ablaze in a 180-degree angle. While Harry was distracted, the man aimed his wand at the rooftop and fired a spell. A magical translucent fan appeared that sucked all the blackened air above. Harry hid behind a Portego shield as the last of the wolves crashed into him in a suicidal charge. The intensity of the heat made his eyes water and skin blister. Having lost the element of surprise, Harry grimly evaluated his slim chances against the master assassin. The enemy didn't give him a chance to think and wordlessly fired a relentless stream of dark spells. Harry transfigured a broken statue head into a cobra and infused venom in it. A spell raced towards him, and Harry raised another shield and poured all his strength into it. "Hide now," he ordered the cobra. The spell crashed against his shield and Harry felt the onset of physical stress due to his exertion. The spells rebounded of his shield and raced back at the attacker. Wasting no time, Harry ran away from the main combat area and palmed the bracelet in his pocket. He placed it on his wrist and went invisible. "I will skin you alive, little boy." The man slurred as the effects of the cobra's poison took hold of him and took a swing of it. Harry weighed his options. His magic was all but depleted and he was on his last legs. Avada Kedavra. A haunting green curse struck and obliterated several portraits and pillars. Harry gasped at the macabre display of power. He is no longer playing. Most likely the potion rejuvenated him, Harry thought. "Ah, so, you think to hide from me now?" The man yelled. "No worries, boy. I will show you a little trick we invented in Stalingrad to hunt bastard sissy snipers." Bombarda Maxima. A massive explosion ripped open the entire corridor and Harry was hurled away from his hidey hole. The bracelet shattered on the ground impact and Harry was exposed. The man aimed his wand at him, and Harry ordered, "Kill him." The cobra lunged at the man and struck deeply in his calf. The wizard yelled and set the snake on fire in retaliation. With maddened eyes he turned towards Harry but suddenly stiffened and violently shuddered. He screeched as smoke erupted from his body and then suddenly dropped dead. A pissed-off Morgan stared at the man's paralyzed form below her. Without a word she approached him and waved her wand over him. Harry tried to shout at her but could only manage gargled chokes. He had blood in his mouth. "Calm, Harry. I took care of the other two that raced in front of him. The snakes whispered to me that you were in trouble," Morgan said. "Dumbledore just arrived and has incapacitated all the attackers." "Ah gee, thank you," Harry thought. "The Aurors have located the cupboard and are already pursuing the fleeing men through it," she said. "Soon they will stumble onto the Minster's dungeons and find a collection of dark artifacts there." She turned towards him again as Harry could only glare at her anger. Morgan frowned. "Stay awake, Petrov, we will be at the infirmary soon." Harry could only nod with repressed motor functions. Soon, unconsciousness gripped him. ******* Minister of Magic Abraham Redwood flees London pursued by Aurors. In a shocking turn of events, Minister of Magic Abraham Redwood has fled London while being pursued by Aurors, leaving the wizarding world in a state of upheaval and uncertainty. The Daily Prophet has learned that an attack on Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is linked to the Minister's manor, leading to an emergency session of the Wizengamot and an overwhelming vote for his impeachment. Last night, Aurors launched a raid on the Minister's manor in an operation shrouded in secrecy due to its highly classified nature. Details of the raid are limited, but the fact that it occurred shortly after the attack on Hogwarts has raised suspicions among the wizarding community. The Wizengamot, convened in an emergency session, acted swiftly, impeaching the disgraced minister in an overwhelming majority. Red warrants have been issued for Abraham Redwood, and he has been declared persona non grata, prompting speculation about his whereabouts and motives for fleeing. Adding to the intrigue, Redwood's daughter, who attended Hogwarts, has also vanished from the school, making her the subject of a summons issued by the Department for Magical Law Enforcement. Rumors say it is connected to the earlier tragic demise of a young Slytherin. The sudden disappearance of both the minister and his daughter has raised concerns about their connection to recent events. With the minister's impeachment, the wizarding world now faces a critical situation. Emergency elections are anticipated to be announced soon to determine the future leadership of the Ministry of Magic. While the circumstances remain uncertain, the Daily Prophet urges all citizens to remain calm during this crisis and trust in the institutions of the wizarding community to restore order and stability. As investigations continue into the attack on Hogwarts and the reasons behind Minister Redwood's flight, the Daily Prophet will provide timely updates on these developments to keep the wizarding community informed and prepared for the days ahead. Dumbledore wrapped the newspaper and casually threw it away. Grindelwald had finally done it. He had attacked Hogwarts. Attacks on him in Eldermore were on thing. Attacks on him where his students could be collateral damage was a line in the sand that Grindelwald just crossed. He was quite willing to let the chips fall where they may, but this demanded retribution. His phoenix sang a gentle melody to calm his mood, and Dumbledore sent an appreciative glance his way. The phoenix probably restrained much of his younger impulses from acting too aggressively. He sighed and got up towards his phoenix and gently pet it. "Old friend, I need to get to the Potter Manor, Chamber of Secrets 1 week later." Harry walked with purpose toward the Chamber of Secrets. A million things demanded his attention at the moment, but he was too enraged to think straight. Morrigan waited for him in the chamber. He found her standing in the middle of the chamber, staring at him with an impassive expression. Narguleth lingered behind her. "You got some guts, Riddle," Harry shouted as he stood in front of her, wand in hand. If today was the day he ended this, so be it. "Did it ever occur you to tell me about a plan involving Grindelwald's men sneaking into Hogwarts to kill Dumbledore?" Morrigan's voice was calculated. The plan worked to perfection. Redwood was exposed. His administration is no more, and the Parkinson girl has told a perfect tale of how Ashley was involved in Martin's murder. None are concerned about you anymore. Not the point here. You risked lives. Hundreds could have died. Harry yelled at the cold abomination in front of him. "And pray tell how many lives are lost daily in Russia, France, and Poland due to Grindelwald's action?" Morrigan mockingly said. "All because Dumbledore is too cowardly to embrace his strength and do what's necessary. I needed to devise a proper casus belli to motivate him. An attack on his precious Hogwarts was the only way to do so." Harry's frustration was palpable. "You can't just play with people's lives like that, Morrigan. Innocent lives were put in danger because of your actions." Morrigan's tone remained unflinching. "Innocence is a casualty of war, Harry. Sometimes sacrifices are unavoidable in the bigger picture. This conflict has lingered, and Redwood's influence must end. I forced the hand of those who should lead, not rely on teenagers to do their thinking for them. Also, you are the last person who should talk about trust and deception, Potter." She forced the last bit out with a deliberate Ashley. "Wearing a false name and hoping to have a grand reunion with your family, Potter. Don't involve them in this. They're not relevant at the moment," Harry shot back. "And don't assume I'm oblivious, Harry. You tipped off the Aurors about our plan, about the cupboard. Only you knew, beside me. Disloyalty toward me has severe consequences," Morrigan said. Harry's fury briefly fizzled, and he took a step back. Morrigan smiled coldly at his reaction. "Only 2 of us knew about the cupboard, Harry. I told Abraxas it was a portkey," she said. "Helena could have died because of your actions," Harry whispered. "A tragic but acceptable consequence. However, I do point out she lives," Morrigan said. "Accept the circumstance as is, Harry. You cannot win this." Something broke inside Harry at Morrigan's last response. He pulled out a bag and held a crystal piece in front of her. Morrigan aimed her wand at him in caution. The symbol of fury clearly etched on the cube in the dragon tongue. "Know what this is?" Harry whispered again. Morrigan shrugged but looked alert. "Formulated mercury enhanced with rage," he said, and smashed the crystal on the floor and threw one at the basilisk behind. An explosion rocked through the chamber and Morrigan was blown back. Narguleth angrily hissed as he was temporarily blinded. Morrigan leapt out with a fury and charged at him, wand glowing green. "You dare, Petrov, after everything I have done for you?" Morrigan yelled, leveling the wand between his eyes. Before she could fire, Harry pointed toward the inside of his jacket, linked with large shards of crystals with similar rune markings as before, and Riddle paused. "I knew I could never win this against you, Riddle, but I won't allow you to be a winner either," Harry said. "If I go down, you go down to hell with me." Even the stoic Morrigan's resolve wavered at the implication, and she held up her hand to stop Narguleth from striking. "My terms are simple, Morrigan," Harry said. "You want service and loyalty. Fair enough. I expect things in return." Morrigan didn't reply but stared down at him, calculating. Glowing wand to the forehead. Enough explosives to bring down the chamber strapped to a chest. The two heirs stared at each other in an impasse. Chapter endnotes. Author notes. Another chapter and the second last chapter of the Slytherin Civil War arc. I'm kinda beat right now with flu, so couldn't thoroughly edit the document. Apologies for grammar errors. We'll edit it first thing in the morning. Do let me know what you think of the story so far. I eagerly await your reviews. Please review, follow, and favorite. Also, don't forget to review. Chapter 18. The board is reset. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter 18. Daily Prophet Abraham Redwood found dead in Poland. A tragic end for disgraced minister. In a shocking turn of events, Abraham Redwood, the once prominent minister of the magical community, has been found dead in Poland. Redwood had been on the run since fleeing England in a desperate attempt to escape imminent arrest by the Wizengamot. The disgraced minister's lifeless body was discovered earlier today, sending shockwaves through the wizarding world. Redwood's downfall began when his allegiance to the dark wizard Gellert Grindelwald was exposed. The minister had aligned himself with Grindelwald's malevolent cause, aiming to advance his power. However, his plans crumbled, leading to his disgrace and subsequent flight from justice. Daily Prophet. Breaking news: Adam Riverwood emerges victorious in ministerial election. A new era dawns. In the wake of the scandalous exit of Abraham Redwood, the magical community has turned its gaze toward a new leader. In a resounding victory, Justice Party candidate Adam Riverwood has been elected as the new Minister of Magic. Riverwood, a one-time political protege of the esteemed Albus Dumbledore, has captured the hearts of the wizarding electorate with his vision for a brighter future, defeating his opponents by a landslide. Riverwood's victory signifies a clear mandate for progressive views. With an emphasis on economic revitalization and job creation, Riverwood's platform resonated with voters who are eager to see the magical society flourish once again after the long recession. In a particularly notable aspect of his campaign, Riverwood vowed to put Britain on war footing to combat international disorder. This statement alludes not so subtly to the recent invasion of Russia by the dark wizard Gellert Grindelwald. Hogwarts months later, portraits looked in interest and sneers as Harry and Doria stood before the panel. Headmaster Dippet sat at the center, flanked by the portly figure of Horace Slughorn and the herbology professor Brightstar. Doria's voice cut through the quiet with purpose. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed members of this panel, we are pleased to present our cross-subject project. She spoke with a steady confidence that commanded attention. The Terraflorix enhancer has proven to be a resounding success. Through the fusion of base plant breeds like Nirnwood and Purple Mountain Flower, we've not only amplified the catalyst properties of the enhancer but also achieved harmony between the botanical elements. Professor Brightstar leaned forward, his monocle glinting in the candlelight. A splendid accomplishment, my dear. The blending of magical flora is a field of great promise. Slughorn nodded, his face alight with genuine interest. Indeed, a merger of herbology and potions has the potential to redefine magical concoctions. As Doria stepped aside, Harry took his place, his tone vibrant with enthusiasm. But that's not all. We've pushed the boundaries further. He produced a vial, its contents shimmering like molten gold. Allow me to introduce the Edoras potion. Armando Dippet leaned forward, his eyes locking onto the potion. A defense-enhancing potion, if I'm not mistaken. Exactly, Headmaster, Harry affirmed. The Edoras potion grants the drinker sturdy, rock-like skin, bolstering their defenses against physical harm. Horace's eyebrows arched. His curiosity piqued. Defensive magic in a potion? Admirable, indeed. Armando's eyes narrowed slightly. But we've seen similar potions before, with their limitations. He appeared rather dismissive of the entire project. Such potions have been disregarded by the Auror Corps because they interfered with latent wards of their clothing items. Doria seized the opportunity to respond. That's where our cross-subject collaboration comes into play. Our research intertwines herbology and potions, ensuring compatibility between the potion and the individual's magical clothing and wards. By researching plant-based silks and cotton that react synergistically with the Edoras potion, we aim to overcome the inherent challenges. Harry continued, his voice firm. Our ultimate goal is to develop an all-functioning suit, a defense mechanism that responds dynamically to hostile situations, adapting to the threats at hand. Horace's jovial expression shifted into a thoughtful one. A versatile armor, tailored to the wearer's immediate needs. Harry's gaze met each panelist's eyes, his words imbued with earnestness. Professors, our project is not just academic. If successful, it holds the potential to reshape the landscape of wizarding security. In light of recent events, I am confident such a product will meet the market demands. This will save lives against Grindelwald fools. Harry's unspoken implication echoed in the panelists' minds. Dippet's stern countenance softened, a noble endeavor, indeed. Brightstar's voice carried a note of admiration. Your vision extends beyond theory, reaching the realm of practical impact. Doria and Harry exchanged glances and Harry nodded. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. You are getting good at this, Doria remarked. The two were having a last meeting before they headed out to their respective homes for the summer vacation. Thank you, Doria, Harry said. Means a lot. I do mean it, Harry, Doria said. You have come a long way from when we started. To be honest, your progress has been astounding. I must admit. I had help, Harry said. Doria raised an inquisitive eyebrow. Helena Rook from Ravenclaw. She has been Merlin sent to me. Ah, Helena. I have met her a few times, although in professional settings only, I must admit, she said and went deep through. If possible, I would love to meet her after hours. Harry's heart nervously rose, and he took a wild hit. We were planning to meet earlier. I would love it if you could join us, Harry stammered out. I beg your pardon, Doria said. I mean, we were planning to meet at Hogsmeade later. Would love it if you could join us, Harry said. Didn't Headmaster's order explicitly state no detours outside since the attack? Doria said. He did. But I don't think one afternoon away is going to kill someone, Harry said. Besides, I know a way out. They will never know a thing. Delightfully devilish, Mr. Petrov. Doria grinned. I suppose I too could use a distraction. Besides, an afternoon with Helena is a lot better than some of your newer friends. Harry gulped. I am not sure I follow, Doria. Your current batch of mates leave much to be desired, Harry, Doria said. Undoubtedly you have heard of their internal manifesto? Harry didn't reply. Just know this, whatever you think she can do for you, it is not worth it. There are few people in this world whose sorceries ever concern me. She is the only one besides Grindelwald who concerns me. Her prowess defies all comprehension. My FS agrees with Dumbledore, but his infamous suspicion of her is one point where I fully endorse him, Doria said. I don't know what to say, Doria, Harry said. To be honest, I haven't interacted too much with her broader circle. Doria sighed and rubbed her temples. Although you have limitless potential, Harry, Dumbledore isn't a fool. You still are new here, Doria said and moved to stare directly into his eyes. Even the mightiest of wizards can be brought down by 1,000 snake bites. Please be careful, Harry. Harry solemnly nodded, too petrified by her invasion of his personal space to do anything else. She suddenly turned away smirking and marched towards the exit. Now I believe I am owed an afternoon of boozy fun someday, Mr. Petrov. Make good on your promise, Doria said. Harry merely nodded. Sure thing, ma'am. Somewhere in Russia. Mariam Shaw was the head of the intelligence for Grindelwald's legions. Like most, she had been an unemployed teenager wasting her life in Tehran. She gambled on chess and cards by day and drank away her winning by night. On the odd day, she would lend her wand to any who wanted spare manpower for odd deeds. Her mother, who had homeschooled her since she was a babe, had kicked her out when she reached 24. Mariam had neither marriage nor job prospects. Still, she yearned for a life of luxury and adventure. Falling into a life of crime seemed inevitable. Sitting on a 25-year prison sentence after a failed drop-off for poaching and smuggling too seemed inevitable in hindsight. All seemed lost till one day Grindelwald attacked her prison and single-handedly freed all the prisoners. He offered them a choice, to flee into the wilds and take their chances with the Aurors or enlist in his armies and make a new world order. It had taken only 2 heartbeats for Mariam to enlist in Grindelwald's army. Drawing upon a decade of experience in the criminal underworld and coupled with 5 years of mentorship in dark arts under Grindelwald, Mariam was a perfect knife. She was Grindelwald's left hand. A station above even the likes of Anika of the Black Hand and General Gustav of the Legions. During the early days, she bankrolled Grindelwald's by robbing banks, holding their heirs hostage, and forming underground herbology labs to grow ingredients for potion supplies. It was only a few years later, Grindelwald's petty uprising had grown into a full-blown world war that threatened the very foundations of their established world. Mariam wished she could be proud of what they had accomplished, but she couldn't. As she toured the desolate ruins of France under an invisibility cloak, Mariam knew her time on this earth. Grindelwald will turn his attention to her. It was inevitable, not if she stabbed first. She had a long overdue meeting with the elusive Eclipse. The mistress of deception, Morgan Le Fay, had once remarked that, "There is no task more challenging to undertake, more fraught with danger to navigate, or more unpredictable in its outcomes, than assuming the forefront in ushering in a novel way of doing things." Such was a quandary that hounded Gellert Grindelwald. The rules for rulers stated that a ruler should maneuver his subjects in accordance with the external circumstances. In times of war, the boisterous, murderous, and excess-prone knights should be given preferential treatment. For it is their blade that holds your foes at bay. Yet in times of peace, where a knight's excess over the peasantry might cause a popular revolt, you must quietly slide a dagger in their throats, so they bother none. A quiet land is a peaceful land. When Gellert Grindelwald first started his popular uprising, the pureblood families laughed at him. The Sacred 28 had chased him out of their circles. For all his massive individual might, Grindelwald still needed someone to keep the troops in order, secure logistics, make diplomatic headways, manage spies, and take care of discreet business. In a masterstroke of political play, Grindelwald had turned to one manpower that had remained underutilized for over a century. The Muggleborns. Young, aged between 20 to 30, and with massive unemployment and lack of opportunities hounding them, they had been thoroughly enamored with Grindelwald's words. It hadn't taken much to rile them up against their pureblood masters. City after city, legions of Muggleborns rose in open defiance of their lot in life. The very fabric of society was flipped on its head by Grindelwald. Whereas the pureblood families jealously guarded tomes, rituals, bloodlines, and spells from each other, Grindelwald set up dedicated regiment camps to share knowledge. Under his tutelage, there was no stigma nor hidden truths. Soon disgruntled and obese citizens were transformed into skilled, disciplined, and eagle-eyed mages that heralded back to ancient mage armies of Atlantis, Babylon, Egypt, Greece, Sassanid Persia, and India. Now they were with Grindelwald. Taking inspiration from his Muggle counterparts, Grindelwald introduced combined arms tactics into modern warfare. Mages were sent forth on magical beasts with legions of healers in back camps to support them. Arcane artillery supported massed cavalry charges. Portals enveloped entire legions and moved them with such speed that even Napoleon and the Great Khan would have wept with envy. In the end, it was inevitable that Grindelwald's armies obliterated the ragtag volunteer militias and Horror Corps of Poland, France, North Africa, and Czechoslovakia. In the end, it was inevitable that a dictator like Grindelwald slowly began to retire from his army. The Muggleborns were merely an end for Grindelwald to get the pureblood clans to listen to him. Grindelwald had always believed in equality amongst wizards. But purebloods' families were to be the first among equals. After all, it was the Hecate given the divine right of the nobility to guide the sheep. In the dark hours of the night, Grindelwald had courted repentant pureblood factions. The Blacks, Redwoods, Romanovs, and more. He had promised them greater powers in the new era in return for acknowledging them as their lord and master. Slowly yet surely, repentant purebloods had joined Grindelwald's army as officers and commanders. Yet many still fought Grindelwald on principle alone, refusing to listen to his madness of total war. Muggleborns had been sent into the thresher in great numbers to cull their numbers. They were in a hard place. In the end, they too were a pawn in the greater game that Grindelwald envisioned. The total war against Muggles for the ultimate control of the planet. All had been going according to plan until they invaded Russia. Many mages who had earlier lost against Grindelwald in Europe had gained experience with his tactics. They formed their militias and retreated into Russia. In turn, they prepped Russian forces for his inevitable assault. At first, Grindelwald unleashed havoc upon Russians and chased them back to Moscow. And when the unusually cold winter settled, havoc had been unleashed upon him. Guerrilla forces had struck at his portals, limiting his movements. When his forces were scattered and couldn't use portals for instant resupplies, the resistance had crawled from the trees and started slitting throats. It was slowly turning into a massacre. In a last-ditch attempt, he sacrificed 1/4 of his legion to summon a blood ward powered by the faith of the fanatics in him. That had put an end to the guerrilla attacks and shifted the momentum back to Grindelwald. All that had lasted for a grand total of 6 months till Redwood awoke a sleeping dragon. Albus Dumbledore had been positively identified in the field breaking his wards. The guerrilla attacks were picking up again. The Russian annexation was slowly turning into an unswallowable nightmare. Now with lowered Muggleborns to throw at the problem, Grindelwald was beginning to worry. Stalingrad, Russia. The city was restless. For over a year now fierce fighting had engulfed the entirety of it. The backlash was felt not only in the psychic heart of it as well. Fire clashed against fire, bestial claws and fangs rendered human flesh to ribbons and in turn, was vaporized by precision spellfire. Arcane wards stood resolute, pushed to their limits by the onslaught of summoned monstrosities that thrashed and roared, only to be met with the thunderous barrage of relentless artillery fire. Occasionally, the seers would report hearing the wails of widows and howls of wounded combatants where the firmament of the world was rendered weak. The city will forevermore be remembered by the titanic battle fought within its confines. A Russian had remarked, "Stalingrad is no longer a town. Animals flee this hell. The hardest stones cannot bear it for long. Only men endure." Albus Dumbledore surveyed his surroundings and couldn't help but agree. The devastation wrought by Grindelwald was beyond imagining. Dumbledore grimaced as pangs of guilt struck his heart. He should have hurried in confronting Grindelwald. For the last 2 days, they had scoured the entire landscape looking for hidden totems that Grindelwald had used as anchors. Albus Dumbledore's piercing gaze caught a glint of something otherworldly amidst the desolation. He moved forward with a mixture of caution and anticipation, his heart pounding in rhythm with the arcane forces that surged around him. There, partially obscured by the shadows of ruination, stood the totem he had been searching for. Several compulsions struck his mind at once. Dumbledore felt his heart race, his instincts roared at him to run, and he was short of breath. With a determined breath, he focused on his occlumency shields and brought them to bear. The feelings of imminent doom dissipated as Dumbledore regained control of his brain. The air around the totem pulsed with an aura of faded energies as it weakened itself in a desperate battle of wills against Dumbledore. With a long overhead arch of his wand, the barriers broke. A distant cheer of Russian soldiers sounded off as they saw the hated barriers fall. In the distance, beasts howled in outrage at the intrusion towards their lair. Ura! Ura! The Russian and volunteer legions roared in response and charged the now accessible fortifications. Not satisfied with being a mere cursebreaker, Dumbledore smiled grimly as he joined his fellow legionnaires in the fray. Grindelwald will rue the day he set bloody hands on Hogwarts. Hogwarts snakes. There were too many Merlin-damned snakes. He had seen more snakes in the last 24 hours combined than he had in any other portion of his life. It involved a species of snakes not found in common lore. But yeah, it had been there. Papers, parchments, and books. He was tired of it all. As much as he had vowed to study hard in this new life, he just couldn't be bothered right now. There were no ludicrous charges against him, and despite the ending, all had gone well. Also, the final exams had gone swimmingly well for Harry. Their cross-subject project proposal had been deemed worthy for final submission. The term had ended, and all the students were either packing or waiting for the train to be ready. He needed a break from it all. Something about all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. That's one of the reasons he was racing through the course under a blessed sun with cool winds, miserably trying to catch a quaffle. The trees were rustling, the birds were chirping. Helena was having a picnic with her girlfriends in the audience stands, and Harry was getting smoked. He was a seeker, damn it, Harry thought. Amid the excitement of the game, Charles broke the silence. "Harry, why did you do it?" he asked, his tone a mix of curiosity and challenge. Harry's brow furrowed as he focused on the incoming quaffle. "I just wanted to do a good deed," he replied, his voice determined. Charles let out a scoff, his eyes glinting mischievously. "Good deed, huh? No Slytherin has ever had the guts to stand up to Ashley Redwood and her gang before." Harry's grip on his broom tightened as he deftly caught the quaffle. He glanced at Charles before answering quietly, "That's not entirely true. Some did stand up to her." Charles's eyebrows shot up in surprise. He paused for a moment, processing Harry's words. "Oh, and who might those brave souls be?" Harry's lips curved into a small smile, a hint of defiance in his eyes. "People you might not expect." Charles's lips twitched into a smirk as he launched another throw, the quaffle soaring through the air toward Harry. The younger wizard pushed his broom harder, racing to catch up with the quaffle before it got away. As he secured the quaffle, Charles continued their conversation. Riddle, perhaps? Charles's tone was laced with skepticism as he mentioned the name. Harry's eyes met Charles's for a moment, his expression unreadable. He swiftly returned to the game, his broom darting as he aimed to intercept the quaffle's path. With a precise catch, he replied evenly, Riddle isn't the only one. Charles's features remained stubborn, his competitive spirit evident as he aimed for another powerful throw. Even so, Riddle hardly seems like a better choice than Redwood. Harry's jaw clenched, his determination evident as he adjusted his grip on the quaffle. He surged forward on his broom, meeting the quaffle in midair with an impressive catch. As he landed back on his broom, he met Charles's gaze head-on. Charles, it's not about better choices, he said firmly. It's about standing up against injustice and tyranny, no matter where it comes from. Aren't you the regular Dumbledore ite? Charles said. Harry raised his eyebrows at the remark but didn't press it. Charles's voice was tinged with skepticism as he asked, So, Harry, how much do the Potters owe you for this gift of yours? Harry's brow furrowed, a mix of annoyance and frustration in his eyes. I wasn't lying when I said it's free of charge, no strings attached, he retorted, his voice firm. Charles's gaze remained fixed on Harry, his expression thoughtful. He hesitated for a moment before replying, It's just hard to believe that there's no ulterior motive behind it. Harry's grip on the quaffle tightened as he soared through the air, trying to keep up with Charles's swift maneuvers. He shot a pointed look at Charles. Look, Charles, your father leads an important fight in the Wizengamot. And having someone like Martin blackmailing your family wouldn't sit well with him, would it? Charles's brow furrowed, his expression pensive. He didn't immediately respond, choosing instead to circle his broom and ascend upwards into the sky. Harry struggled to match Charles's speed on his older broom, his frustration is palpable. He called out to Charles, his voice slightly strained, Hey, don't just leave me behind. As Charles's broom hovered above him, Harry couldn't help but feel a tinge of anticipation. The determined glint in Charles's eyes hinted that he was about to address something significant. With a sudden burst of speed, Charles caught the quaffle that Harry had thrown his way. In that charged moment, as the quaffle exchanged hands, Charles's gaze locked onto Harry's. Harry seemed to hover just a bit closer, his voice low and intense. With Martin and Redwood's unexpected ends, you think I would be a better business partner, no? Will you be? Charles asked. Considering the circumstances, our interests might align better now, Harry said. Our interests? Charles's grip on the quaffle tightened, and his tone was direct as he asked, What are our interests, Mr. Petrov? Stop letting degenerates walk all over poor folks, Harry said as Charles' eyes bored into him. Did you have anything to do with those unexpected ends? Charles asked. Harry's heart skipped a beat, his breath catching in his throat at the blunt question. He met Charles's gaze, his eyes searching for any hint of suspicion or accusation. The wind rustled through their hair as the tension hung heavy between them. Something in his demeanor must have given him away because Charles barked out a sharp laugh. Harry stared at him in bewilderment. Charles's laughter was almost manic, and he looked at Harry with fierce intensity. Oh, come on, Harry, he said, his voice laced with a dangerous edge. Do you honestly think I'd shed a tear for those two pureblood supremacist degenerates? Harry's bewilderment deepened, and he tried to find words to respond, but Charles's next words cut him off. They got what they deserved, and then some, Charles continued, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity. He leaned in slightly, his voice dropping to a near whisper. And if you had even a 1% involvement in their disappearance, you've just earned a sliver of my respect. Harry's eyes widened in shock, his mind racing to process Charles's words. He never expected this kind of reaction from Charles, this vehement agreement that those individuals deserved their fate. The intensity in Charles's eyes sent shivers down Harry's spine, and he struggled to find the right response. Charles, Harry began, his voice faltering as he tried to find the right words to convey his thoughts. Charles held up a hand, cutting him off. Don't say anything, Harry. Actions speak louder than words. He smirked, a touch of dark amusement in his expression. If you did have a hand in it, well, I suppose we'll find out sooner or later. But for now, let's just say that our interests align quite nicely. Harry's mind raced as he processed Charles's words. He had never anticipated this reaction, this unexpected understanding between them. A weight had lifted off his shoulders, yet a new weight settled in its place as he realized the implications of their conversation. Charles looked over to him again. "I do apologize for not reaching out to you earlier, but with you under the Inquisitor's glare and the Aurors snooping about, I didn't think it wise to bring attention to you." Harry's grip tightened on his broom as it dangerously swayed in the upper atmosphere. Charles laughed at Harry's predicament. "Let's get you down, sport. Before you faint here," Charles said, and Harry's eye twitched at the mockery till a wicked idea came to him. "Say, Charles, you have a snitch about you someplace?" Harry asked. "Yeah, why?" Charles said, eyes narrowed. "How about it, Charles?" "Best of three," Harry said with a wicked grin. "Surely you don't need to fear anything from a guy who is about to faint." "Game on, Petrov," Charles said. "I'll show you Gryffindor," Harry thought. Hogwarts. Harry Petrov sighed as he ventured forth. This was a part of his new Hogwarts experience that he hated the most. Morrigan Riddle had sent him a letter requesting his presence in the dungeons, one of the storerooms she used to use as a hideout in her early days. Harry half wondered if this was a trap to finish off what happened in the chamber. Harry wondered if she was worried he was about to lay her into a trap. He had caught her off guard when they last met. It was a damned good feeling seeing her confused and nervous for once instead of the other way around. With a deep breath, Harry entered the room and found Riddle standing behind a chessboard. Her pale skin and purple eyes wickedly shined under the light of conjured orbs. "Welcome, Harry," she said, and gestured for him to take a seat. Harry warily cast an eye around the suspiciously quiet room and cool room. He found no hidden men or traps at an initial glance. Riddle smiled encouragingly at his conclusions as if reading his mind. Morrigan gestured to the table between them, where an intricate wizarding chessboard rested. "Shall we begin a game of wizard's chess? It's a perfect way to pass the time while we talk." Harry eyed the chessboard and agreed with a nod. "Word is, you have passed your final year project defense." "Congratulations." Riddle started as she moved a white pawn forward. "Pawn to e4. Harry moved his pawn in response. "Your sources seem to keep you well informed, but thanks." Pawn to d4. "I try my best." Morrigan moved another pawn to c4. Harry, ever the blunt one, cut straight to the point. "What's the purpose of this meeting, Morrigan? Last time we met we nearly killed each other. You might forget or pretend it never happened, but I won't." Harry captured a pawn and Morrigan moved a pawn to e5 in response. "Oh, Harry, I never forget," she replied. "But to answer your question, I have a mutually beneficial proposal for you. I propose that we restart our tutoring sessions." "Why?" Harry said. He distantly eyed the chessboard, conforming to her will. Harry moved his knights forward in response to her move. "Why?" Riddle asked in puzzlement. "Aside from practical knowledge from yours truly, I think it will be beneficial for us to communicate more. After all, our last meeting was largely due to a failure to communicate." "You mean when you nearly got my friends killed? Or the time you hid crucial information from me?" Harry said with a darkening expression. He moved pieces at random, no longer caring for the game. Riddle never loses her serene demeanor, which happens to be a failure to communicate, Harry. "By spending more time together, we can get to know each other better." She was swapping her rook's location with her queen. Morrigan laughed softly again. "Besides, Harry, it's not about schoolwork. I'm offering you mentorship in more arcane forms of magic." "Why?" Harry said. Morrigan's eyes locked onto his with a newfound intensity. "Because you interest me, Harry. We share a rare gift, Parseltongue, just like Salazar himself. He wouldn't have wanted those who shared our gifts to fight each other. Even you must have felt our magic roar in harmony when we first met. We should cooperate, don't you think? Salazar died thousands of years ago. I could care less about what he thinks. He is dead. I am not. What he thought is now irrelevant," Harry said, recklessly moving his pieces and getting demolished in return. "Well, if the legacy of a founder doesn't interest you, think of all that we have accomplished. Together we ended the reign of Ashley over Slytherin and deposed a minister. All the while not even being Hogwarts graduates," she said. "Think of what we can accomplish together. We are not so different, Harry." At another time Harry had similar words. "We are not so different, Potter." A boy whispered to him. "We are different, Riddle," Harry insisted. Morgan leaned forward slightly. "We're both broken, Harry, abandoned by a system that should have protected us. We both have an insatiable thirst for knowledge and a need to secure ourselves against the cruelty of the world. The knowledge you seek, I alone am willing to share it with you," Riddle said. "Why else would you seek revenge against Martin, Ashley, or even those hapless Muggle scientists?" Harry didn't say anything. "You see, you could have gone to a teacher and complained to your heart's content. Or worse, you could have taken your beat and pretended to have a superior morality by turning the other cheek like the vast majority of those fools. Instead, you took action," Morgan said, waves of excitement now lashing off her. "Even though your foes outpaced you in everything, yet you still stood triumphant. As you said, he is dead. You are alive. You are a man of action, Harry. I can respect that." She moved her pieces and remarked, "Verily, I have often laughed at the weaklings, who think themselves good because they have crippled paws." Harry gave a confused stare at the remark. Riddle shook her head dismissively. "An old German. No need to worry about it." "Duly noted," Harry dryly said. "Not sure I still want to learn dark magic under you," to which Riddle amusedly shook her head again. "Dark magic. Light magic. The only difference is, Harry, what one observes at a particular point in history from the future," Morgan said. "I offer you power. Surely you don't think this conflict will end with Grindelwald dead, no? Deep down you know what the future holds." An image of a mushroom cloud over Hogwarts went off in Harry's head. Riddle smiled knowingly at hits coming. "Riddle, why do you resist him?" Harry spat out. Riddle hummed merrily and shattered his bishop's defense. "I would rather avoid mass bloodshed with preemptive strikes. However, if it comes down to it, I won't avoid a fight. Be it Grindelwald, Muggles, Goblins, or the Ministry. I will fight for the rejuvenation of our world," Morgan said. "And I know you won't either, Harry." She decisively moved her bishops. "Checkmate, Harry." Harry stared at the chessboard. "Besides, you have time to think over your response. We will be spending a lot of time together regardless," Morgan said. "Why?" Harry narrowed his eyes. "Oh, didn't you hear?" Riddle said with faux concern. "Somebody let loose to dip it that you had no summer home. Hogwarts policy expressly forbids vagrancy, so he got in touch with people at Wool's orphanage and arranged boarding for you there. You are technically underaged after all." Harry audibly sighed at her, to which Riddle laughed. "Cheer up, Harry. I don't mind sharing s'mores with you over the summer." She got up from her chair and waved her wand at the chess set. A glowing queen's gambit emblazoned itself on it. "Don't stay up too late now," she sang. "Ciao, Harry." Harry's eyes twitched as the orb went quiet and darkness engulfed him. Chapter endnotes. Author notes. Wanted to write a somewhat slow chapter after the combat-heavy last chapter. Don't worry, the summer saga will have plenty of action and twists. Poor Harry having to suffer under Morgan all summer. Summer vacays just aren't for our poor lad. With that said, don't forget to review. I love hearing your thoughts, praise and criticism, all of it. Please review, kudos, fav, follow, and comment. Ch19. Summer Troubles chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Russia General Gustav nervously palmed his medals. Such actions had recently and frequently begun plaguing the indomitable general's posture. His Lord Grindelwald had taken a flight of his senses ever since Poland was subdued. The man had become a victim of his propaganda. Where he had relied on multiple tools in his arsenal to accomplish a task, Grindelwald now saw all problems as nails. Nails that needed the hammer of his legions to be corrected. Many a time where a diplomatic tactic would have brought low the enemy, Grindelwald had ordered irrational attacks. Through his own considerable merit and military acumen, they had managed to subdue the blowback as much as humanly possible. Unfortunately, the recent Stalingrad fiasco had begun to become a bleed beyond his ability to patch. Hundreds of troops died daily by coordinated attacks. An army built for agile warfare on plains was decimated in urban street battles and raids. In a fit of anger and on the urging of those treacherous leeches, Grindelwald had ordered 1/3 of his men executed for cowardice. Their blood had been used to set up blood wards. Despite the horrific act, the wards did stop the further slaughter of his troops by Russian partisans. It lasted a few good months until Gustav had to write the worst possible report of the war. His troops had positively identified Albus Dumbledore on the battlefield. That's when Grindelwald's madness and paranoia had reached its zenith. So, is it true? Grindelwald asked while facing outside the tent. It is, my lord. The Third Corps itself confronted the man, Gustav said. Confronted him and lost, you mean, General? A voice said from the right. Gustav clenched his jaw in anger as Julius came in sight. Tan complexion marred by undeath greeted him. The man was unusually tall and lanky. Julius was the head of the vampire delegation accompanying Grindelwald's legions. Despite being sycophancy personified, Gustav begrudgingly gave the vampire credit. Julius was a formidable blood mage and a ferocious melee fighter. Gustav took the bait. Our legions have control over 70% of the city. After 8 months of fighting and considerable losses to man and beast, Julius sarcastically said, had your troops guarded our laboratories, we would have had the entire country on its knees by now. Those abominations should stay away from respectable eyes if we intend to keep assimilating the new territories into the fold, Gustav said. Assimilation will be a problem, General? Has the military failed in peacekeeping duties as well? Julius shot back. I did hear the French partisans have struck significant blows against you. Gustav once again made to argue, but Grindelwald's stern voice silenced them. Enough, Grindelwald shouted. A pause followed before he continued. Mariam, do you have an opinion? Dumbledore hasn't been sighted in Stalingrad, my lord, Mariam said. Surprise filled the room and even Grindelwald paused to turn around and stare at Mariam. Mariam was undeterred. Credible sources under interrogation have revealed that it was not Albus but Aberforth Dumbledore that was in Stalingrad. The ruse was concocted by the discontented British elite to force Albus Dumbledore's hand in combating you. Why yes, Aberforth was always the more belligerent of the brothers, Grindelwald muttered before he stiffened his posture. I knew Albus was too much of a coward to directly challenge me. Gustav was now visibly flustered. How can you spit such shit, Spymaster? What of the attack on Hogwarts? Why would Dumbledore ignore that? Language, General. Mariam chided. My lord, news of the attack has been greatly exaggerated by the new British minister. Please note that the British government has a significant stake in the Daily Prophet. As such, they can force them to print whatever they want. Stunned silence once again filled the room as all 3 occupants stared at her. Your will is indomitable, my lord. Even now my spies within Russia tell me that their forces are at a breaking point. Soon you will be master of all Europe. Mariam said. If anything, my calculations tell me we have the necessary forces to attack Britain. Completely nonsense. Gustav bellowed. This leech and you. He pointed his finger between Julius and Mariam. The two of you have never been honest to this movement. Always poisoning the ears of our lords for our agendas. I won't have it. Julius stood silent, clearly confused by Mariam's play. He crossed his arms and halted any rebuttals, more content to observe for now. All to the contrary, General. I have never been more confident about our triumph, Mariam said. A war on 2 fronts has never failed anyone. Complete hogwash. My lord, I implore you, let us pull out of Stalingrad before the Russians whittle us to the bone. My forward scouts have reported signs of an imminent encircle, Gustav protested. Avada Kedavra, Grindelwald whispered. Gustav fell dead with a shocked expression. Tell me more, Grindelwald said, and Mariam smiled. London Irma Black was in a predicament. She was in a heated frying pan sizzling away for all to see. Her brother, Sirius, had all but taken control of the house from her. Friendly cousins inside the family were in short supply. While Sirius hadn't actively moved to eliminate them, he had cut off their access to family funds, perks, and the library. Yet, it was only a matter of time before Sirius put his foot down and demanded total fealty from all family members. Failure to comply will result in total exile. Given how many enemies she had among the Muggle-born and other families, she gave it a month before the vultures moved in to tear her apart. Unfortunately, jumping out of the frying pan and into the fire was even more dangerous than her current predicament. After the fool Redwood's hair-brained assault upon Hogwarts and failure to subdue the Ministry, Grindelwald had completely cut off all contact with his British wizarding allies. She knew Sirius suspected her to be behind the assassination attempt on him in his last, book club's, little meeting. She had hoped by using the relatively unknown technocracy's name, She could flush out 2 enemies in a single strike. Regrettably, neither Sirius's allies knew about any technocracy, nor had she succeeded in Asselwald had expected funding from British pureblood families. All had gone to rot. It was time to cut her losses and escape this country and hope Grindelwald's anger cooled sufficiently before she could parley with him. Pulling a hood over her head, she deftly moved through the bar and outside into Muggle London. It was time to flee Britain. London, England predator. It had been perched on the spot for over 2 days. Terabytes worth of data had been absorbed and processed in its hunt for its elusive quarry. A lifetime of safety had left the Maleficent weak and complacent. The machine's lens flared as it zoomed in outside the bar, scanning the patrons. Multiple computers well beyond their time whirred as sensors picked up multiple readings of dark energy. The entryway and the bar were too open for a frontal entry, the algorithm output. Another approach was needed. With a wave, the computers folded in on themselves and sequestered in hidden spots. A lone hooded witch swiftly moved from inside the bar. The machine eyed its prey as it rapidly analyzed the characteristics. Clothing. Robes confirmed. Wizard fashion standard. Wand sighted, lefty. Dark energy buildup detected. 73% chance teleportation is imminent. Requesting disruption procedures. Combat authorized. A calculated throw and a metal clanked near the witch and emitted thick, almost greasy smoke. Irma could feel it deliberately trying to claw down her throat and nose. What the? The witch screamed as her surroundings went dark. She pulled out her wand and prepared to combat. If this was Sirius's idea of ending it all, she would not go down with a fight. The smoke dissipated and she saw a tall, muscular man approach like a tiger stalking a deer. She raised her wand and shouted, "Avada Kedavra," but was interrupted as her vision went red and she knelt over coughing blood. Spellcasting is highly unadvised. A monotone voice intoned, and she glared up at the creature. Who are you?" she demanded. "Your salvation," the voice replied. It grabbed her by the throat and lifted her into the sky. She tried to aim his wand down at the hulking man, but his wrist was caught in a painful vice. Crunch. A low sound echoed as the machine registered the crushing of a wrist. The wand clattered unceremoniously to the floor. A glowing red light emanating from the attacker's body poured over her face and body. Irma's eyes widened as she saw a swarm of small gray worms pour from his nostrils and mouth. They soon engulfed its entire body. Irma tried to scream in panic, but the machine throttled her voice by tightening its hold. The bugs continued swarming the machine and Irma gasped when it cleared. Her face stared back at her from below. She didn't register her shock and merely tilted her head in response. A hand whirred to life and shot straight through Irma's chest. It pulled out its heart and Irma had a brief level of clarity as her life flashed before her eyes. She died in shock. The machine wasn't done in its butchery. It took Irma's body back to its temporary HQ and started sawing away at her skull with a demented focus. Wool's orphanage. When he was younger in another life, a Muggle priest had once droned about the virtues of being grateful. He preached gratefulness for one's possessions in life and how worse off others could be. A mosquito buzzed near him, and Harry swapped it only to accidentally slap his arm. For the first time in his life, Harry was forced to agree with a man of religion. As bad as Petunia and the cupboard were, the shrill woman was a neat freak who kept the house clean and cool. Clearly, the Muggles of this era weren't on board with the plan. The orphanage was just awful. Privet Drive was paradise compared to this. No two words about it. The orphanage was hot, overcrowded, and dirty. Worst of all was the smell. By Merlin, the stench of sweat, sewage, and human filth nearly made him pass out on the first day he had been here. The stench was further exacerbated by the heat. Clearly, modern technology such as air conditioners wasn't a priority invention for this timeline. It got to the point where Harry forced himself to swallow his pride and venture to meet the then Dark Lord, now Lady to be Morgan Riddle. Harry somehow just knew in his heart's heart that Morgan, in her infinite smugness, enjoyed better living conditions than him. Unfortunately, the matron had shrieked at him for daring to venture into the girls' quarter of the orphanage. A smug Riddle looking down at him from the windows serenely waved at him while the matron frothed at her mouth. "I need to get out of here," Harry thought. In another life, leaving the Dursleys would have been a death sentence with Death Eaters roaming Britain. Now, he seriously considered getting up and packing. He hardly doubted the matron would bother with informing anyone. especially not with how many mouths she had to feed. A teenager would have no hope of being adopted, leaving now would probably benefit her more than it would him. She could utilize the space for younger children, Harry rationalized as he sat in the warm summer night. He tossed a rock onto the street below. Strangely enough, the rooftop had been rather easy access for an orphanage housing teenagers and toddlers. "I thought you would have more fight in you, Mr. Petrov," a voice said behind him, and Harry audibly groaned. "Come now, you surely couldn't expect me to not come to you after that lovely display with the matron." Harry groaned again. "Morgan, it's too hot for this. Can we not just, I don't know, not do this right now? Judging by the luggage near you, I take it you plan to escape?" Morgan said, and Harry nodded. "I just can't stay here," Harry said. "I will be mentally dead in 2 days. Physically dead in 4 inches," Harry said. "Death is nothing to joke about, Harry," Morgan chided as she took a seat near the ledge where he dangled. "Death is all that is near me," Harry said. "Thus, I must escape. Give me liberty or give me death, it's that kind of business." "That's quite unfortunate, Mr. Petrov. You will not be able to escape," Morgan said. "Why is that?" Harry said. "Dumbledore has tracking charms on this place to monitor me. I am confident they have grown to encompass you as well." Morgan scowled. He was afraid I might do harm to his precious muggles once I learned magic at Hogwarts. Harry groaned for the 3rd time in a single day. "The man is hellbent on ruining summer vacations for me ever since I was born," Harry said. "You know him from birth?" Morgan asked. "Never mind that," Harry said, but he could sense her curiosity rising. "Why haven't you gotten rid of the charms? In fact, how did you visit Malfoy during previous summers?" Harry said. She held up 2 long fingers in front of him. "1. I am still underage despite my prowess. My wand still has a trace. 2. Dippet made special exemptions for me to visit the Malfoys." She titled her head. "How did you come to hear about the latter?" "Martin," Harry simply said. "Ah," Morgan said. A warm gust of wind passed between the two, causing them to shudder in annoyance. "Theoretically speaking, if one could acquire wands without traces, could one remove the trace?" Harry asked. Riddle looked at him strangely. "One could most definitely do that among many other things. Theoretically speaking, of course." "Like what?" Harry said. "Like cooling charms, cleaning, and apparate," Morgan said. "You can apparate? Bloody hell, you are not even 6th year," Harry said. "Do forgive the lack of modesty here, Harry, but I am not like most witches," Morgan said. Harry nodded and leapt up to grab parchment from his bag and jiggly coin bag. "What are you doing?" Morgan said. "Do forgive the lack of modesty here, Morgan, but I, unlike most witches, don't intend to die of sweat and nausea here," Harry said. Morgan snorted. "What are you talking about?" "I, Morgan, am modestly wealthy and surprisingly well connected," Harry said. Morgan leaned in and hovered above his shoulder as he started drafting the letter. "Dearest Amanda, I find myself requiring your services once again." Diane hummed as she scoped down another ice cream bowl. "Woman. That's a kilogram of ice cream that you have just downed," Harry grumbled. Suddenly the whole breakout didn't seem as appealing as it did yesterday. Diagon Alley didn't look as appealing as it did. 2 bowls doesn't equal a kilogram," Morgan said. "Remind me why I broke out with you again," Harry said. "Because I am the only one who can apparate, and if you didn't take me, I would have told Slughorn," Morgan said. "So much for Slytherin unity," Harry said. With a last flourish of her spoon, Morgan let her bowl clutter on the table and eyed him. "Well, as lovely as that was, I would prefer if we avoided gluttony for the rest of the summer," Morgan said. "What is the plan now?" "I don't know," Harry said. "I never got to thinking as far as that." "A flaw we will work on when we get back to Hogwarts," Morgan said. "I don't know. Leave the country maybe?" Harry wondered. "But it's no chance, with the war in tow, we will never get the permission signed." "I can make it work. Abraxas will have us cleared through in an instant," Morgan said. "Although we will have to make use of forged identification cards to pass through. We are still underage." "I can make that work," Harry replied. "Any preferred locations? A friend of mine visited Egypt a while back and had a great time." "That won't work. Muggle militaries are battling all over the place and Grindelwald's rats are sneaking about the pyramids," Morgan said and glanced at the sky. "Speaking of which, We should leave this place. I don't trust the steadfastness of these wards against Muggle bombs. Is magic really that weak against Muggle technology? I mean, Hogwarts is pretty much out in the open, but you are never worried about that, Harry said. Oh, absolutely not. Magic is more than enough. Hogwarts's wards were crafted by the four most powerful mages of their age and subsequently maintained by the likes of Dumbledore. Morgan said and gestured to the sky again. These were crafted by obese bureaucrats hired through nepotism. Ergo, I err on the side of caution. Now let us leave. Diagon Alley. Café. It was nice to connect with Charles once again, Henri mused. The pair had grown apart after Sophie's death and Henry's subsequent association with Eclipse. With Charles finally off to Hogwarts, the chasm had merely grown wide. The near-death experience in Grindelwald's labs had changed his perception of mortality. The two awkwardly sipped on small coffee cups as a pause filled between them. Neither had a feel for what the other was feeling and they were anxious about stepping on each other's toes, Henri more so than Charles. Henri cleared his throat, his voice filled with uncertainty. So, Charles, how are your studies going at Hogwarts? Charles glanced at his father, his tone guarded. They're fine, father, just fine. Henry's heart sank at the lack of enthusiasm in Charles's response. He tried another approach. And your friends? Have you made any close ones? Any lucky lady I should know about? Charles shrugged. Yeah, I've got some friends, nothing special. Henry's frustration mounted. He took a deep breath and decided to be more upfront. Look, Charles, I know I haven't been the best father lately, especially after your mother passed away and everything with work. I'm sorry about that. I wish I could have another chance. For Merlin's sake, father. For the last time, I told you everything is fine. You don't need to hover above me like a seeker. Henri inwardly groaned as Charles mounted a rant and kept going. He took another sip of his cup and looked ahead waiting for Charles to lose steam. His heart skipped a beat as he saw a woman approach them from a rooftop opposite them. A sharp stinging sensation jolted him awake from his misery and he glanced above. Cousin Irma, Henri mused. She had been one of the concerned people marked by Lord Black in the suspects list, but they never pursued it thoroughly. A wrong gut feeling engulfed him as Irma eyed them unblinkingly. Imperious, Henri wondered. His neck stung again, and Henri angrily swept at the spot. A small object, similar in shape to a Muggle dart, was stuck to his neck. Henry's instincts roared at him to flee this place. And there you go. You have completely tuned me out. Just like the fucking old days, Charles said and angrily placed his cup on the table. Charles got up and prepared to leave, but Henri was quicker. He grabbed Charles by the arm and pulled him away. Charles protested, but Henri squeezed his arm tightly. Charles, something's wrong. We're being tailed. Henri whispered urgently as they walked through the streets. I will apparate us back to the manor. He closed and concentrated on the manor grounds. A flash of red went behind his eyes and Henri kneeled over and started to violently cough. Charles stared in horror as blood spewed forth from his father's mouth and instantly pulled out his wand. Henri, not to be outdone, forced himself up and pulled Charles into a narrow street opposite them and immediately regretted it. They were now cut off and Irma was slowly gaining on them. With the limited number of people visiting the alley due to the war, Henry's desperate yells attracted no attention. Father, what happened? A panicked Charles demanded as he shook Henry's coughing form. Irma merely stared at them unblinkingly as pulled an unfamiliar object from her bag. Black. We are cousins for Merlin's sake. Charles shouted through a bloodied mouth at Irma. Whatever is between us, leave my son out of this. Facial recognition match. 90%, Irma intoned. She pointed the object at Charles and said, come with me if you wish for your friend to live. The Union demands your life. Charles sneered at her and raised his wand to her, but Irma was quicker. A silenced thud sound echoed and Charles howled as his hand was suddenly torn and bloody. Combat authorized. You will not escape me, Harry Potter, Irma said. While Irma proceeded towards Charles, Henri reached into his knapsack and pulled out a plastic container. With a smirk, he lobbed it at Irma's back and watched in satisfaction as it exploded in purple. The subsequent electric shocks flying from her and the black metallic-esque frame that was suddenly exposed to the elements stunned Henri. Wasting no time, Henri pulled Charles over his shoulders in a Muggle's carry and ran. Whatever witchcraft Irma was using had suppressed their magic. He needed to get away from her. Henry's instincts could feel Irma recovering and beginning to follow them in a slow manner. Henri ran through the streets for a while Irma pursued them. He spotted a young man and woman standing outside a portkey circle. The younger of the boys heard Charles's pained grunts and questioned in horror, "Charles?" The girl pulled out her wand in a defensive posture. Smart. Henri thought of the girl. The blow glue of long-distance apparition was beginning to engulf them. Wasting no time, Henri tossed Charles towards the duo and watched in satisfaction as Charles was taken away with them. Merlin, I hope those were his friends, Charles thought. His thoughts scrambled as a loud bang echoed throughout the street. His legs erupted in pain and a shower of blood pooled on the street. Predator machine. The machine's algorithms repeatedly input negative feedback as it watched its quarry disappear in the magical teleportation. The scanners identified the visual input of the blue light and output, long-distance apparition. At lightning speed, it pulled out a Beretta and shot 2 rounds into the other mage's kneecaps. It fell in a pool of its own blood. Unfortunately, the sensors detected multiple heat signatures approaching from the north. The machine glanced at Henry's face and scanned it. Facial recognition detected 70% familiarity. Possible blood relation. The output reported. Energy buildup detected. Spellfire imminent. The sensor's output. The machine reacted with lightning speed and lobbed a frag grenade towards the 3 aurors running towards it. The younger, possibly junior of the two started at the object and Puz's eyes widened, and he hastily conjured a shield charm to protect his team from the engulfing explosion. The machine grabbed Henri, flexed its synthetic muscles, and leapt away from the area. To the authors watching in horror, it looked like a flying Irma Black with a partially flayed skull carrying away what looked like to be Lord Potter. The veteran looked on at the bizarre development, shook his head and spat, "Gloria is gonna be mad." Chapter end notes. Author's note. Sorry for the slow update. I was very ill and not doing mentally okay. Future updates will be slow, apologies. Read and review. Chapter 20. Summer Hijinks, A Troubled Afternoon. The Velvet Regency. A few years ago, before the war. The orange glow of the setting sun cast an orange halo deeply over the concrete metropolis. Julius grunted in his slumber, his internal clock urging him to get up. For a moment, an intrusive thought urged him to walk into the embers of the sunlight, granting himself the final death. It most certainly would be better than his current assignment. With a human-like groan, Julius pulled himself to wakefulness. It took him a while to reorient his surroundings. Giovanni Manor. He thought to himself. It had been his home since he had been embraced by his sire half a century ago. The coalition of various vampire clans aligned under their banner called themselves the Velvet Regency. Under this coalition, heads of the 3 vampire clans presented a united front to combat extinction at the heads of magic and mundane alike. Giovanni and his people were the first amongst the equals. As such, the other 2 tribes alongside the regular leeches deferred to their wisdom on matters of the Regency's survival. On this auspicious occasion, Julius had been granted the honor of attending the gathering of elder vampires. Such occasions heralded either one's meteoritic ascension in the Regency's ranks or instant oblivion courtesy of a suicide mission. There was a curiously ironic overlap between the two that greatly amused Julius until it was his time in the barrel. Feeling the years in his undead frame, Julius crawled on the ground to prepare himself for the inevitable summons. With a grunt, he reached the baths and plunged into the inviting red bath his thralls had drawn for him. In an instant, the sweet nectar alleviated all his doubts, insecurities, pain, and frailty. Julius briefly wondered if this is how Adam must have felt if he chose to consume the fruit of life as well. He rose from the bloody concoction with a smirk. A not man, beyond mortality, undead, ready to confront whatever the Regency placed in front of him. Julius was an apex predator. Mage or mundane, none would stop him from ascending the ranks of the Regency and ruling it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The venerable elders of the Regency gathered in the shades of night. Only the barest of light illuminated the grand chamber. The vampires present here were expected to be sufficient in their prey sight and night vision to easily navigate the room. Fools who weren't made a spectacle of themselves in the grand chamber. Their weakness was exposed to the wider world. They rarely survived the night. Ambushes struck at them from the dark, taking their life and title. The Giovanni clan elder took to the main podium and spoke in a raspy voice. Dearly beloved kindred, we gather here today in the night to discuss a cataclysm facing our kind. He spoke and paused dramatically. In the past, the kind's numbers have multiplied exponentially since the last Inquisition. The mages had established their own spheres of influence that far supersede our strength. The elder spoke, past and present were mentioned in equal measure, presenting a grim forecast of the future. In distant past, our elders faced the same set of challenges that we now face. During that age, the mages and mundane fought in their own monstrous wars that threatened to deal extinction to our kind. In that age, a plan was enacted, to secure a pound of flesh for ourselves. Despite their apparent strength, forget not for an instant that kind is kind, he said, and the room broke out in agreeable murmurs. The very purpose of their existence is to serve us with sacrificial offerings of meat and blood. We are Ahriman, Lucifer, Beelzebub, and Azazel. Our guises throughout history may change, but the status quo will remain the same, the elder said. His voice grew from raspy to thunderous the longer he spoke. The members applauded his sentiment, some even hooted and jeered. Clearly their sires hadn't done much to exercise such humanity from them. Julius thought disapprovingly. Regardless, the elder looked pleased with himself. In that age, the Dark Lord Emmerich the Evil ravaged much of Europe like how it is being ravaged now. The Dark Lord of then was of considerable magical might. A pint of his blood would have granted kindred sufficient might to resist our butchers. Yet, what are our kindred if not ambitious? At the hour of his defeat, he was whisked away in the night. His blood fed and empowered us for decades to come. Such might have allowed us to achieve parity with our foes and expand into the new world. The elder said. Julius's eyes narrowed at the implication. His task most likely revolved around this. The past has now repeated itself. Another Dark Lord has arisen in Europe and has gathered a massive army from all parts of the world. The Velvet Regency is now better prepared to ensure the survival of kindred, the elder said amidst collective anticipation. But when have we been content with mere survival, eh? The elder questioned, followed by several eyes and other jeers. No, my dear kindred. The time has come for establishing ourselves, the elder said. This age's sacrifice will be Gellert Grindelwald. Massive applause filled the room and elder let the outpouring of emotion run amok. He raised a withered hand and the hall fell silent. The question now stands, who amongst us will undertake this holy task on the Regency's behalf? A great murmur went off in the crowd as various attendees shouted their own name in vain hope, but the elder had his eyes only one figure. Julius Giovanni, he shouted, pointing towards the man. 100 glowing eyes glared at him in the dark. Instant oaths of revenge were muttered in the dark in a jealous rage. Julius masked his nervousness with a blank mask of stoicism. Let them come. He will tear them all to bits. Asterisk 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 parts unknown Gellert Grindelwald. It was tough scheduling a meeting with Grindelwald these days. With the impromptu execution of the general, Grindelwald had taken up a radical change in staff. Many witches and wizards had been called up and replaced. To Julius's bitter regret, Mariam was a survivor of such changes. Fortunately, Julius was anything but complacent. A simple change of suggested priorities and false reports had led him to a one-on-one meeting. My lord, I urge you to take the initiative, Julius said. Clearly Mariam's intelligence is either faulty or complicit. The Russians hadn't been able to break the wards for ages. How did they acquire such knowledge? Things break. Such things always break. It is a matter of time. Grindelwald said. Never attribute to malice or conspiracy what can be attributed to simple nature. My lord, there are credible reports of such things. There are increasing sightings of a wizard displaying the most extraordinary feats of magic. Such feats can only be attributed to either you or Dumbledore, Julius said. I know Dumbledore, Grindelwald said. I have no concerns about him joining this war whatsoever. Whoever this new mage is, will soon fumble. And when they do, the Black Hand will flay them alive. In that case, my lord, allow me to lead the effort, Julius said. You are awfully emotional about this. Should I be concerned? Grindelwald said. The moment of truth. Julius thought and wet his lips in nervous anticipation, a reflex from his mortal life. It is just that the war effort demands a lot from you, my lord, This new wizard wreaking havoc. I believe we should nip it in the bud before it becomes a problem. Grindelwald raised an eyebrow at that. For that reason alone, allow me to take care of it. The Black Hand is busy in France and protecting you. The rest of the army is fighting the Russians with everything they have. Julius said. Allow my family, allow the Giovannis to bring this cur to you for judgment in chains. Grindelwald merely stared at him in response. Eyes bored into him as Julius waited in nervous anticipation. Nodding to something he only knew for himself, Grindelwald pulled out a regal-looking document and started writing on it. Here. Grindelwald handed the paper over to him. This here bears my personal seal, granting you the freedom of operations within the combat zone. Most grateful, my lord. Julius bowed deeply and accepted the paper. The Giovanni will not disappoint you. Grindelwald stared at him for a while, assessing something that Julius just couldn't place a finger on. If it is true that Dumbledore stalks the battlefield, and that is a major stretch, Grindelwald said. Leverage the word Ariana against him. It was a family member of his. A simple compulsion will suffice. He will come running like a loyal hound. I appreciate any and all advice you can give on the matter, my lord, Julius said. Grindelwald dismissed him with a gesture. Julius felt the magic ripple as he stepped forward into the cemetery. The loss of his flesh labs and blood wards at the hands of the enigmatic wizard had been a devastating setback. It had nearly derailed Giovanni's diplomatic mission to Gellert Grindelwald. The only reason Grindelwald hadn't cut his losses with them was their necromantic talents. Grindelwald needed raw power, be it magical or manpower, it didn't matter. Something needed to be fed to keep the meat grinder at Stalingrad from turning into a decisive Russian victory. The massive Muggle casualties made for easy picking for their inferi legions. So far, they had kept those away from the main legions. They couldn't possibly let the regular rank and file see these creations lest they lose their nerve in Grindelwald at the sight of dark magic. Since Grindelwald had insisted on this Russian invasion stupidity, Julius was most eager to oblige. The weaker Grindelwald became, the easier it would be to kidnap him when the time came. But why stop at Grindelwald alone? For as long as he stayed with Grindelwald's camp, the riffraff spoke of another wizard that Grindelwald feared above all else, Albus Dumbledore. Feeding on blood had shown him that the urban legend told him that the two had grown up together. Something had happened that put the two at odds. For Julius, that was irrelevant. Nonsense. All that mattered was Dumbledore was a wizard on par with Grindelwald's incredible prowess. If Grindelwald's blood would be enough to empower the elders for centuries to come, what could be achieved with the blood equivalent of two Grindelwalds? Or better yet, what new heights could reach if he feasted on Grindelwald and Dumbledore? He would be a blood god akin to the antediluvians of old. Perhaps he could rival the powers of the Bloodfather Cain or the Mother of Monsters, Lilith? Julius grimaced as his vision blurred in pain. A self-induced pain spell brought him back to reality. It would not do to dwell on dreams and forget about living altogether. He soon found himself beneath a massive cavern. Pairs of eyes stared back at him from the dark. His own loyalists from the Regency, young ones who chafed at the chains of the elders and yearned to break free. He held up Grindelwald's decree with a triumphant smile. Kindred. We are in business, Julius declared. Somewhere in the UK. Loud cracks went in the distance as a mass of mages apparated surrounding the dilapidated apartment complex. They moved into their respective positions, casting every textbook detection and stealth charm they knew. Edward Greengrass couldn't help but be impressed. Lord Black had been training his people well. Sensing no ward traps or hidden enchantments, Edward led the squad and entered the building. He cast a quick detection spell that pointed a magical signature on the upper levels. Edward hoped against hope that it was Henri. ECLIPSE's funders had raised a major stink over his whereabouts, still being unknown. It reflected badly on their organization if one of their founding members was taken directly and in such a manner. The group quietly headed up the stairs and gathered around the door which Edward had pointed out. This is beyond weird. The Eclipse front member told Edward. There should be a lot more traps here. Grindelwald's people should have turned this entire place into a kill zone by now. Yeah, I have a bad feeling about this. A witch's voice said in front of him. Still, we are out of options now. I will prepare the breach. The lead member said. Lord Greengrass, stand back please. Edward acquiesced to the man's demand. His talents didn't lie in fieldwork. With a whispered Alohomora, the door opened, and a magical shield was raised in response. No hostile spellfire or attacks came from the now ajar door. The squad wasted no time and moved in. Bathroom. Clear. A voice called. Kitchen. Clear. Another joined in. Main lounge. Clear. The lead member said. Edward's pulse quickened as there was no sign of their friend. Dread filled him at the prospect of another dead-end lead. Just when he was about to call retreat, a voice sounded from his right. Positive ID. Bedroom. To the right. Edward walked into the bedroom and sighed in relief. Henri was there, bloodied and injured but alive. He was unconscious at the moment. No doubt he endured a grim interrogation from his captors. Edward just hoped he would get in there before Henri was forced to reveal something under duress. What in Merlin's name is this? The lead agent muttered. Edward motioned for the operative nearest him to take Henri and apparate out of there. They vanished with a pop. The rest went about scouring the apartment for clues to their mysterious assailant. A chirping sound echoed from a shiny plastic box, and Edward stared bedazzled at it as the numbers counted down to 0. A sense of dread came over him that he couldn't just place a finger on. The numbers chirped down with increasing intensity. A scribbling sound went off and a machine threw out a piece of paper. Au revoir. That was what it said. David, a Muggle-born recruit, wandered over to them, and his eyes widened. Abort. Abort. He roared with his wand pointed to his throat, the code word for abandoning the operation. Unfortunately, David was a little too late. The last thing Edward recalled as his magic took him away from the flames licking his left side were the howls and curses of his operatives. The explosion spared only him. None of the mages present witnessed a small hidden camera recording all the proceedings. Eldermore Lord Sirius Black stood in front of Hecate's idol. He was wearing heavily hooded robes to conceal his identity. A crowd of worshippers thronged around him in silent grace. More and more of them had been visiting the temple in these troubled times. With a whispered spell, Sirius lit his candle and placed it on the altar as an offering. He wasn't a superstitious or a religious man by any means, but damn it, he needed a miracle right now. Hecate, the mistress of magic, goddess unmatched, keep Henri and Edward safe. Sirius prayed and then went out of the main queue. Another supplicant quickly took his spot and lit his own candles in reverence. Sirius sighed as he lit a small cigarette and moved out of the temple. The kidnapping of Lord Potter from Diagon Alley in broad daylight had stayed suppressed for a grand total of 1 hour. Despite his and Lord Greengrass's best efforts to silence the story, someone in the Auror Corp leaked it to his journalist buddies for a sack of galleons. The public now grimly questioned, Itizen could be just so easily kidnapped, what hope could they have of survival? The minister had been furious at his dropping poll numbers and ordered a grand investigation into the matter. All fingers had been squarely pointed at him given his relationship with Irma Black. The entire known Black family history had been dug up and presented in the papers as a public indictment. A few years ago, none in the press would have dared to publish such drivel against the most ancient and noble house of Black. Unfortunately, his recent reorientation of the family had driven most of their old allies against them and some of his own cousins too. He had sent a message to his more dissident cousins demanding that Irma surrender herself to him. Sadly, his words had fallen on deaf ears. Aurors had raided his premises at the crack of dawn, hoping to find the hog-tied body of Lord Potter somewhere in his manor depths. The entire house had been turned upside down. Luckily, Lord Greengrass had given him an early warning about the raid, giving him time to hide much of his family's controversial contraband in other corners of the country. Worse off, Edward had been gravely injured in an ambush. An entire volunteer squad of Eclipse had perished in an explosion. Above all, Henri was nowhere in sight. The body Edward had bought in was a dupe. Clearly, whoever it was, knew their operating procedures. Curious as to how they now worship a Greek goddess. A voice commented from his right. One would assume the pureblood factions would wish to keep all aspects of the culture pure. So much for the English aristocrats. Funny. Purebloods visit the temple on a higher frequency than others, Sirius said. Poor Merlin, beginning to lose followers after mere centuries. TCH, the man mocked. We must respect the traditions, my lord. Sirius joked. After all, without traditions, what is Eldermore? Foolish churls. Slavishly grasping and whimpering at long-dead traditions whose significance they can't even begin to understand. The man replied. Both paused and looked at the reception in front. As much I would like to discuss current affairs with you, Mr. Epcot, shouldn't we be discussing urgent affairs? Sirius said to the now bashful man. How is Edward? Victor said. Safe. In recovery. I have hidden him with healers in America. Too many eyes and ears in St. Mungo right now. Sirius said. Any luck with Henri? No luck. I have no idea where Henri is. Victor Epcot said. However, that is the least of our problems right now. What could possibly be worse? Sirius said. My spy in the Aurors told me that Irma Black was found dead in a Muggle dumpster a few blocks away from the Leaky Cauldron, Victor said. The minister has ordered to keep this hush-hush, as it might distract the public's wrath away from you and towards the ministry. Sirius threw out his cigarette on the pavement in frustration. With her dead, we have no suspects and can't question anyone. Essentially, we have no idea what happened. It could be anyone. It could be someone masquerading as Irma through a polyjuice or something. Sirius said. Indeed. Did you have any luck with his son? Edward Said? Currently in coma but with friends. I have told his friends to keep him out of the country while we deal with the aftermath in Britain. Whoever has infiltrated Britain certainly knows how to cover their tracks, Sirius said. The Auror Corp is still recovering from Minister Black's decades-long rule. Even with the current recruiting rate, establishing security across the Isles will take time, Victor commented. The worshippers rang bells and hymns in front of the goddess while Sirius and Edward observed. I don't think it was Grindelwald, Sirius said. Victor gestured to him to continue. I was shown the memories the Aurors submitted for the investigation. The thing that took Irma's face wasn't even human. It resembled more of one of the automatons used by Muggles rather than a human. Sirius said and explained the various discrepancies he noticed in the entire affair. I will point out that a similar contraption was reported by Henri in Grindelwald's lair that specifically attacked him after gaining recognition, Sirius said. Why would the Muggles attack Henri? How would they even gain access to the alley? What do they gain by this? Victor asked. Those are all excellent questions, my friend, Sirius said, and Victor snorted. Trust me, as someone who has seen the other side, there is no technology that can enable them to do what you have just described to me, Victor said. I will recommend against baseless speculation. Instead, we should realize Grindelwald was going to strike back sooner rather than later. It doesn't matter if he explicitly knows about our club. All that matters is Magical Britain is still unscathed from his wrath. Sirius grumbled in response, but Victor wasn't willing to budge. Lies are Grindelwald's domain, Victor stated. It would suit him perfectly well to somehow convince eminent citizenry of Britain that Muggles have access to higher forms of technology that supersede their magic in such a way. Merlin knows there has been enough propaganda regarding bombs and guns. The last thing we need to add is shape-shifting Muggle automatons that finally push Eldermore over the edge and into Grindelwald's arms. What do you recommend? Sirius said annoyedly, and Victor sighed at the petulance. Grindelwald will expect us to turtle up and summon back all agents. Instead, we must be bold again. Hit Grindelwald again in his colonies in Russia. Muggle-born agents in Grindelwald's army tell me he has decided to take to the field again. France is at its operational limit. There is only so much a guerrilla force can do. America, on the other hand, is a place where we can turn the tides. Victor pulled an ornate box, opened it, and offered it to Sirius. Sirius took a cigarette and relit it. Both took a few calming puffs. So, it's not Muggles? Sirius said. Highly doubtful, Victor said. The only Muggle threat right now will be caused by Grindelwald exposing us all. I doubt you want me to elaborate about what happens then. Sirius merely snorted in response. Neither of them wanted to give words to the sheer nightmare outcome their thought process was leading them to. There's no way Muggles were becoming aware of their world. Such a ludicrous notion. Sirius shook his head. He was becoming more prone to conspiracy theories. Come now, Lord Black, we have much to plan for. It's high time we got directly involved on the battlefield, Victor said. Neither of them noticed a small drone circling far above them recording their conversation. ****** parts unknown. Henri awoke with a pained gasp as the machine turned a bright light on him. Henri groaned as he tried to come to terms with his surroundings. He wondered how long he had spent in captivity. A few days? Hours? Or a week? He had lost track of time in this new hellish existence. An electric current surged through his chair. Henri screamed in pain and spasmed until the machine let up. Now, Henri was very aware of what was happening, the adrenaline now immediately powering him awake. Failure to comply merely prolongs your uncomfortable living conditions, a monotone voice said to Henri. Uncomfortable? I am having the time of my life here, Henri said through the pain and forced a toothy smile towards the thing. Highly unlikely. Your heart rate, scream amplitude, and blood loss all point to severe discomfort, the thing said. Henri squinted, trying to take a better look at his captor. He had long since ruled out them to be one of Grindelwald's machinations. Not even he could create something like this. Where is Harry Potter? The thing asked. Oh, you know, the boy was getting sickly with the English weather, so I decided to send him to Madagascar, Henri said. Henri heard whirring sounds as the red glare of the thing's eye socked. This constituted the narrowing of eyes amongst their kind. Your facial expression expresses hidden mirth. You jest. You are lying, the machine said. You must have been at the top of your class, son. Henri quipped and lost his front tooth for that. The thing reared its hand back to its resting place after wiping the blood off its knuckles. It took a while for Henri to regain his composure. What are you? Henri spat out. The thing didn't respond and reached for a metal switch, and Henry's eyes widened in horrible recognition. Your salvation, an abomination. The machine said. Even if I must rip the truth out from your guts, I will. It pulled at the switch and Henri roared in pain as electric current coursed through him. Where is Harry Potter? The thing questioned. Incoming transmission. Another robotic voice chimed in from the darkness as various lights went off on metallic contraptions. The thing let up on the electric current and Henri sighed in relief. Possible alpha target location detected, the voice said, and the thing immediately sprang into action, leaving Henri alone, gasping in the dark. I must get to Charles. *****, California, Santa Monica Beach. The sun shone brightly above them, and waves serenely crashed into the sand. The sand gleamed brightly akin to gold. The palm trees swayed idyllically nearby in a gust of warm wind carried by the waves. A few clusters of life sunbathed nearby, but all in all the beach was nearly empty. Morrigan stood barefoot in the sand, observing the scene before her. To Harry, she looked like an immaculate ivory statue of a deity observing her supplicants. Her long hair freely flowed in the warm wind. At that moment, that woman looked like a far outcry of any version of Voldemort he had encountered in his previous life. He approached and opened a large umbrella near them. Harry noticed that she scowled in disapproval at the action but remained silent. Harry wisely shut the umbrella and embraced the sun crackling his British skin. If you keep standing barefoot like this, you will burn, Harry said. Morrigan's scowl deepened, but she didn't break her gaze away from the water. Charms, she simply commented, and that was the end of that. Harry joined her in staring at the sea. It was a sight far better than the dampness of their earlier accommodation. Above all, it didn't have the stench of dirty children. How fares Charles? Morrigan asked. They have patched up his hand pretty well. Had to almost reattach the damn thing. He is in pain though, so the healers have him in dreamless sleep. Harry said. He was insistent on heading back to England right away. They had to stun him to restrain him. Morrigan merely nodded in response. Another wave crashed nearby. Lovely place. I have never seen anything like it before, Morrigan said. A witch could look at it for hours and still not tire. Yeah, seems like it, Harry said. Pity we almost got to never see it because of you, Morrigan said. Ah, so here it comes. Harry mentally braced himself. What have I done now? Harry said. Just because every time we are in trouble. Morrigan broke her eyes away from the ocean and glared at him. Purple eyes glowed in the intensity of the sun. Don't lie to me, Potter, she calmly said, but her tone had a dangerous edge. The thing clearly wanted you and mistook the Potters for you. That's a wild guess, Riddle. Your Slytherin paranoia is manifesting, Harry said. Is it now? Can you blame me? Morrigan said and interrupted Harry before he could respond. That thing spoke a name, and the looks of confusion on the Potter's face indicated they have never heard it. I am assuming your real first name was Harry. Also, you will recall, unlike the Potters, I grew up in the Muggle world. Morrigan said. She now turned to fully stare at him. Harry purposefully chose not to meet her eyes, already familiar with legilimency now. A bead of sweat trailed over his forehead. Harry couldn't decide if it was due to the heat or nervousness. The Potters were completely out of their depth. That thing sparked with electricity. It showed damage to a machine and leaked oil. Her torn skin showed circuitry and she had dark muscles. Morgan stepped forward into his personal and directly stared down at him. The orphanage took us on industrial trips before the war. I know what Muggle's electrical and mechanical work looks like. That thing was Muggle through and through. A hand placed itself on his shoulder, very near to his neck. The implication here was understood. No creature leaps away into the air like that. I certainly haven't made enemies of that type. That leaves you the odd one out, no? Morgan said. Harry gritted his teeth in frustration. Morgan had him dead to rights here. Harry nervously gripped his wand. He briefly wondered stunning her and making a run for it. She is a better dueler. But she can't use her own wand. She is better attuned to that. If I surprise her, I can catch her off guard. But she will recover anyway. If she does, she might go to the Ministry or worse, have me hunted down by her Slytherin benefactors. Harry's mental gears churned furiously as he desperately thought of an exit from her. Morgan must have sensed his thought pattern because she forced his neck to turn towards her. Harry craned his neck up to stare at her. There is no way you will win that confrontation, Harry, she whispered softly. His expression was defiant in contrast to her blank one. Another sweat bead trailed down his neck. A headache came upon him, and Harry knew Morgan was trying to gain access to his mind. Clinch, a loud clicking sound went off and both swiveled to turn toward the new intruder. A nervous, pimply-faced young man in a funny large hat stood awkwardly shuffling before them. What? Morgan dangerously questioned, and the man paled embarrassedly and blushed at her angry expression. Chuck Chadley. Amateur photographer for the local Times. He introduced himself. He took out the picture he had just taken and nervously handed it to her. I took photographs of the local sights and scenery. I hope to feature in the Times one day. Chuck nervously grinned. Morgan looked far from amused, and Harry desperately prayed to every deity he knew that Morgan would not torture and murder the poor fool on the spot. Why? Morgan said and waved the picture in front of him. Harry brushed against Morgan in a bid to see what the fuss was all about and nearly choked on his spit. The black and white photograph looked like one of the scenic fakes he had seen in his own advanced era. The kind of shots that glamorized the past. A tall Morgan softly leaned over Harry, her hand gently gripping his head to force him to look at her. If one observed the photo without knowing anything about them, it would almost be looking like an older lover gently beckoning a younger companion to be intimate with her. Totally not Morgan having Harry in an anaconda-like vice, ready to tear into his mind. Gee shucks, you both looked so lovely embracing each other, and I thought it best to commemorate this moment for posterity's sake, you know. I was gonna ask your permission first, but the moment looked too good. Chuck nervously stammered out in one breath. At that, Morgan reached into her robe's pocket and scowled as she found it empty. She turned to glare at Harry, who sheepishly gestured with two wands in his hands. Pickpocket. Morgan angrily thought and glared at Harry in pure murderous rage. Harry meanwhile turned to Chuck and shooed him away. Chuck didn't need to be told twice and bolted. Harry waved both wands in front of Morgan. A dark thought intruded upon seeing Morgan unarmed. Morgan tilted her head and stared at him before realigning herself. I could end it all here, Harry thought before Morgan pulled out her real wand. Do it. I dare you. Morgan smiled. Trace or no trace, the Ministry would do nothing to her if she acted in self-defense, have no chance against her in a fair fight with her full attention on him. Look, Morgan, I am, and at the same time, not involved with everything you mentioned. He moved away as Morgan attempted to grab hers back. But there is a time and place for everything. Just like you don't tell me anything, I too should be allowed to have secrets. Trust me, this is an ongoing matter that I am working extremely hard to resolve. Morgan remained silent and tilted her head again. This is creepy. Harry thought. It would be a shame to ruin a vacation over this, Harry said in a final bid to salvage the trip. That is a pretty high demand, Harry, Morgan said. Fine, and I will owe you a favor as well, I suppose, Harry said. And you will honor it without whining, Morgan said. Fine, Harry said. Damn the Muggles. Damn his fate for forcing him to become ever reliant on Morrigan. Chapter 21. Summer Hijinks 3 Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Once upon a time England, the two brothers stood in front of a grave. It had become something of a yearly ritual for them to meet here. A shrine where they would pay homage and confess to their sins. Or it would have been if the grave had a resident. This one was empty. For the sake of their own spiritual health, the brothers had organized this as a closure. Ariana Dumbledore. 1885 to 1899. May you find peace in death so cruelly denied to you in life. To Albus's utter surprise, it was Aberforth who had recommended this to him. To think that the most volatile of Dumbledores had recommended an idea so mature to him would have made Albus proud once. Now it barely registered to him as he glared down at the memorial. Brother. Aberforth greeted him as he joined Albus's side. Albus didn't bother replying but merely stared down at the grave. Aberforth sighed deeply at Albus's reaction but said nothing. This was a mistake, Albus said. She isn't dead. Why is there a grave for a person who still lives? It has been 5 years, Albus, Aberforth said. We have turned up every nook and cranny of his old haunts searching for her. We must make peace with the idea she has gone beyond our reach. Albus snorted at Aberforth. That is weakness. There are still plenty of areas we haven't searched. Plenty of rituals we haven't looked into. Albus said, and Aberforth looked at him with disappointment. Albus stood taller than him. He was in fact the tallest of his family members. At times, Aberforth couldn't help but marvel at his brother. Even if he wasn't a wizard, Albus would have been the star of any occupation he chose. With a clean-shaven strong jaw, stoic face, long hair, and piercing blue eyes, Albus looked like a cavalry officer of an old European army rather than a nerdish researcher. Such greatness, and yet he is still so blind to the world around him, Aberforth said. And what exactly will this fervor cost us now? Aberforth said. Admit it, brother, there is no use crying over spilled milk. Albus furiously rounded up on Aberforth, but the younger brother was faster. You have used dark magic, Aberforth said, and this seemed to have the needed reaction. Albus looked deflated at the accusation but quickly put on a stoic expression. Albus snorted at his reaction. Hiding behind occlumency does you no credit, brother, Aberforth said. Your eyes tell me everything I need to know. Magic is magic. It is a tool, Albus said but was cut off. A load of tripe fed to you by that thug and Kendra, Aberforth said. Careful, Albus warned. Gellert and mother. Aberforth corrected himself. We both now know, there are limits to what we do. There are some prices that should never be crossed no matter what. There are magics that should be left buried in history. A cold wind blew between them. Mother and father followed no such compulsions, and look at what became of them. Aberforth. One serves life in Azkaban and the other hasn't been seen in over a year. They did what was necess, Albus said, but Aberforth interrupted him. Sure, necessary. One played macho and left behind 3 children under a lunatic. The other went off on the deep end trying to be perfect, leaving behind 3 children. Aberforth said. If it wasn't happening to me, I would say it is funny how perfectly selfishness hides behind the cover of necessity. What do you want? Albus said. A flash of thunder went above them and soft rain started to shower them. Come home, brother. Aberforth sobbed. I have already buried our parents and sister in my mind. Don't make me dig another grave. Leave Gellert and mother to their follies. They will meet their ends soon enough. Just come home. Albus stood stunned at his reaction. His brother, who just a few years ago had been full of bile and hatred against him, now begged him to come back. As if being controlled from the outside, Albus couldn't help himself. He crossed the distance between the two and enveloped him in a hug. In times like this, it was easy for Albus to forget that Aberforth was still a child, not even into the beginning of his manhood. I am coming home now, Aberforth, Albus promised his younger brother. Stalingrad. Russia. Albus Dumbledore, a disguised Albus Dumbledore, stood amongst the crowd as Russian forces discussed their next plan of operations. Amidst the hushed murmurs of the Russian troops gathered in the dimly lit tent, Commander Ivanov stepped forward, his voice steady and commanding. Brothers, it's time we shed the cloak of shadows we've worn for too long, he declared, his eyes burning with unwavering resolve. For far too long, We've danced on the edge, striking at the enemy's supply lines, hiding in the shadows like ghosts. But today is different. A few catty hisses sounded from the sides of the tent and Ivanov grinned in response. And of course, who could forget our dear sisters fighting alongside us? Forgive me for forgetting about you, night witches, Ivanov said and politely bowed in their direction. A few of the soldiers muttered, "Hear, hear," in response to Ivanov. Before they could get sidetracked, Ivanov immediately jumped up and stood at attention. Our enemy, Grindelwald, is no longer the unstoppable force he once was, Ivanov continued, his voice growing louder. His teleporting portals are shattered. His once swift movements have become sluggish. The time has come to strike, to surround the Germans, to finish what we started. He paused, letting the gravity of his words sink in. The men exchanged glances, their determination growing with each passing moment. We have struck at his greenhouses, medical tents, armory, and ammunition depots. He can no longer supply his troops. We have credible reports of many starving German troops. Entire frontline formations are on the brink of collapse. Now is the time we emerge from the shadows and strike back. Several soldiers nodded in determination and the excitement in the tent grew. We call it Operation Uranus, Ivanov announced, and a wave of excitement rippled through the tent. The first phase of the operation will comprise of completely locking Grindelwald in. That means no apparition for any cowardly German who wants to flee Russia. Ivanov pulled out a sleek, black-painted rock with glowing runes etched on it. He nodded towards the corner where several other familiar rocks were presented. A gift from our foreign English friends. It involves the first phase of Operation Uranus, Ivanov said. This devotchka here has a dozen runes and charms encoded on it related to space and time. For those of you numbskulls who didn't finish Durmstrang, that means it prevents apparition. When spread out across the front, these will form a 50-kilometer wide anti-apparition barrier. With no portals, Grindelwald will be a sitting duck for the Great Bear, Ivanov said. Today, my brothers, Ivanov proclaimed, his voice ringing with authority, we rise from the shadows and become the vengeful never saw coming. Today, we rewrite the history of this war. For Mother Russia. The troops roared in response, their spirits ignited with newfound purpose. Ura, Ura, Ura. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A large explosion ripped through the cold night and angry screams and orders echoed in response. Dumbledore watched with a mixture of pride and concern as the wards fell around him like torn-up paper. It was rare that circumstances ever allowed him to fully unleash his might. Grindelwald was the only one who had so far ever measured up in fully engaging his intellect. Like children unleashed in a park by their parents on a Sunday morning, his Russian colleagues swarmed the hidden observation post. The men inside put up a desperate resistance but would soon fall since they had been surrounded from all sides. As Albus scanned his surroundings for signs of reinforcements from Grindelwald, the concern overwhelmed his pride. The latest word from Britain he received had been most concerning. Lord Potter was missing, kidnapped in broad daylight from Diagon Alley. Despite the best efforts of Eclipse, his whereabouts still remained unknown. Worse, Lord Greengrass was now injured in a desperate rescue mission that wiped out an entire squad of volunteer operatives. Thus, the intel he had received from Eclipse about Grindelwald had begun to dry out. Their spies within Grindelwald's camp still reported, but they had no idea who was a double agent. Dumbledore broke out of his reverie by the sudden silence from the observation post. He frowned. If his allies had won, there would have been a great deal of commotion and they would have reported back to him by now. Instead, the post was now silent as a crypt. He quickly pulled out his wand, stood in a loose stance and cast Revelio. Nothing magical was reported back to him. It was as if everyone from the outpost had suddenly vanished. Even recent apparition leaves traces, Dumbledore thought. With a careful gait, he slowly moved towards the outpost to investigate. As he took a step, a wave of magic washed over the area. Dumbledore raised his head in shock at the bizarre spectacle. A blood-red dome now stood over the entire area. Dumbledore's demeanor immediately became grim. He recognized the telltale signs of blood magic being done. Someone very powerful had arrived discreetly at this location. Discretion will be the better part of valor right now. Dumbledore theorized he needed to immediately leave this place and come back with reinforcements. He aimed his wand at the closest blood-red wall near him and fired a series of spells at him. He nodded in satisfaction. as the red color slowly began to fade away till a shrill noise ripped through the silence of the night. Albus! Help me! They are hurting me, Albus! Help! Dumbledore's blood ran cold at hearing those familiar words. It was the voice of a person he hadn't heard in years. Only one person other than his brother knew about the owner of his voice. It is Grindelwald. He is here. Dumbledore whispered. As if his words were heard by him, the main double doors of the observation post opened invitingly with a loud bang. Aberforth's tear-stained face came up in his mind, but Albus ruthlessly crushed it and compartmentalized it in his brain for later. With a wave of his wand, Albus transfigured nearby trees into flaming hunting dogs. He marched in. Grindelwald would rue the day he used this cheap trick on him. ****** Modern times. Somewhere in California, desert highway. The relentless sun beat down upon the desert highway, casting a shimmering haze over the barren landscape. Dust devils danced in erratic circles around a young boy and a tall, pale girl, their impassive faces untouched by the scorching heat. The air seemed to sizzle around them, but not a single bead of sweat marred their brows. The blonde and Norred moved in unison. Neither man nor beast stalked their paths, for so ferocious was the heat. The two walked confidently in the middle of the highway. The asphalt didn't faze them one bit. Even truckers avoided hauling their mighty machines at this cursed hour of the day, much preferring to hide away under electric fans, sipping on chilled beer and rum. Small dust tornadoes spiraled around them as if nature itself dared not disturb their purpose. They moved with an air of nonchalance, their steps unhurried, as though they were strolling through a tranquil garden rather than the inhospitable desert. Approaching a small, weather-worn tent nestled along a curve in the highway, the two exchanged wordless glances before nodding in unison. The blonde, with a purposeful stride, entered the tent first. The girl with a skeptical look on her face eyed the tent before shaking her head and entering after him. Inside the seemingly modest tent, dimensions twisted like a riddle's answer. Mr. Drew, a towering Texan with a shiny pate as devoid of hair as the barren desert landscape outside, greeted the newcomers with his signature rapid drawl. "Well, howdy there, folks. I reckon you must be Harry. The hag over in England shoulda told you 'bout me long ago." He clutched Harry's hand with an enthusiasm that belied his immense stature. Harry nervously eyed the behemoth in front of him. Mr. Drew is nearly 7 feet tall with nary a strand of hair on his head or brow. A small tint of bronze shined on his skin, indicating some time spent under the sun. Harry had experience with behemoths before. Hagrid had been one of his closest friends. But while Hagrid radiated an intense friendship and wholesomeness, Mr. Drew radiated as much wholesomeness as Dudley eyeing a chocolate bar on a Sunday afternoon. Harry Petrov, a diminutive figure by comparison, accepted the hearty handshake with a reserved smile. "Pleasure to finally meet you, Mr. Drew. Words, boy, words just can't capture how much I despise that wretched creature. The madness, the god-awful stench, and the complete inability to hold a civil conversation. Believe you me, I've entertained the notion of cutting ties with England entirely. And for heaven's sake, don't even get me started on those incestuous pureblood aristocrats of yours. Bash? Flimshaw? You'd think they descended from Venus to Earth while the rest of us crawled out from the mud." He clapped Harry on the shoulder with eager enthusiasm, his rapid southern drawl punctuating each exasperated sentiment. "Boy oh boy, what a creepshow that place is. Although I did suspect the hag's boss to be someone a bit older, certainly not a boy, not even in his manhood," he said gingerly and eyed Harry again. "I suppose that makes you even more interesting." Drew grinned, the fake accent forgotten as gears churned in his mind. He stiffened for a bit as a voice gently coughed from behind them. He straightened his suit and turned to greet Morgan. Mr. Drew's bulbous smile faded as he extended his hand toward Morgan Riddle, her glowing purple eyes fixed upon him, and she didn't reciprocate the gesture. Instead of faltering, Drew's grin grew even wider at the gesture, and he turned his handshake attempt into a polite bow. "Ah, ain't that something?" Mr. Drew mused, a crooked grin carving its way across his features. "Ain't one to be triflin' with pleasantries, I see." He withdrew his hand and shifted his massive frame to wave his arms in a surprisingly elegant gesture. "Welcome to my humble abode, folks." The interior of the tent seemed to defy the laws of space and temperature. A chill hung in the air, a stark contrast to the oppressive heat outside. Mr. Drew, his grin returning, ushered Harry and Morrigan further into the expanse. With a flourish, he displayed his wares, boasting, "I'm the best trader in magical goods on this side of the ocean, even if the Ministry would frown upon it." His eyes glittered with mischief as he unveiled a chilling array of cursed blades, shrunken heads haunted by malevolent spirits, tomes containing dark magic translated into modern English, and even a few tattered, time-worn flying carpets and enhanced Muggle gunpowder. As Morrigan's patience wore thin with the ostentatious display, she whispered, "Anna hushed," carried an authority that resonated throughout the tent. Mr. Drew paused, his grin undiminished. He gave an exaggerated bow toward Morrigan, the corners of his eyes crinkling. "Well now, my dear," he purred, "what can I get for you?" Morrigan looked at Harry and stirred into action. Harry pulled out a bulging folded parchment and handed it over to Mr. Drew. He whistled, looking at the exhaustive list of products mentioned on the list. "This gonna cost you some pretty penny, my dear," Mr. Drew said. Harry stifled an annoyed groan while blocking the sheer smugness radiating from Morrigan and letting a hefty bag fall on the table near him. It took a while for Drew to gather all the required items while Harry waited inside the tent. Morrigan had wandered inside the tent, bored by the vulgar bean counting. She fiddled with a clawed gauntlet. Drew handed over the items to Harry with a grin. "Careful, lad," he said while counting his coins. "That one's got venom." Harry accepted his change without a word and made to leave the tent. "Drew, my man, you haven't got the slightest clue," Harry thought as he watched Morrigan discreetly pocket the gauntlet before briefly smiling and then walking over to him. The two left the tent, leaving an amused Drew alone in the spacious room. Giovanni Manor, USA. Under the scorching summer sun, the sprawling lawn of the grand old manor glistened with perspiration. An irate catering head, Angry Joe, perspiration dripping down his forehead, barked orders at the perspiring waiters scurrying about with trays of hors d'oeuvres. "Move faster, you slackers. This isn't a garden party, it's a whole damn summer gala." Joe's voice was laced with frustration as he waved his clipboard like a conductor's baton, attempting to orchestrate the chaos. As he directed the sweating staff, a young man in a crisp black suit approached him, unruffled by the tension in the air. Joe squinted through his frustration and sweat at the newcomer. "Who the hell are you?" The young man maintained a cool demeanor, beads of sweat forming on his own forehead. "I'm Ryan, here to stand in for Steve for the entire event," he replied politely. Joe's face turned an even darker shade of crimson. "Steve? I was never told anything about Steve being replaced." Ryan met his furious gaze with calmness. "Well, sir, the supervisor himself told me about the change. He had to leave for a family emergency and asked me to take over. He's gone to Texas." Joe's anger shifted to bewilderment, but he couldn't refute the young man's words. He flipped through his clipboard, searching for any note of the change. His eyes widened as he finally stumbled upon a hastily scribbled message from the absent supervisor. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath, realizing his mistake. He glared at Ryan. "You should have introduced yourself earlier. Now we're already behind schedule, and I've got half a mind to." Ryan interjected with a placating smile. "I apologize for any inconvenience, sir. I'm here to help, and I know the plan inside out. We can get things back on track if we work together." The catering head grumbled in defeat, wiping the sweat from his brow with the back of his hand. "Fine, Ryan. But we better not have any more surprises. This wedding needs to be flawless." Ryan nodded with determination. "You have my word, Joe. We'll make sure it's a day to remember for all the right reasons." With a begrudging nod, Joe reluctantly turned his attention back to directing the waitstaff. As the hot sun continued to beat down, Ryan joined the team, seamlessly slipping into his new role, determined to salvage the event and keep things running smoothly. Harry scowled as he unfolded a golden snitch from his knapsack. The afternoon sun was about to set. They had been scouting the manor for 2 whole days before an opportunity presented itself for infiltrating it. Sneaking into a manor was one thing, but Morrigan confounding someone to eat near 100 Klondike bars and going to Beer Fest to put him out of working order was another. Harry had replaced him while he recovered at a hospital a mile away. In another life, Hermione and Ron would have been aghast at such a tampering of free will. It was borderline dark magic. But now, after Rupert and everything else, Harry was too mentally exhausted to think of clever ways to subvert the tropes. He and Morrigan saw what needed to be done, and then did it in the most efficient manner. Harry wanted Morrigan not to pry too much in the cyborg business. This was the price for her silence. Harry was willing to pay for it. It was not her casting dubious magic on people that howled at him. It was the deafening silence of his own moral compass that shook him. He felt he should have confronted Morrigan, defended the man, or told Dumbledore or something. It was nothing novel to him. He had done that in his first and second years against another Voldemort. The snitch came to life and started to gently fly alongside the manor wall. The snitch changed colors as it encountered physical objects, wards, hexes, and other defenses. It flew silently over a tall wall and entered the manor. Morrigan had explained the purpose of this device to him. Apparently, she had spent the last years trying to come up with a mapping/charting device after getting frustrated with Hogwarts's maps. Harry wondered if this was how the Marauders came up with their map. He flipped the onions in the large cauldron as Joe cast an evil eye at him before nodding at his work and continuing. Between him and Snape, Harry wondered who was more successful in raising his ire. He spied from his eye's corner at the snitch circling above the manor before entering through a stained glass window. No, this is something more advanced than what the Marauders did, Harry thought. The snitch was actively avoiding people by being outside of their line of sight. Soon it would provide Morrigan with a blueprint of the manor. I must admit, this is some solid charms work. Even Hermione would have struggled to replicate this feat with such fine precision, Harry thought. She really is good. The smug pale face of Morrigan came in his mind, looking at him in amusement, and Harry blushed at the image and focused on the task before him. Harry gave the broth below 3 clockwise stir to distribute the spicy concoction he poured into the cauldron. I never knew you were so talented a cook, Harry. Morrigan's voice chirped in his ear, and Harry remembered the invisible earpiece. Another piece of magical wonderwork, albeit not that impressive to Harry, who had witnessed similar Muggle works. Harry's seeker instincts could feel another snitch hovering above him. This one was Harry's own recommendation to Morrigan, a snitch that captured vision from a bird's eye view. It was linked to a magical viewing mirror back in their HQ. Through it, Morrigan could guide him via the vast manor grounds and keep an eye on visitors. Morrigan had been delighted by Harry's creativity. He didn't have the heart to tell her that he was borrowing the idea from Muggle drone technology he had seen Dudley fiddling with. Morrigan, Harry thought. All his roads so far had led to her. What had started out as a temporary alliance had slowly morphed into a growing dependency. To his regret, Harry hadn't bothered to look up to the Great War during his time at Hogwarts. He didn't know what the Death Eaters or Voldemort fought for beyond a rudimentary understanding of pureblood supremacist policy. Most of the time, Tom Riddle was too busy trying to kill him and Harry defending himself for them to have a nuanced discussion about their relative differences. This cursed timeline had everything in the opposite direction. Riddle, his most hated enemy, had become his salvation more than once. What we'll do with each other? Will we go back to fighting like the last time? Harry thought. In his darker moments, he had considered wielding her like a weapon. The wizarding world of his time had no compulsions about using a mere baby to fight Voldemort. Why should he? A person be a far greater match for threats of the future than Dumbledore would be. Bless his heart, but the headmaster was at times too kind in dealing with threats. His ambivalent attitudes towards Snape's bullying and Dementors proved that. Harry shook his head to clear his bleak thought as he heard Morrigan speak again. Joe and the others are on their break, move now. Morrigan ordered, and Harry scuttled. Taking orders from Voldemort is great, Harry sarcastically thought. He pulled out the potion vials from his pocket and put in a few drops in every dish he could find. When the final preparations for serving the dishes were made, none would suspect this to happen. Harry quickly removed his top garb, warped it around his waist, and dashed towards the breakyard. His side cook watched him approach with a wary glance. Hey man, what's... Harry didn't give him the time to finish and hit him with a confounding charm. Jenkins jerked forward violently and threw hot coffee all over him. Harry screamed in pain, gaining the attention of the crowd. Joe swore up a storm and angrily strode towards them. Jenkins, what in tarnation is wrong with you, boy? Joe screamed at a horrified Jenkins who was too shocked to even stutter apologies. The rest of the group pulled a groaning Harry from the ground. Boy, Joe said, taking a break from dressing down Jenkins. The bathrooms are on the north side, get yourself cleaned up. But chef, He is hurt. He nay. Joe silenced her with a glare. He'll live, Joe muttered and shoved Harry towards the restroom. The show must go on. Once again Harry was on his feet and running towards the restroom. He pointedly ignored the separation wall and darted left. The restrooms were farthest from the cook site and nearest to the main entrances. The manor guards had strictly forbidden the catering staff from leaving their designated zones. With an apparent injury, it was highly unlikely that many would come looking for him soon, thus leaving him with a plausible alibi. Harry scrambled and took cover near the side of the grand staircase. Two large men, Muggles by their appearance, carrying double-barrel shotguns met. "Ayo Johnny. Where you have been, man?" The Not John greeted John. "Ah, you know, just keeping an eye on those lazy cooks. Do you know they still haven't prepped dessert?" John said to Not John. As the two rambled about the incompetencies of chefs and their kind, Morgan spoke again. "Move it, Petrov. Guard with hound coming up behind you." Harry put on his bracelet, went invisible, and dashed. Earlier, Harry had consulted his grimoire and placed charms on it that prevented his footsteps from echoing beyond his immediate circle. For the 1000th time, he cursed himself for not somehow bringing the cloak from his own timeline. The hound trailing behind him paused and sniffed in the ear as the guard tried to egg him on. Harry picked up his pace and ran. The main door was out. They didn't know what defenses the residents might have placed on it. "Guard coming up front." "Hide," Morgan said. "He cannot see me," Harry countered. "The pathway is too narrow for him to not hear you. He will be in your radius. The hedges on the left will provide cover," Morgan said, and Harry dashed. The sun was now beginning to set, casting pinkish hues over the entire manor ground. Harry hid in the large shadows cast by the hedge's presence as the guard whistled by him. "Proceed now. The snitch tells me there is a door by your left, an entrance for the guards. Proceed through it," Morgan said. Harry moved silently and crouched near the door. He waved his wand over the door and felt no wards guarding the door. "Strange. I expected the manor to be secured with magical means as well," Morgan said. Harry paused at the door and pointed his wand at the gap between the door and the floor. "Hominum revelio." Harry cast and waited for the spell to report back. "Your charm work does you credit," Morgan said. "I had a great instructor," Harry said, and Morgan laughed in response. The spell reported 3 souls inside the room. "Your area of expertise, Harry. Sneak in and it's all yours," Morgan said. Harry fondled his bracelet and took a deep breath before getting to work. The right side of the path was earthworks. Harry reached into his pockets and pulled out a couple of seeds. He briefly dug into the ground with his hand and buried it in the ground. He then pulled out a potion vial containing the Terraflorix enhancer and poured it liberally over the ground. "The vines have been planted, Morgan," Harry reported. "Position marked." Morgan replied, and Harry moved on. He reached for the guardroom's door and pulled out his knife. He gently inserted it where the locks were supposed to meet. The knife gently vibrated in response, letting him know that the door was open. "Remind me, why are you using these objects when you have a perfectly functioning wand?" Morgan said as Harry reported his progress. Most activity detection wards are based on detecting the buildup of magic for spells. Magical objects are already charmed. They don't have any buildup. Harry grunted as he sneaked into the room. Luckily for him, all 3 of the guards were fast asleep in the dark room. "You have fascinating insights, Harry. I wonder where you learned that," Morgan said. "One day, I will write you an autobiography of my life," Harry said, and heard Morgan snort over their link. Harry stood in the middle of the guardroom, pulled out his knife again and dug into a loose tile. He took out another seed pair and buried it in the earth. Crossing from the guardroom, Harry entered a long, dimly lit hallway where the snitch awaited him silently in the air. There was a minimum of 6 doors leading to only Merlin knows where. Luckily, the snitch had by now compiled a decent enough blueprint for them to follow. "Morgan, I am inside the manor, near the hallway next to the guardroom you spoke about," Harry said. "Good. The manor is covered in greenery. Plant the seeds in the pool room, main hall, and the tea gardens. Avoid contact with the guards at any cost," Morgan said. A metallic glint caught his eye and Harry followed it and found himself in a storeroom. It was the snitch fluttering soundlessly in the air. "Why is the snitch following me?" Harry said. "The manor is getting crowded now. It seems the Giovannis are night owls, Morgan said. That still doesn't explain why it is following me, Harry said. It kept running into people with too many close calls. Summoning it back to me would take too long. Ergo, take care of it, Morgan said. Now focus, no contact. I really need to do something about the scent. Harry angrily thought as he was forced to leap into another room to avoid a guard dog. The dog growled and gave the air a few suspicious sniffs, but nothing came up. The dog's human, getting impatient at the nothingness, angrily yelled at it to catch up. The dog scurried to catch up. Harry waited till the dog was out of its sight and crawled alongside the railing. He spied on the duo sitting below. Honestly, Josie, Amy said, her voice tinged with concern, something's truly amiss in our family these days. Josie's eyes rolled heavenward, and she let out an exasperated groan. It was an old argument, one they had revisited many times before. But this time, Amy's patience had worn thin. She snapped, "No, listen this time, Josie. I mean it." Leaning in, she whispered, "I went to Washington with Father as his aide last week." Josie's eyebrows shot up, her annoyance replaced by curiosity. "You went to Washington? What for?" Amy leaned back, a proud glint in her eyes. "I met Senator Donald there. He had the kindest words for both me and the Giovanni family." "Most probably sucking up for new funding," Josie snorted. "The oddest thing was, he told me how generous it was of Uncle Julius to contribute financially to his first election campaign." Josie couldn't hide her surprise. Senator Donald? That old man? His first campaign must have been a decade ago? Amy nodded, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Julius helped him financially in that very first campaign. Josie's astonishment lingered, and she leaned closer, her voice dropping to a hushed tone. "Julius Giovanni? He doesn't look a day over 30? Amy chuckled, her eyes twinkling. "You've got a sharp eye, Josie. And that's precisely what I was getting at." The two paused to sip their tea, contemplating their thoughts. "I always knew our family was into some pretty occult stuff. I never suspected they were this far," Josie said. "I mean, do you remember Grandma Carlton?" The two exchanged a look and shuddered. Now that was a proper witch. With all her wicked robes, strange books, and pets. Amy said, "Did I ever tell you she threatened to turn me into a toad for taking a flower from her gardens?" "Pure evil," Josie muttered. "All I know is that the annual family function tomorrow has something to do with this. All the best and the brightest of our cousins participate in the ritual," Amy said. "Think about Josie, when was the last time we saw any of our winning cousins?" "Papa said that Uncle Julius sends them abroad to further the family foothold," Josie said. "How convenient," Amy muttered. "How come we are never invited to compete?" Josie said, and Amy sipped her tea. "I mean, we are good Giovannis. We are smart, pretty, and rich. How come we are not let in the eternal youth's secret?" "I wondered the same. I think I may have uncovered something," Amy said. "You know the weird corridor they won't allow us in? The creepy one with the 6 doors and no light?" Josie said. "Exactly," Amy said. "So, I went snooping through the main meeting room where Uncle Julius likes to conduct business. That creepy skull." Before he could snoop further, Harry heard footsteps echoing behind him alongside a dog's snarl. Harry wasted no time in scurrying away. He contacted Morgan and relayed to her all he had just heard. "So, the Giovannis try to play both ends of the aisles, now. Interesting. I doubt the ministry would be too happy about their breach of the statute. Something to ponder later," Morgan said. Harry made to comment on that, but Morgan cut him off. "Regardless, the snitch has picked up nothing arcane. Likely the manor has more to it than it meets the eye. If I had to hazard a guess, I would say that the skull thing is a good place to start," Morgan said. "I will head over to it right now. The defenses will take time to break," Harry said. "No, that would take too long. The others are now beginning to search for you. The mind-altering wards have begun to falter due to the number of people," Morgan said. "What now?" Harry questioned. "Get to that Amy girl and make her spill the beans," Morgan said. "How the hell do you expect me to do that?" Harry said. "Stun her, drag her to someplace quiet, and make her talk," Morgan said. Harry's eye bulged and he took a deep breath to rant about this, but Morgan seemed to have anticipated this. "Alternatively, you can abort this," Favor, right now, and I will dedicate every waking moment from right now to investigating the attack on the Potters," Morgan said. That got Harry to immediately shut up. Through gritted teeth, he whispered. "Firing stunners will require magic to build up. It might trigger an unknown ward," Harry said. Morgan didn't reply and Harry rolled his eyes in annoyance. Harry gripped his hair out in frustration and silently screamed in frustration. Only the damp darkness of his hideout replied to him. Amy and Josie gently sipped their tea, their conversation now revolving around the latest fashion and hairstyle trends. A far outcry of their earlier morbid gossip. Josie saw a guard approach her and bowed slightly. "Madam Amy," the guard said. The two girls exchanged weird looks and the guard panicked at his faux pas. Yes," Amy said. "There is a visitor who wishes to speak with you. He is waiting in the main meeting room," the guard said. Amy frowned but Josie didn't care about the eccentric guard and simply got up. "You know the visitor is for me, right?" Amy dryly said. "Oh no. Josie chided by shaking her finger in a negative gesture. "I know what is going on here. Little baby Amy has finally grown up and has a man now." Amy paled at the accusation while the guard awkwardly stood by. "Oh, come of it," Amy protested but Josie cut her off. "Guard, escort us to the meeting room," and eagerly pushed him towards the exit. Amy sat stunned for a moment before dashing after them. Josie grandly threw open the main doors of the meeting room and strode into the room as if she owned it. Amy discreetly trailed behind her, worried about what was about to happen. "Well, guard, where is he?" Josie said. The guard didn't respond but swiftly grabbed Jose by the throat and slammed her into the wall behind her. Amy screamed but was silenced when the guard lowered a pistol at Josie's head and made a "shush" motion to Amy. "What do you want?" Amy hysterically whispered. "We have money. Just let us go." "Silence," the guard said. "The hidden entrance, girl. Open it." Amy looked confusedly at the man before he gestured with his gun to a weird skull behind her. Amy looked at it and her eyes widened at the implication. "Stranger, you have no idea what you are getting into. Just take," Amy said, but the guard pistol whipped Josie across the back of her head. Josie's screams were muffled by the guard choking her. The guard in turn now looked extremely pale and panicked. A sobbing Amy turned and placed her hand in the creature's mouth and gasped. A door opened behind the skull wordlessly. Amy pulled out her and it was bleeding. Blood magic. The guard thought. The guard gestured for Amy to enter the room and dragged Josie behind her, who winced at the sharp pain of a gun jabbing her in the back. As soon as they entered the room, a sudden blast of air filled with the smell of a dozen potions and dusty tomes hit them. A satisfied glint went off in the guard's eye. There was too much ambient magic here, and they could get away with a minor spell. "Sorry for this, Josie," the guard said, and the women's eyes widened at the implication. Before they could protest, a red beam of light struck her, and she felt stunned. Amy lunged at the guard but he deftly dodged. "Incarcerus," the guard said, and thick ropes restrained Amy's hands and gagged her mouth. The guard took a look around the room and started fiddling with everything. "Think, Mr. Guard, think," Harry thought to himself. Metamorphosing his features had granted him entry to the secret library. Looking around, the books and research notes seemed interesting, but nothing would even begin to interest Morgan. The manor had become a lot more interesting by the minute, but it still dearly held its secrets from Harry. Harry cast a frustrated glance across the library and stared at his other wand. "Do I risk it one more time?" Harry thought to himself. Making up his mind, he held his wand afloat and chanted, "Hominum Revelio." Amy's eyes widened for the second time as the middle of the room glowed red and a staircase materialized in front of them. Harry grinned in satisfaction, carried Josie over his shoulder and forced Amy to march ahead of them. The trio descended the dank, musty staircase and the manor changed from immaculate and serene to damp and dark. A foul stench of bomb and mud greeted him. Amy protested from her muffled mouth but couldn't form coherent sentences. They were now properly underground, and Harry had no idea of how to navigate the massive tunnels that now stretched out before him. Harry grunted in pain as the recoil of the Muggle rifle kicked in his hands and stunned his ears. The only respite was that its projectile struck the zombie directly in its brain. It fell down like a puppet whose strings were cut. The Giovannis soon went from being moderately interesting to downright terrifying. Political interference, Muggle connections, creepy artifacts, and now zombies. Harry thought as he desperately the horde coming after him. What's next? All had been going smoothly till Amy had dashed in front of them, avoiding Harry in a tight corridor. She jumped forward and pressed a button that seemed to unlock all the metal doors around them. Harry's faces contorted in horror as a pungent smell emanated from the open doors and a flock of zombies started marching from them. He watched in grim horror as the horde gained on them and leapt at Amy. Clearly, she didn't expect the zombies to attack one of Giovanni Blood, but they cared not. The girl tried to desperately battle against the abominations, but they bit into her soft flesh and tore her to shreds with their claws. He pulled out his wand and tried to summon his magic, but to no avail. Whatever wards were present in the tunnels, caverns prevented him from active spellcasting. He struggled to hold back tears at the macabre sight. The zombies had now stopped chasing him since they were more interested in Amidst's fresh blood. With a grunt, he carried Josie in a fireman's carry and ran. He left the Muggle rifle behind since it was now out of ammunition. Harry didn't know how long and far he had now been running inside the tunnels. The weight of Josie was now growing heavy on his small frame. He rasped and awkwardly ran forward, out of breath and now out of strength. In his exhaustion, he didn't notice a puddle of water dripping and slipped on it. On his descent, he hit his head on a red lever. Harry didn't notice a cavern opening below him and slipped below, unable to contain his and Josie's momentum on his back. Thud! He fell on his back and screamed in pain. His eyes were wet in pain and his limbs felt like the heaviest thing he had ever encountered. A brief moment passed by till his consciousness returned to him. Grasping in pain, he got up and took stock of his surroundings. The room he was now in was a far outcry of his surroundings. It was heavily furnished. He laid Josie down on a comfortable-looking couch and left the room. With a cautious step, he decided to explore further. Exiting the room, he entered a long corridor that stretched into the distance. The soft, ambient lighting and plush carpeting beneath his feet hinted at the grandeur of this mysterious place. Every step he took echoed softly, making him feel even more isolated. As he continued down the corridor, his curiosity grew, and he wondered what else this peculiar place might hold. Then, just when he least expected it, he stumbled upon a grand entrance that opened up into what could only be described as a magnificent library. Bingo! This is exactly what Morrigan wanted, Harry thought to himself. His eyes widened in delight as they feasted upon the astonishing sight before him. The room was lined with towering shelves, each filled to the brim with ancient books, dusty tomes, and priceless artifacts. The air was filled with the rich scent of aging paper and the hushed whispers of forgotten knowledge. The entire atmosphere seductively beckoned him forward. It beckoned him to come and take his due. It was the least he could do to reward himself after what he had endured in his adventure so far. With eager anticipation, he moved closer to the entrance of the library, eager to explore its treasures. However, as he reached for the transparent door, his excitement turned into frustration. No matter how hard he pushed or pulled, the door remained sealed shut, as if it were an impenetrable barrier. Growing increasingly desperate, he searched the corridor for something that might help him gain access. His eyes fell upon a nearby rock, and he grabbed it with a sense of determination. He swung the heavy stone at the transparent door, hoping to shatter it or at least weaken it enough to force it open. The impact of the rock against the door produced a sharp, echoing sound, but to his dismay, the transparent barrier remained unbroken and unyielding. He struck it again and again, each attempt more fervent than the last, but the door refused to budge. A set of runes glowed upon the door in response to his breach attempts. Great! More wards. If only I could cast Lumos here, Harry morosely thought to himself. If he gave them a close glance and even with his rudimentary knowledge of the art realized he was completely out of his depth here. With shaking hands, he pulled out a parchment and quill and quickly began to jot down the runes and wards he felt. He briefly felt Rupert's disappointment at the prospect of biting off more than he could chew, but he ignored the worrying rolls in his gut. With an exasperated sigh, he turned away from the library door and stared down at the end of the hallway. A grand door with more opulence than the library door stood towards the end. I wonder what's in there, Harry thought and marched towards it. With his heart pounding in his chest, Harry continued his determined march towards the grand door. As he drew closer, an unsettling sense of primal dread began to creep over him, shrouding his every step. It was as if an invisible force was pulling him in, and he couldn't resist its eerie allure. He felt like a thirsty deer walking on instinct towards a watering hole haunted by a malicious reptile. His anxiety grew with each passing moment, and when his trembling hand finally rested on the large door's ornate knob, it felt as though his stomach was tied in knots. A rush of nausea surged through him, bile rising in his throat. Panic threatened to overtake him. Desperate to regain control of his emotions, Harry drew a deep, shuddering breath and summoned the basics of occlumency. He closed his eyes briefly, blocking out the overwhelming fear that had taken hold of him. Slowly, he felt his racing heart calm, and his thoughts steadied. Feeling much more composed, Harry turned the ornate knob and pushed open the grand door. A bright, unnatural light flooded his vision, causing him to blink rapidly to adjust. As his eyes adapted, a gasp escaped his lips. The room he had entered was a nightmarish vision of macabre Gothic decor. Sinister statues of skeletons stood frozen in bizarre and grotesque dances, their eerie grins etched in stone. The walls were adorned with ferocious skulls of unknown species, their empty sockets seeming to leer at him from every angle. In fact, the entire wall on the inside of the room appeared to be constructed entirely of skulls, forming an eerie mosaic of death. A shiver of dread raced down Harry's spine as he took in the unsettling scene before him. The room seemed to pulse with an ominous energy, and the air felt heavy with foreboding. But what truly sent a chill through him were the large, gleaming coffins that occupied the center of the room. The coffins were unlike any he had ever seen. They were made of an impossibly shiny, reflective metal, almost as if they were crafted from polished obsidian. Each coffin seemed heavy and imposing, their presence casting an eerie shadow over the room. He walked toward the occupied much of the middle of the room. He wrangled with it for a while before he spotted a switch and pushed it. The coffin's door released a mighty hiss sound and mechanically opened. Harry instinctively took a step back and looked at the foot of the coffin. He read the inscription on the coffin and felt that his brain was playing tricks on him. Kendra Dumbledore. Beneath this steel sleeps a bloodthirsty siren of the night, forever hungry for virgin blood. May the midnight darkness forever protect her from the lies of the light. Harry quickly got up and looked inside the coffin. He gasped out in horror at the abominable sight inside. A woman lay inside who must have been a beauty in her time. Yet now, she looked like a nightmare from the depths of man's most horrid dream. She looked like a leech that had sucked in too much blood and now couldn't move. The woman was impossibly swollen from her head to her toes. A thick, bulbous liquid flowed just beneath her skin. Harry was certain that even the merest pinprick would have created a torrent of abominable liquid flowing out of her body. Her red eyes locked in with Harry's disguised black ed as a bulbous hand reached out towards him. A massive wave of nausea took him, and his world started to go dark. In his last waking moments, Harry saw the woman's eyes widen in shock before darkness took him. Harry woke with a gasp in a dark corridor. It wasn't the one where he had last stood conscious. He didn't know how long it had been since he had lost consciousness. With a pained grunt, he stood up and pulled himself against a wall to catch his breath. He desperately tried to think of anything but his last memory. He looked around to see foul-smelling liquid near his place. I must have puked here. Harry realized and shuddered. He looked at his hands and they were now of his old body. The guard's disguise must have broken when he lost control of himself. Harry wondered briefly how he had gotten away from the wretched woman, but his head throbbed whenever he tried to think about it. He palmed his wand and got up, grunting, from the ground. He couldn't wait to get back to Morgan and tell her to shove this plan. The entire place was hell's abode and Harry couldn't wait to tell all this to Dumbledore so he could come back with oars and burn this place down to ashes. He spotted another staircase leading further below into the caverns. He steeled himself at the prospect of confronting more horrors. If he wanted this place destroyed, Harry would need to familiarize himself with every possible horror this place could spring up on them. He descended the staircase in utter darkness for a while before the sudden illumination caught him off guard. Before him stood a grand hall of immaculate polish, the likes of which he had never seen before. The hall was spacious and grand, adorned with ornate marble statues that glistened in the eerie, unnatural light. The floor beneath him was polished to a mirror-like shine, reflecting the strange and unsettling scene before him. In the center of the room, a halo of bright green energy casts an otherworldly glow, illuminating the chamber with an unnatural brilliance. A sense of foreboding filled the air, and Harry watched in growing fascination as several figures surrounded the radiant green halo. Each of them seemed to be emanating dark, twisting strands of energy, like malevolent tendrils that converged upon the protective shield. "Keep at it, kindred," a harsh voice commanded them. "Lord Julius demands results by daybreak." As Harry's eyes darted around the room, he felt his breath catch in his throat. At the heart of the shimmering green barrier sat Albus Dumbledore in a calm lotus position. His eyes were closed in deep concentration, and his countenance appeared serene despite the chaotic scene unfolding around him. Harry quickly pulled out his invisibility bracelet, ready to descend below and help his master. As if sensing his apprentice's rash plans, Dumbledore's eyes opened and directly made contact with Harry's in his hiding spot. A wave of disappointment and anger washed over Harry as he could feel Dumbledore's emotions wash over him. A vision came upon him, and Harry recognized it as Dumbledore trying to convey him a message. The vision burned itself into Harry's memory as he saw a secret door to his left leading to a long tunnel at the end of which there was a staircase that led to a forest outside. Harry gasped as he recognized that Dumbledore had burned an escape route into his mind. "I will be back for you, old man," Harry thought, and another wave of negative emotion washed over him. "No, I will be back," Harry yelled in his mind and ran. He had no choice but to get back up. Where once he had resolutely thought about never coming back to the manor, Harry vowed to now return. He had no delusions about doing so, or worse, succeeding, alone. "I need Morrigan. Again," Harry morosely thought. Harry vowed to enact vengeance upon this house of abominations. Santa Monica, California beach house. Throughout their interaction, Morrigan had the poise of a perfect pureblood lady. Right now, seeing her in black pajamas, tank top, boots, and frazzled hair was something else. Even right now, Morrigan was a sight to see. Pale skin shone in the light of illumination orbs and the moonlight. The frazzled hair complemented her demeanor as she had spent the better part of the day analyzing every part of Harry's story and analyzing the blueprints from the snitch. The night air was cool in comparison to its daytime counterpart. It carried with it the unique scent of seawater and salt, mixing in the air with its weird taste. The full moon shone upon them from a clear sky, providing much-needed illumination. The moon was complemented by an uncountable number of stars shining down upon them from the heavens above. "Cooling charms are good, but the feeling of cool wind upon your skin is bliss," Morrigan had declared. She tried to focus on the makeshift herbology lab in front of him. She carefully used a stopper to place careful drops of the Terraflorix enhancer on the budding seeds. Herbology was not her field, but Harry's work needed to be done. Right now, he wasn't in the mental state to work on anything complex. "Doria Black, you are a blessing," Morrigan thought as the potions bubbled alongside the seeds. In a few hours, they would bloom to life as if they had been planted for weeks. Mr. Drew, true to his illustrious reputation, had delivered the goods. The myriad of plants would provide much-needed support for their operation tomorrow. Harry's contacts did bear fruit. A sob came from her left, breaking Morrigan from her reverie. She turned around to see Harry sitting on the floor hugging his knees with his face buried. Long blonde hair covered his face. Morrigan could tell he had spent the last few hours crying silently. He was integral to her plans. He needed to be brought back to the present. Harry gasped as he felt a warm presence engulf him from behind. Pale skin arms interlocked with his own and a lock of black hair fell across him. It took a while for Harry to realize Morrigan was hugging him. His breath shuddered and his heartbeat quickened at the action. He tried to turn around to face her, but Morrigan kept him locked in place. He craned his neck behind to get a good look at her and went speechless. Intense purple eyes met his. Harry had never been in a situation like this before and didn't know what to do. He could see Morrigan's lips moving but couldn't seem to hear what she was saying. The sound of ringing and blood flowing in his ears was too loud. He fixated on her red lips, trying desperately to figure out what was happening. Morrigan suddenly stopped as if sensing Harry's cluelessness. She smiled at the confused expression on his face, leaned in, and kissed him. Harry panicked, but Morrigan was firm and embraced him further. Soon Harry relaxed in her embrace and let her take the lead. She broke away from her, lips shining wet, and leaned in next to his ears. "Bravery, my dear. Be brave. We will soon burn all those who threaten us." she whispered, and Harry could only nod dumbly at her words. Satisfied, Morrigan went in for another round, and this time Harry neither resisted nor panicked. He leaned deeper into her embrace. The world could wait for the moment. He needed to live this moment. Chapter end notes. Author notes. A large chapter after a very long time. Please review and let me know your thoughts on it. This is the last large update for this story. It will be on a very brief hiatus. During that time, I will review some of the previous chapters and correct the grammar and structural mistakes that many have requested fixed. I thank you for your patience and kind reviews and PMs on that. Meanwhile, PLS leave your reviews. What do you think of the story so far? What do you think will happen in the future? Any changes or new characters you would like to see? Looking forward to hearing from you. Since this is my first ever FIC, my first large writing project, I love hearing from pro readers and writers. Stay blessed. Smiley face. Chapter 22. Summer Hijinks IV. Chapter Summary. TW. Graphic, NSFW, and violent scenes. The end of the chapter for notes. Stalingrad, Russia. A shiver went through Maryam as she paused in drafting her letter. In 1 week alone, everything had gone to hell. The Allied forces' much anticipated encirclement of Grindelwald had never materialized. Something had happened during the last scouting mission of the volunteer forces. They had been ambushed and killed to the last man. Worse, Albus Dumbledore was missing in action. Without him, the Bloodwords had made a comeback at the worst possible time. Russian forces had lost their momentum and morale and were now taking a beating. They were surrounded and cut off from reinforcements. Her agents had mounted a desperate internal investigation within the Legion in the guise of routine counter-intel operations. Maryam wanted to know who authorized this operation without her prior approval. When the investigation into the commanders came up empty, Maryam knew that Gellert had outsourced this. And there was only one who was able to accomplish such a feat. Julius Giovanni. Maryam angrily thought to herself. This entire disaster has that scumbag's fingerprints all over it. If he had already presented Dumbledore's corpse to Grindelwald after all her denial about his existence in Russia, a swift execution for gross incompetency would have been the best possible fate. Having her innards rearranged and nails pulled out in a German torture chamber for suspected treachery would be the worst. Maryam glanced at her enchanted mirror and saw multiple shadowy figures gathering outside her door, their intentions clear. Panic surged, but there was no time for it. Maryam forced her training to overcome her instincts and write the letter. A polite knock sounded on her door, but Maryam ignored it. Swiftly sealing the coded letter with precision, she placed it in the grasp of her trusty owl, its eyes reflecting the same anxiety that weighed on her heart. As the owl took flight, Maryam watched through the window, her fate momentarily irrelevant. What mattered was the letter. Its secrets, her lifeline to allies in England. The Giovannis had a massive operating base in the United States. That was where her agents had last placed Julius to be. Eclipse needed to raid that place and turn it inside out. The knocking grew more aggressive, and Maryam could feel magic build up on the other side. Reducto, a muffled voice echoed, and her door was shattered into 1,000 pieces. Robed men stormed into her office, pointing their wands at her. It was up to Eclipse now to fight this war while she was temporarily incapacitated. Asterisk. Once upon a time, Dumbledore's and Giovanni's the large cameras flashed and emitted smoke incessantly, capturing Kendra's flawless angles as she effortlessly shifted from one pose to the next. The crew, mesmerized by her elegance, worked fervently to capture every moment. As the shoot wound down, Kendra's assistant came in and whispered in her ear. Kendra's eyes widened in excitement at the message, and she walked out to meet her guest. "Well, hello there, Percival," she said smoothly. "Can we talk?" Percival didn't return the greeting but tightly said. Kendra's brow furrowed. "Sure, I know a spot." She led him to the back of the studio used by the support staff for a cigarette break. Percival pulled out his wand and cast several privacy spells so that they wouldn't be interrupted. "What's going on, Percival?" she demanded, her tone sharp. "We agreed to cut things off." Now that there were no civilian witnesses, Kendra's mask dropped, and the real self emerged. Percival hesitated, then met her gaze. "Kendra, we need to talk about us, about our future." Kendra's jaw tightened. "Go on." Percival took a deep breath. "I promise you, Kendra, I will marry you. I'll keep up with the lifestyle you're accustomed to. We'll have everything we've ever dreamed of. Kendra's eyes narrowed. A promise, Percival? That's all you have to offer? Percival's expression turned serious. No, not just that. I plan to submit my petition to the ministry, to be recognized as a noble family and admitted to the Wizengamot. I'll run for election on the ministerial ticket. Minister Burke has promised me a cabinet position. Kendra couldn't help but contain a snort at that. And what makes you think you can do all that? Kendra said. You have zero idea of campaigning. No people skills. At best, you were the shy nerd at Hufflepuff if you forgot. Hell, you couldn't even get in the headboy post. Percival's face tightened at Kendra's callousness, but he was persistent. If you stand by me, Kendra, we can make this happen. I can be the interior minister or the foreign ambassador, just like the ministerial candidate promised me. Percival said. I'll work harder than anyone else. I'll make it happen for us. For you. Ahan. And what? I should spend the first decade of my marriage in your family's hovel? Kendra spat. Percival stepped closer, his voice filled with determination. It'll be temporary, Kendra. We'll get through it. You have to trust me. I don't know, Percival. It sounds like a long shot, Kendra said. A damned long shot. I know it does, but you know why not wants you, right? You're Avila, and you'll be nothing more than a trophy wife for his son and his family's legacy. With me, you'll have the freedom to live your dreams, to be whoever you want to be, Percival said. A trophy wife to one of the richest families in Britain doesn't sound half bad, Kendra said. And if you will be mine, Percival said, taking her hands in his. You will have wealth and power, but with freedom. Think of the freedom here, Kendra. Kendra stared at him for a while. A million calculations ran in her brain as she tried to chart the best possible outcome for herself. You have a lot to prove, Percival, Kendra said. Percival nodded, a determined glint in his eyes. I'll make you proud, Kendra. You'll see. Kendra's shoulders sagged, a mix of reluctance and hope coloring her features. I hope you do, Percival. I really do. Percival pulled her into a tight embrace, whispering promises and reassurances as the bustling city life continued around them. The night enveloped them, its shadows casting a veil of uncertainty over their future. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Kendra, she is a girl. Give her time, Percival roared at his wife. The house gave a whining creak as it miserably shuddered at the force of the domestic dispute raging inside it. Emotions ran high during these arguments, which directly fed the ambient magic around them. There was always a risk of uncontrollable magic raging about. Worse off, it always brought about panicked feelings within Ariana. She shuddered and wept uncontrollably outside the kitchen stairs as Aberforth desperately tried to comfort her. She is almost 12. Even her Hogwarts letter hasn't arrived, Kendra roared back. Face it, Percival, she is a squib now. And what do you want me to do? Throw my own daughter to the streets? Percival shouted. I want you to do your duty as a man. Go out there, get those bastards, or better yet, she pointed upwards towards Ariana's room. Get rid of the deadweight. For your campaign's sake, if not us. Careful now, woman, careful, Percival dangerously whispered. Carefulness can go to hell now, Percival. I am almost 32 now. I have given you 3 children. Everything you ever wanted. I have given you. I married you when no girl would even go to the ball with you, Kendra shouted. You promised me the Dumbledore name would be in Wizengamot by now. That living in this hovel would be temporary. That I could have whatever I wanted. For Merlin's sake, I rejected my father's preferred proposal from a knot for you. Avila rejecting a knot. Percival stared angrily at her but said nothing. This only infuriated Kendra, who renewed her barrage. And what have my sacrifice ever bore me? You have lost election bids twice now. If word got out how a bunch of muggles took us for fools and made our daughter a squib, what in damnation do you think would happen? Kendra said. Percival in the air, grabbed his wand, and walked away from the kitchen. That's it, Percival, run away. That will solve all our problems. I never mistook you for a coward. My mistake forever putting up with you, Kendra said, and Percival resolutely marched away. A violent shudder ran through Ariana as Percival violently slammed the door shut. Calm. Ariana. Calm. They're just angry. They don't mean any of that. Aberforth gently whispered to Ariana while gently patting her on the back. A snorting noise distracted the two as they raised their heads to see Kendra glaring down at them. "Girl stops crying like a damned baby. You used to be a witch once. At least try to act like it," Kendra said. "It wasn't her fault, Mother," Aberforth said. "Or maybe if you didn't baby this puff all the time, she would grow a spine and regain her magic," Kendra yelled and looked at Aberforth. "Or maybe if you were more of a man like your brother, Aberforth, you would have prevented this. Or maybe you would have avenged her if you were a real man. Or maybe if you looked after us better instead of being on campaign trips all the time, this wouldn't have happened," Aberforth said, and with lightning speed, Kendra pulled out her wand and pointed it squarely at Aberforth. "Say that again, boy. I dare you," Kendra hysterically whispered while Aberforth defiantly glared at her. "You heard me, woman. You are no mother. You are a gold digger," Aberforth spat. A toxic blue glow emerged from Kendra's wand and Aberforth immediately screamed in pain and began desperately scratching at his skin. "You ungrateful piece of shit," Kendra shrieked, "after everything I have done for you." Aberforth kept screaming in pain while Ariana desperately grabbed at her mother's robe, begging her to stop hurting her brother. "Expelliarmus," a calm voice intoned, and Kendra's wand was snatched from her wand and gently landed a few paces away. Kendra swirled around and paled at the new entrant. A bored-looking Albus lazily held his wand towards her. "Albus dear, I was just," Kendra began, but Albus interrupted her. "Leave now. Take a walk outside. Come back when your brain is working," Albus said, and Kendra urgently nodded, picked up her wand, and went away. With a wave of his wand, Albus fixed Aberforth's wounds. "Get yourself cleaned up," Albus said, and walked away without sparing a glance towards a weeping Ariana. ******. You are as much of a son to me as Albus is, Gellert," Kendra implored. "You don't need to leave." "It's a pity then that my new brothers don't agree with you, Kendra," Gellert said as he packed his belongings. "Albus has made his decision. He has chosen Ariana over our great work." A furious sigh left Kendra as her mind registered that name. In the waking hours of the morning, in the dark depths of the night, she cursed that name. She cursed that name for depriving her of a husband. She cursed herself for giving birth to such a pitiful creature who bore that name. Through angry tears, she gazed outside at the wide opulent houses. None of them belonged to her. She lived on the sidewalks in the maids' quarters, working dead-end jobs for families with too much wealth on their hands. After her husband went to jail for enacting justice upon the Muggles, no respectable organization would hire her. Their election campaign had gone to the gutter, and she was all but persona non grata amongst the Eldermore elite. "This will not be my fate." Kendra narrowed her eyes. If Albus was so keen on throwing away the future of his people, so be it. She could always make him see reason again. Kendra glanced at Gellert again. The neurotic fool had failed to make Albus see the right side of the history. For all his might and intellect, the young man was mightily stupid. He severely ignored the power of a smooth tongue. Gellert was always too absorbed in his world to know. That sugar attracted a lot more flies than vinegar ever did. A boy at the age of 24, who with his looks, had yet to have a woman warm his bed. Kendra had lost everything, but she still had her blood. She was a born Vila. Kendra couldn't help but snort, "This will be easy." She ventured over to him, hugged him from behind and whispered in his ear, "And me? Will my little boy leave me behind?" Her hand dangerously trailed below his waist. Gellert's breath hitched in nervousness and his heart raced ahead. He couldn't muster a reply, and Kendra deepened her embrace. "Would my precious boy leave me behind in this squalor? Among squibs and inbred freaks?" Kendra said. "No, mummy." Gellert managed to nervously stammer out. "Good boy." Kendra purred and whispered her plan in his ears. One of the houses that retained her services, the Giovannis, had a lot more going on in their dungeons than they let on. Things that could mightily aid Grindelwald in his conquest and inevitable triumph. All it took was 1 hour for her to access the secrets. 1 hour to uncover the Giovanni grimoire's location. "Tell me, baby, do you know what an obscurel is?" Kendra whispered, and Gellert's eyes widened in response. Julius watched in satisfaction as his sire, Fabio Giovanni, was suddenly struck by a wave of magic and roared in pain. For far too long that pathetic fossil had dominion over him, forcing him to bow to his own cruel whims. His dying screams were the trumpet's roar that heralded his glorious freedom. Who knew that a chance encounter with a Vila working in his ancestral estate would pay such dividends? The Vila had delivered true to her word. A formidable cabal of wizards had laid sinister wards that trapped Fabio as soon as he entered the cave. Julius had earlier told him that there were artifacts of great power in that area. With Fabio kneeling over in pain, the wizards wasted no time in putting him to rest. "Incarcerus," they said in unison, and metal chains wrapped themselves around the elder vampire. Julius emerged from the shadows with a kerosene can and flicking lighter. Fabio's eyes widened in horror as he looked at Julius. His mind instantly formed the connections, and he realized what had just happened. Fabio opened his mouth to plead for his life, but his words fell on deaf ears. "Auf Wiedersehen," Julius said and set the vampire ablaze. Julius watched in barely contained mirth as the flames licked the flesh from his sire and reduced him to mere ash. Julius eagerly clapped like a child seeing his favorite magic trick. "You have had your fun, sanguinaire," a voice said from behind Julius. "Now pay up." Julius turned around to locate the source and grimaced briefly before putting on a winning smile. He bowed in respect to the wizard in front of him. When Kendra had approached him earlier with the scheme, he had doubted the boy wizard's prowess. Truly his skill exceeded all descriptions. "But of course, Gellert," Julius smoothly said before pulling out vials of his own blood and tossing them to Kendra. "Just a few drops of my blood and you will be a part of our Velvet Regency. Welcome to immortality, sister." Julius bowed towards her. Kendra returned the bow with one of her own before Grindelwald's gaze deepened in annoyance. Julius took heed of his mood and snapped his fingers. Several thralls stepped forward and dropped trunks brimming with gold in front of Grindelwald. "And of course, I will ensure that the Regency's considerable might is put at your disposal. Your holy work to combat the cancerous growth of the mundane world will benefit greatly from our grimoires," Julius said, and Grindelwald's aura grew darker. Julius grew nervous at the wizard's ire. "He wants to know about the obscural, my dear." Kendra's soft voice broke Julius's nervous disposition. "Ah," Julius remarked. "Once we have the delivery, we will begin working on her instantly. Rest assured, you will have your weapon." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A soft, eerie light filtered into the room, illuminating the interior of the ornate chamber. The young woman, once an old, washed a pose from her coffin with an eerie grace. Her eyes, now a brilliant shade of crimson, flickered with an otherworldly intensity as she surveyed her surroundings. A surge of power coursed through her veins, setting her senses alight in a symphony of stimuli she had never known. Her skin felt tight and her breasts supple. Colors danced before her, vivid and pulsating, their hues richer and deeper than any she had seen in her mortal life. Shades she couldn't have possibly conceived of now weaved together in a breathtaking display. Every corner of the room was alive with a vibrancy that seemed to surge from the very essence of her being. The sense of the chamber enveloped her, a dizzying array of aromas that teased her heightened senses. The subtle traces of incense, the lingering fragrance of aged leather-bound books, and the faint metallic tang of blood lingered in the air. Each scent beckoned to her, weaving a tapestry of allure and danger that only served to awaken her hunger further. With newfound strength coursing through her muscles, she balled her hand into a fist, feeling the coiled power within her. With an abrupt motion, she struck the nearby wall, her knuckles connecting with a force that should have shattered the bone. Instead, the wall gave way, cracks spider webbing outwards from the point of impact. A wicked grin tugged at the corners of her lips, revealing the sharp points of her elongated canines as her laughter echoed through the chamber. It was a laugh laced with both exhilaration and a hint of madness, reverberating off the walls and filling the air with an otherworldly resonance. She felt a surge of exhilaration coursing through her, the elation of newfound power, of being unshackled from the confines of mortal limitations. Her body, once fragile and vulnerable, now pulsed with an otherworldly strength that seemed to grow with every beat of her immortal heart. As the echoes of her laughter subsided, the new vampire traced her fingers along the cracks in the wall, relishing the sensation of her newfound vitality. A clapping sound echoed from the shadows and the vampire snarled as turned to face the newcomer, tooth and claw. She would turn him into ribbon. "I see you have taken well to the changes, Kendra." A man emerged from the shadows, and they pooled by his side. The pale specter loomed over the room. His smile betrayed his deathly yellow eyes evaluating Kendra. Kendra snorted at the poor display of mind games and marched right over to the vampire. "I am yours, Julius," she said, and bent the man's neck and kissed him on the lips, "now and forevermore. The Giovannis will not know what hit them. We will rule them, my dear," Julius remarked, to which Kendra laughed in sarcasm. "Such pitiful ambition, Julius. I took you for a greater conqueror," Kendra said, and Julius raised an inquisitive eyebrow. "Don't tell me your father's death has made you soft," Kendra said. "It hasn't," Julius said through gritted teeth. "It better not. I don't take weak men to warm my bed," Kendra said, and with lightning speed, Julius grabbed her throat and lifted her from the ground. "Such an insolent whelp," Julius spat out, his eyes now blazing with fury. "Not a mere whole day into the midnight, and you already carry yourself with the arrogance of an elder." Kendra's dead lungs no longer fought for air as eldritch parasites now sustained her form. She smirked down at Julius, which further annoyed him. "Perhaps I should unmake your right here, right now. Teach you your new place in the hierarchy," Julius said as he made a knife hand and aimed for her heart. Kendra now openly laughed at him. Her eyes glowed, and Julius felt a vision overtaking him. Flashes of Grindelwald's wrath crossed his mind as he saw the entire manor burning to cinders and ash. Staked vampires mounted on the front lawn. An involuntary shudder ran through Julius at the sight of such blazing fire, and his inner beast howled in panic. Julius's grip weakened and his hand wavered. This was all Kendra needed as she brought a knee to Julius's jaw and knocked him away from her. With a flourish, Kendra pulled out her wand and yelled, "Crucio." Julius howled for minutes on end, but Kendra didn't relent. His muscles pulled till they simply tore apart and his eyes bled blood. Seeing his state, Kendra relented and pulled her wand away from him. "Let me make this clear, Julius," Kendra said as she grabbed his hair in a tight fist. "The new pecking order has me as the alpha. Me." She took his face and smashed it into the marble floor below before picking it back up. "The Giovannis will follow me. You will expedite my rise into the higher circles," she yelled and slammed his head again. "The Giovannis will pledge fealty to me." Julius groaned in pain as his eyes were dazed. "My son, Gellert, expects their total loyalty. When he doesn't get what he wants." She squeezed his cheeks. "He tends to reduce things into cinders and ashes. Especially, uppity vampires who don't know their place in life. I am a mage undead, you are merely undead. Do not forget your place in the hierarchy here." She let him fall limply to the ground. Kendra conjured a towel and threw it in his hand. "Clean the floor up when you are up. You make a disgusting mess," Kendra said, and left the bedroom. **** Giovanni Manor Summer Gala, United States. It was as if he sipped on molten tar and was trying to swallow it. The happy high Morrigan and he shared had lasted for just about one night. Harry knew deep down that it wasn't something serious or possibly long-term. She was the Morrigan Riddle after all. Seeing her in an elegant cocktail dress of green and silver with a fur fox over her shoulders and hair braided up, was a startling experience. The dress was dark, and Harry felt as if the starry pattern on it shifted and danced as Morrigan moved from charming one guest to another. Purple eyes excitedly glowing, she gave more smiles and told jokes to total strangers than Harry had seen her give to fellow students at Slytherin. For a moment, she caught Harry's gaze as he served drinks to a guest and winked at him. Harry immediately blushed bright red like a tomato. But, seeing her on the arm of Abraxas Malfoy, beaming in delight as she interacted with the guests, was another thing. A primal wolf howled in his chest seeing her with someone else. He didn't quite know where and why these feelings emerged from. For a moment, Harry wished he had Ron to complain to. A little boy-to-boy talk would have done good for him. He spied a smirking Charles Potter looking at him with a knowing expression, and Harry internally groaned. Morrigan had laid down the law earlier. The Malfoys had been invited to the summer gala and Abraxas would be representing the family since he had now graduated. Thus, Morrigan had simply tagged along as his companion for the evening. This is how she would infiltrate the manor without having too many security and background checks performed on her. Harry, on the other hand, had infiltrated as part of the waiting staff since Morrigan had rearranged their memories of the last night. A freckle-faced redhead with a scar on his cheek stood in Harry's stead, courtesy of his metamorph abilities. It was too great a risk for Kendra to recognize his preferred form. Charles had joined them earlier, and after overhearing the words, Grindelwald, and Dumbledore, had insisted on joining. Morgan had vehemently denied the request, but Harry had been pragmatic about it. Given the sheer opposition he faced in the manor earlier, mundane and magical, Harry had insisted on bringing Charles over. The boy was a dueling champion in Gryffindor, second only to Morgan and Arcturus Black in the school-wide rankings. Besides, Harry knew his own hot-blooded tendency to chase after action. It would be impossible for Charles Potter to stay confined to his hospital blood and recover while his father was missing. Thus, it would be better if he made trouble where Harry could easily reach him. Unfortunately, but of his jokes about being a leftover for Morgan. A Muggle senator slobbered all over the Giovanni ladies as he talked about his achievements. "My dears, I assure you, nobody thinks of American sons more than me. I will not have them die in droves for a European war between cousins," he droned. "As far as I'm concerned, they should keep their war within their shores. What has Adolf Hitler ever done to us that we should fight him? Or what has Churchill ever done for us that we should fight for him?" The ladies giggled behind their champagne glasses and tittered the man with compliments. So compassionate. "Hear, hear. Lovely." The senator blushed at the female attention and slobbered on. Harry couldn't help but roll his eyes at the display. Was he really that stupid to not recognize the psychological manipulation that the Giovannis were subjecting him to? Clearly, they didn't want the Muggles to attack Grindelwald's Germany, and this fool was playing the perfect donkey. Harry carried the champagne tray around and offered it to various guests present there. Cassiopeia Black had sent Morgan concoctions that she had insisted Harry place in the booze cylinders of the Giovanni cellars. The entire ballroom was serenaded by musicians and people had begun to dance. Harry's annoyance rose as he saw Abraxas pull Morgan tightly towards him. His face leaned into her own. The two waltzed gently on the floor as old lovers. As Abraxas's eyes met Harry's, he smiled knowingly towards Harry. For a moment Harry panicked that Abraxas might have recognized him beneath his disguise. The moment passed as Abraxas broke his gaze and smiled the same way toward another young man. "Bastard." Harry seethed, "he's just showing her off." A heavy hand patted him on the shoulder and Harry rolled his eyes in annoyance. There, Harry. Plenty of other fish in the sea," Charles said. "To be honest, she was a bit tall for you." "For the last time, Charles, we are not a thing," Harry said, and Charles chuckled. "Of course, Harry. Of course," Charles said. The dances got more aggressive as people drank more. Some guests had already been escorted out by security for being too aggressive with the women. A few sharp sounds of slaps being delivered echoed as Charles discreetly slipped more drops into the champagne. The area got more crowded as the Giovanni hostess scrambled around trying to get the waiters to stop serving alcohol. Harry discreetly followed her, casting confundus on her, as she forgot to repeatedly give orders. Harry saw Abraxas and Morgan discreetly break away from the dance floor and head to a private quarter. Harry took this as his cue and signaled Charles to trail him. The party was now in a full-blown brawl session. Guests threw chairs at each other, and women pulled at hairs. A few loud ringing shots went off as men now engaged in pistol duels. The two slipped into a storeroom and armed themselves. Harry nervously palmed the prototype Edoras potion. A lot was riding on these prototypes should things go south. ******* Morgan was pleased as the sounds of a riot outside broke into the restroom. While her other two compatriots swore up and then prepared themselves, Morgan struggled not to break into a giddy dance. This was a chance. One that she had sought out for so long. The wards. The magic. The Giovannis, and now the vampires. Morgan smiled ear to ear as magic brimmed around her. All the endless hours spent in Hogwarts, practicing in hidden rooms, training in dungeons, forcing the ghosts to answer her, and mastering the basilisk away from the overarching foolish Dumbledore. All had led to this moment. She could unleash herself fully without anyone restraining her. Her might and magic against one of the oldest families in the world. Old wealth and overarching tradition versus limitless ambition. Morgan grinned as she stripped and prepared to don the armor Harry had prepped for her. A door clicked as someone entered the room and Morgan scowled as she spotted a pale head approach her. "You look lovely today, dear Morgan," Abraxas said, making no effort to hide the fact he was openly leering at her. "Abraxas," Morgan said. "You are intruding. Come now. What's there to be shy of between us? You are to be the future Lady Malfoy." Abraxas said, and Morrigan stiffened as he hugged from behind. She could feel him harden behind her as he groped her. Morrigan saw red. "How about we celebrate the occasion here?" Abraxas said, and was blown away and slammed into the wall behind him. Abraxas groaned in pain as his breath was knocked out and he felt a rib or two cracked. Morrigan stood over Abraxas and pointed his own wand at him. Imperio. ******. The dark trio, Harry, Morrigan, Charles, the three sneaked away into the deeper recesses of the manor. Abraxas grinned stupidly and guarded their rear. Harry pointedly led the group since he knew the manor best from amongst the trio. He stood outside the main meeting with the creepy skull and proceeded to open it. The door resolutely remained shut despite numerous charms cast on it. A clapping sound echoed throughout the room. The trio instantly moved into formation as various figures emerged from the shadowed corners of the room and surrounded them. "Brava, children! Brava!" a lead voice said, and stepped into the shadows. A bald man with pale dry skin stood clapping in front of them. He bowed elegantly in front of them. "Hugo. At your service." He introduced himself. "Not many would be bold enough to venture into the Giovanni stronghold after witnessing our dark side," Hugo said. "Nice little distraction outside, if I must say so. You almost would have gotten deeper if we didn't expect you." Hugo grinned, exposing rows of pointed monstrous teeth. "So now, little mages, what do you intend to do?" He never got to finish his monologue as Riddle leveled her wand at him and chanted, "Incendio." A wave of flame burst from her wand and raced towards the man. Meanwhile, Charles let out a large surge of magic and conjured a potent magical shield around them. "There isn't enough of you leeches here to stop us," Morrigan remarked as all the vampires dashed away from her conjured flames. The flames were strengthened by her magic and split into various shapes of fire serpents that chased after the vampires. A vampire dodged a fire serpent's lunge with preternatural reflexes and ran towards them with claws bared. Charles fired a stupefy at him, striking the man squarely in the chest. He fell down groaning while the serpent behind it bit him in his neck. The vampire quickly caught fire and combusted. Charles laughed at the fallen foe. "Is that all Grindelwald has?" Charles mocked. "I am going to have to kick my dad's ass for getting beat by your sorry lot." "Fine," Hugo spat out. "Let's even the odds. Guards! Guards!" he shouted, and Harry could feel magic emanating from him as sound waves were directed to specific rooms. Morrigan saw through distributed snitches as various coffins were opened in the areas where Harry had planted seeds. Besides that, Muggle guards armed with Winchester rifles were running from the guard room towards the combat site. Dealing with them would allow the vampires to cast their spells at them. "This is your moment, Harry," Morrigan transmitted to him. Harry, who had been saving his meager reserves in the face of Morrigan and Charles's formidable sorcery, jumped into action. Pulling out his own wand, he sent a coded pulse of magic to all the areas where he had planted the seeds. The vampires were now retaliating with their own limited magics. Some extinguished the flames with blood magic and their own bloodline disciplines. A sharp pain echoed as one of the vampires fired mental probes at him from an unknown location. He couldn't tell through the pain if others felt it as well, but could see that Charles had stopped firing spells. Harry grinned through the pain as he heard a rumbling sound throughout the manor. The vampires now focused on Cherik at it with fists that collided at inhuman speeds. Some had descended into loose stances, and Harry could see constructs of blood magic in the shape of spears strike at them. Morrigan retaliated by firing broad arcs of electricity at them to keep them away from the shield. Suddenly, large plants the size of men tore through the grounds of the Giovanni Manor where Harry had planted the seeds. They sprayed out spores, and wherever they landed on fertile ground, lesser variants of the plant sprouted forth. The venomous tentacula dotted the manor in all their toxic, fuming glory. In an instant, it got to work. The Muggles in the guardroom were sprayed with acid and instantly incapacitated. They howled in pain as the acid melted their weapons, limbs, and the area around them. Those who avoided the grisly fate in the guardroom were beset by other plants Harry had created inspired by the Whomping Willow. They swung heavy vines at the guards and broke their bones or tightly wrapped themselves around the guards. Meanwhile, the vampires struggled to break open their coffins as the devil's snare wrapped itself around them. Soon they began to feel their bones shatter as they struggled in vain against it. Some of the stronger vines pierced the vampires' hearts, rendering a final death on them. A few of the older vampires summoned leftover magic from their bodies and clan gems and conjured magical shields to protect themselves. When freed, they went in a feeding frenzy upon the guests. As the blood gushes down their throats, they tore open the hostile semi-sentient plant life with their bare hands and marched towards their battle site. Morrigan frowned briefly in annoyance at 3 vampires approaching their location before her battle lust gripped her. The vast majority had fallen victim to Harry's plan, and the Giovanni vampires had foolishly broken the statute by exposing themselves to Muggles. Morrigan took solace in the knowledge that a few Muggles and wizards had run away safely. A few witnesses and all the government bodies would ignore their involvement in the face of such massive crimes. Not even the Giovanni fortunes could help manage against the charges of high treason involved whenever the statute of secrecy was broken. She gestured to Charles to lower his shield and stepped forward as both sides briefly stopped dueling to take a breather. She cracked her knuckles and stretched her knuckles as her wand let out dangerously colored lights. "All righty, Rue," Morrigan sang. "Now that we are even, who's next?" And that was enough to launch the room into renewed combat, and individual duels broke out. Morrigan Riddle. Morrigan jumped forward and chased after Hugo and his older vampire reinforcement. They fired at her with guns and blood-red arcs of energy, but the wards of Harry's armor design held firm. Morrigan dodged a particularly nasty burst of red arc and retaliated. "Confringo!" Morrigan yelled as a burst of flame arced away from her location. Hugo yelled as he was caught in the arc but was saved by his partner promptly dosing out the flames with blood. The third member clawed at her with inhuman speed. Morrigan was slow to dodge in front of the man's speed. The claw connected and Morrigan was launched out into a tea garden and flew through a wooden table. Hugo and his associates surrounded her from all sides. Morrigan braced herself for an attack, but it never came. Instead, the vampires started to run around her at high speeds. Morrigan gasped as she struggled to breathe. For a split second, a vampire would break formation to swipe at her with his claws. The blows cut her, leaving her bleeding, but her ward stopped the worst of the damage. Morrigan gasped, "I inc incendio," but the flame instantly went out the moment it left her wand, then it her. "The leeches are creating an air vacuum," Morrigan seethed. "I will be a damned moron if I let them kill me like this." Morrigan thought as her analytical mind broke down the situation around her. She saw Harry sending coded pulses of magic as Charles defended him from oncoming attackers. An idea sparked to life inside her brain. She slammed her panic down with her occlumency shields, and time seemed to slow around her. Morrigan focused on non-verbal casting and surged her magic into a single spell. She bent the magic into surrounding her body and exploding away from her. In her mind, she whispered the word, Curix Aqua. A wave of electrified water burst away from her body and struck the running water. They howled as they broke their stride and fell onto the ground. Morrigan looked on in satisfaction as they supported electrical burns on their body and their clothes were burnt. With a wave of her wand, Morrigan conjured the nearby furniture into long spears. Incendio. She pointed her wand at the spears as they were ablaze. She aimed the flaming spears at the 3 vampires. The 2 others dodged, but Hugo was at too great an angle to dodge. The spear struck him through the heart and then impaled itself into the ground. The other 2 left out snarls of disbelief at the sight and went invisible. Pathetic cowards. Morrigan thought and grinned. She spied footprints rapidly approaching her in the water puddle from the earlier spell. Pathetic and stupid cowards. Morrigan corrected herself. She jumped onto a wooden table nearby and pointed her wand at the puddle. An electric current roared out of her wand and into the water. Pond. The 2 approaching vampires roared in pain and shuddered uncontrollably as thousands of watts flowed through them. Soon their bodies caught fire and they perished. Morrigan admired her handiwork for a moment before moving to join the others. Harry and Charles knew they were in trouble. Their main hammer had ventured to do battle outside against Hugo and his friends. They hadn't seen Morrigan since. The vampires were striking them with relentless speed and blood magic. They had yet to tank a significant blow, but it was only a matter of time before the vampires got lucky. Charles's Potter genes shined as he transfigured numerous furniture articles into golems and animals to attack the vampires. Unfortunately, Charles was no master, and his transfiguration required time. Time that Harry had to buy with a measly core, allowing him to cast only the most mediocre of combat spells. In desperation, Harry glanced at his satchel and saw mewling forms of mandrakes. He whirled towards Charles. Charles! Force them into a frontal arc facing me. Thankfully Charles didn't question him and forced 2 flaming firewheels into an arc that the vampires jumped to avoid. Harry deftly cast silencing charms on Charles and himself before pulling out the shrieking mandrakes. Both Charles and the vampires paused and stared bizarrely at Harry. "The fuck is—" Charles began before his eyes widened as he recognized the wand movement and he dove into cover behind a pillar. "Sonorous Maxima," Harry whispered, and the mandrake's shrieks grew tenfold in amplitude. The keen hearing of the vampires overwhelmed them immediately, and they all bled from their ears. Some clutched their skulls and clawed at their eyes and ears in sheer agony. Charles openly gaped at the macabre spectacle. Harry once again pointed the wand and repeated the spell. The sheer magnitude of the sound waves crushed the skulls of the vampires, their eyes liquefied, and their chests caved in. A few brief moments of silence followed as Harry and Charles took in the entire carnage. "Holy hell, Harry!" Charles took in the sight and whistled. Harry merely shrugged in response. Now was not the time to debate morality when Dumbledore's life and by extension, the entire war effort, was at stake. A polite cough interrupted the impending argument. Charles and Harry immediately turned and raised their wands for combat. An annoyed Morgan was standing behind them, massaging her ears in circles to comfort it. She glared at Harry. "Too loud, babe. Too loud," she said. "Whatever," Harry muttered, and this time turned and blew apart the conference. Ron dragged a bleeding Giovanni vampire who was still alive and smeared his blood all over the strange skull. The hidden passageway opened with a grumble. Meanwhile, Morgan drove a stake through the panicking vampire's heart. Charles watched the entire proceedings with eyes wide open. "Remind me to never get on the bad side of you two," Charles said, and Morgan and Harry looked at him. The two then faced each other, and it seemed as if they were telepathically communicating before Harry simply shrugged and went inside the open passageway. Morgan followed behind him. Neither of them noticed Charles briefly looking around before casting a brief spell that placed a glowing, green-colored rune on the door. A few moments later, the rune glowed red and a squad apparated inside the hallway. Their robes were tattered, and their faces bruised, as if they had been in combat. The insignia tattooed on their neck bore eclipse markings. Without a word, the squad moved in the opened pathway. Harry tried not to focus on the delirious Abraxas Malfoy walking around like he was at a princely affair. Charles, still mortified by the earlier violence, grimly stared at the ward before them. The red halo of the library door infuriated the three of them like no tomorrow. It was like a serene siren's song that always remained elusive. The closer you got to it, the farther it seemed. Lumos Revelatio. Harry intoned, and his wand lit up to display the sheer magnitude of the ward strains interlocking with each other. Bypassing them was practically impossible since they spanned all the surface area around them and went deep into the earth. Harry took deep breaths and focused on the task at hand. His job was to keep Morgan's ward breaching attempts safe. She had someone on a magical two-way mirror. An obstruction spell on it prevented Harry from truly gauging their identity. While Morgan worked at remaking the core aspects of the security ward, Harry tried to guard her attempts. The ward was truly ingenious by design. Whenever one worked on the ward to unlock it, a set of time-triggered spells immediately went to work to prevent the breach. The spells were in response to your breaching attempt. Morgan's attempt to overcharge via electricity was responded to by a spell marking her as a conductor, petrifying her, and throwing the current back at her. Luckily, Harry was able to spot the magical buildup and neuter it in time by casting an illusion spell on that particular security set. It was as if the wards were sentient in their own way. Morgan and her hidden companions spoke to each other about quickly appearing esoteric magic that Harry couldn't even begin to follow. He spied a frown on Charles's face and felt better about himself. He wasn't the only one here who felt completely out of depth. "The wards comprise around at least 1,000,000 strains," Morgan said to her companion. "That explains its retaliation measures. The ward isn't sentient, it just has a long list of probabilities that it cross-examines as a breach attempt is underway," the companion said. "I wager it stores information about all the breach attempts to strengthen itself," Morgan said. "Most likely," the companion said. "I would recommend an alternative approach, in a language the ward isn't used to." "Stupid." Morrigan spat out. The Giovannis have been around for more than 400 years. Do you honestly believe there is a... Harry could feel the other companion begin to wither under her diatribe before Morrigan paused. A look passed in her eyes and Harry could tell she had come up with a plan. Abraxas immediately stepped up to Morrigan and faced the wall. Morrigan waved her wand towards Charles, and he grumbled some more about not being trusted despite everything. Abraxas grabbed his own wand from Morrigan and started chanting in Parcel's tongue. Fucking hell. He's under an Imperius, Harry theorized. Neither Malfoy Sr. nor his brat, Draco, had been a Parcelmouth in his time. He highly doubted Abraxas was a Parcelmouth. She pulled out a vial and poured it over the entire door frame. It sizzled furiously and Harry recognized it as basilisk venom. His arm jittered in pain for a split second as the phantom pain of a previous life followed him, but Harry reined it in control. He could feel the security aspects of the ward panicking at the unknown breach attempt, but Harry was relentless. He poured his magic in and prevented the ward from materializing any defense. He tricked the ward into thinking that it had acid pouring on its sold foundation walls. The ward merely flushed water down its walls, which merely aggravated the basilisk venom. At this point, Abraxas conjured a knife, slit his palms, and placed it against the ward's. He shuddered violently and wailed in pain before Morrigan silenced him with a charm. His silent howls were far worse than the previous thing. Abraxas then promptly fainted. The red hue of the ward began to fade away, and it gave way with a small pop. Morrigan smiled triumphantly in response. Not even she was able to control her emotions at such a feat. Harry meanwhile relaxed. The sooner Morrigan looted the library, the sooner he could get her to help out Dumbledore. Not waiting for an invitation, Morrigan walked inside and pulled out a bag with a bottomless pit charm applied to it. Morrigan liberally put artifacts and magic tomes inside the bag. She spotted the Giovanni family grimoire sitting proudly in the middle of the library. This was not what she was here for. Morrigan tossed the bag to Harry and instructed him to square it all away. Her pulse quickened as she heard faint whispers of Parseltongue echoing in her mind. She went deeper into the library and grinned like a child in a sweet shop when her eyes met the spine of the book. Magic most evil. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Harry and Charles went around liberally dumping everything they put their hands around into the bag. Coins from bygone dynasties? Check. Rune-engraved cauldrons? Check. Dubious seeds and potion bottles? Check. Armor and weapons that emanated sinister whispers? Check. The looting spree was interrupted by the clapping sounds of a man and woman. Brava, the man remarked. Brava indeed, the woman said. I must commend you on your efforts, young ones. Tearing down the wards to Giovanni's ancestral library is a task all neonates have dreamt of for centuries. Yet you have done that within 25 minutes. The woman said. As satisfying as it would be to finish this tale of high thievery on a happy note. You know, the thief slipping away. I'm afraid I can't quite let that happen. A Parselmouth to boot. The man said. And they got rid of the annoying neonates. Also, that one is a metamorph. The woman said and looked directly at Harry with sickly yellow eyes. Blood smells the same, kitten, no matter how much you hide it. The woman cackled at Harry's panicked face and said, a Parselmouth and a metamorph. Most amazing specimen, wouldn't you agree, dear Julius? Most amazing indeed, dear Kendra. The man said. I am sure the other one has his uses as well. She stepped forward and said, I will be needing the family grimoire back, my dear kittens. Also, the artifacts. Harry and Charles exchanged a look. Oh, don't worry, kittens. You will be rewarded for your mighty deeds far beyond mere trinkets. My Lord Grindelwald will be most interested in hearing of your deeds today, the man said. Oh yes, he is quite the entrepreneur. The woman said and extended her bleeding wrists. Come and sup from my veins, children. Shed your mortal bonds. Join us at the midnight. Charles let out a bark of sarcastic laughter. Harry spied on Morrigan casting invisibility on herself and getting in a favorable firing position behind the duo. Harry frowned as she didn't immediately attack them. Something funny, boy? The man said. I would rather die than join that raving lunatic Grindelwald. Charles spat out. He isn't winning much these days, is he? Surrounded on all sides in cold rust like a bitch while the bear encircles him. The woman pulled out her wand in response with a crazed expression and shrieked, Say that again, blasphemer. I dare you. Damned blazes. She is an undead witch, Morgan said through their mental link as they all eyed her wand. Oh, I dare do much more. You leeches think you have a monopoly on cunning here, Charles said. The thing is, you lost this game the moment you walked in tonight. Both Harry and the vampire duo nervously frowned at Charles's confidence. Harry hoped against hope that the brash Gryffindor actually had a plan instead of needlessly goading them. The man snarled in annoyance and clapped his hands. Harry's eyes widened as 10 vampires materialized out of shadows and surrounded them. You did well against brute neonates and newly awakened old ones, kid. I will give you that, Julius said. Now let's see you fight the Regency's elite. Harry felt ice trail down his spine as he felt Morgan panicking through their shared mental connection. Meanwhile, Charles couldn't stop laughing. Harry, brace yourself. Charles isn't responding. I will porky us out of here, Morgan said for the first time in anything but supreme confidence. What is so damned funny? Kendra snarled at Charles. Even a lion cunningly stalks its prey before pouncing, leech. Always remember that, Charles said as he wiped his glasses without a care in the world. Now let's even the odds, shall we? Charles raised his wand in the air. Eclipse troops, rally to me. A bright flash broke out in the middle of the room, blinding everyone, but Charles was faster and shielded Harry. The rest of them weren't so lucky as the vampire's enhanced sight took a while to recover. It was at that moment all pandemonium broke loose in the room and another mass duel began. Chapter endnotes. Please review. 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 Point 1. Magic Most Evil will be very different from canon, and the grimoire has a role to play in the future. The build-up is here for a reason. The undead witch, wizard thing will also be explained later. Point 2. Some folks PM'd me say that a dude like Harry should have been able to solo the Giovanni Manor since the neonate did it as well. I want to point out that the neonate was at worst embraced by Cain, at best by a Methuselah. That's why they throw around level 6 or 7 abilities without breaking a sweat. And advance to that within months. At that point, the neonate is a demigod, not a more kindred. Harry is not a demigod. In fact, his core is EFFD up. Point 3. I am almost done clearing up the prior chapter's grammar and stuff. Had to post this cause my publishing deadline was coming up. Fixing things is a #1 priority. Point 4. Please review. Please review. Let me know what you think of the FIC so far. How do you like the lore? What do you like or dislike about the new characters? Kendra and Julius. Please review. I love hearing from y'all. Less than 3. Keep me in your prayers. Have an amazing weekend ahead. Smiley face, smiley face. Chapter 23. Summer Hijinks v. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. A few hours before the Giovanni Manor assault, California, USA. Predator Machine. The machine sat in an old cafe. The blazing heat outside was troublesome to its coolant components. While it was more than capable of overcoming such concerns of flesh, discretion would be the better part of valor. The Maleficarum was more capable than what the machine or its creators gave them credit for. It summarized that the mages of this time were more prone to paranoid security measures than the ones they had fought in the future. Their own world war had them more cunning. The aerial drone that had been trailing Sirius Black and Epcot had lost track of them after they had disappeared into a building. The machine had spied on their earlier conversation and anticipated some action developing in California, America. Normally, such vague leads would be ignored in favor of being closer to Hogwarts's proximity and tracking down Potter look-alike. Unfortunately, that presents quite a predicament. Just because they were acting back in time didn't mean that the mages wouldn't be making their own moves. No doubt, Harry Potter had told them enough about the Technocratic Union for them to figure out their Achilles heel. The machine's strategic algorithms churned out a dozen battle plans and contingencies for acting first and mounting an assault on Hogwarts itself. Action denied. Initiate paradigm shift. Alpha target is shifted. Initiate Helios initiative. If the machine were a human, it would have grumbled about this. Instead, the machine instantly updated its software and went to work. Yeah, I got the picture of the month right here with me, "Boss!" a man yelled nearby on a paid phone. He vigorously shook the photograph in the air as if trying to showcase it to the man through the primitive tech of this time. Yeah, they threatened me a lot about not publishing it. They even took the main picture," the man said. "But the old Chuck Chadwick double sweep worked perfectly. Those two schmucks never figured I had a copy." A muffled electronic voice from the other end indicated something being said to Chadwick. Chuck waved the picture around in the air once again, and that got the machine's attention. Its bionic eyes immediately zoomed in on the picture and filtered through the memories. Its programming raised alerts all over its mind. These two were there when the other Potter had been cornered by it. If they were here, it confirmed that the Potters were involved and posed a direct threat to Helios. In turn, they were an existential threat to the Union. Once the reasoning was established, the parameters were immediately met, and the machine went into action. Civilian casualties were not a concern anymore. The machine advanced over to the man, grabbed his phone, and immediately cut the call off. "Hey pal, you drunk or something?" the man angrily said to the machine. The machine loomed over the short man and glared at him. The machine grabbed him by the throat and discreetly dragged him away to the restrooms. Giovanni Manor Yard's predator machine, the venomous plants sprouted by Harry, were now sated. They have had a mighty feast comprising vampires, zombies, and human flesh. That was more than some of their kin had in their entire lives. Now the plants gently swayed in the summer evening as if they were palm trees on a beach. Unfortunately, their siesta was not to last. A small rattling sound echoed through the yard, and it was as if the trees themselves screeched in pain. The rattling was followed by staccato bursts of gunfire that tore through the serene atmosphere, reverberating with a deafening intensity that sent shockwaves through the air. The machine observed the grim surroundings with a human-like grimace. The probability of the success of the Helios initiative looked drastically small in the face of such carnage. Still, it resolutely marched through the macabre surroundings. A few of the monstrous plants lunged at him, but they weren't expecting titanium skeleton with synthetic muscle to easily rip them to shreds. A few drones sped ahead of him to scout the manor's vast yards and the insides. The machine's inbuilt sensors were detecting high buildups of dark energy within the manor. The wizards were clearly out here in force to eliminate Helios. His interrogation of the photographer, Chuck Chadwick, had revealed a lot about the area. His investigations had led to the conclusion that something big was about to happen at Giovanni Manor. The pictures of the warehouse alongside guard details he had found at the beach house had led him here. Numerous mind-altering magic had tried to waylay him, but switching alternate CPU cores had allowed him to focus for long enough to fold his optics. The machine's programming responded appropriately to the scenario and flooded the muscle with vigor chemicals. It hastened its pace through the manor. A decrepit old life form, which the CPU processed to be a vampire, was eagerly lapping the blood of a young man snarled at him as he approached. The creature was rewarded with a stream of thermobaric rounds to the face. It immediately disintegrated under the forceful impact of the bullets. The carnage, he couldn't help but giggle as he stared at his coat and tie. The coat's shiny buttons gleamed magnificently in the shining lights. For years he had whined and pleaded with his parents to take him to one of their grown-up parties. They had sternly refused him. They argued that such events were boring and soul-crushing, filled with people offering fake greetings and charm. But how could it be? He had seen the lights of such places from outside the houses. The music, the laughter, the lighting, and the oh-so-pretty girls. How could something so beautiful be so boring? The boy always suspected deep down that his parents were being mean and didn't want him to have fun with them. Finally, when they had accepted his annoying requests, he felt like a first prize winner. That entire thrill had lasted for a whole 30 minutes before the gates of hell had opened. Creatures that he and his cousins had only read about in spooky Halloween books had attacked the party. At first, he thought it to be a silly prank, but when the creatures ripped throats and limbs apart, it stopped being funny. He stood transfixed. His prepubescent mind was unable to comprehend the sheer horrors that were occurring all around him. One of the creatures had thrown itself at his father a while back, and his mother had tried to fight it off him. He had lost both to the ensuing panic of people trying to get out of the manor. Amidst the carnage, a young woman, her red party dress splattered with crimson, noticed the boy's frozen form amidst the mayhem. Without a second thought, she darted towards him, her swift movements guided by an instinct to protect the innocent amidst the carnage. With a firm grip, She pulled the trembling boy along, navigating through the maze of corridors and rooms, seeking refuge from the relentless onslaught outside. Finally finding sanctuary within the confines of a lavishly adorned bathroom, the woman gently guided the boy to a corner, her soothing voice a balm to his shattered nerves. "Shush, it's okay. You're safe now," she murmured, her words laced with a quiet resolve as she gathered him close. As the boy's sobs gradually subsided, the woman's gaze softened, her eyes searching his face for a flicker of reassurance. "What's your name, sweetheart?" she asked gently, her voice a beacon of solace amid the unrelenting turmoil. That prompted the boy to hush and think to come up with a reply. She used the silence to press her ear to the door, listening desperately for any sign of a rescue effort. A very strange mechanical voice from outside the door stated, "Alpha target located. Proceeding to secure." The woman's eyes widened in horror as she recognized the fact that the man outside was about to come in. She didn't quite hear as the boy gathered his wits and introduced himself. With a quiver in his voice, he managed to whisper, Am I Michael, miss? I'm Michael Rocco." Giovanni Manor. A bullet ricocheted off their shield as Morgan glared down hard at Harry. "I have been betrayed by you Potters for the last time," she snarled. "What the hell?" Harry shouted back and fired a stunner at a leaping vampire, sending him sprawling onto a shelf. "This has your fingerprints written all over it, boy," Morgan said. "This is the exact same playbook you used against me in Hogwarts. A bit more focus on staying alive. A bit less blaming," Harry said and vigorously shook a potion bottle and lobbed it over the side where a few vampires had cornered an eclipse witch. The bottle broke on impact and a torrent of flame consumed the area, sparing the witch who was under Morgan's shield. "Oh, trust me, Potter," Morgan said and transfigured nearby bookshelves into flaming arrows and launched them all over the room. Several figures, vampires, and mages alike dodged to avoid being skewered. "I absolutely intend to live through this. Only if it is to flay Charles." "Oi. Avoid collateral maybe?" Harry admonished. "Fuck off," Morgan shot back. "She is pissed now." Harry thought and desperately tried to think of an escape here. Before he could think, Harry stiffened under the pain of a mental assault. Some leeches here were trying to mount a mental assault on them. Harry could see it was affecting Morgan as well as she began to look even more unhinged. She waved her wand in a broad arc and the marble tiles ripped themselves from the floor. The room stilled in horror and awe as they witnessed Morgan stand with her hand wide open in the air. At least 30,000 kg of marble ripped itself from beneath their floor and silently levitated in the air. Many of the combatants lost their balance and fell. Morgan, Harry warned, but she was beyond the point of caring now. She brought her hands together in a massive clap and Harry futilely raised his hands to protect himself. A massive booming sound went off in the room as marble crashed into marble and spread across the room like shrapnel. "Charles!" Harry screamed as he lost sight of the wizard amidst the thick plume of crashing marble. A deafening quiet filled the room as if time and space itself were reeling back from the mighty magical feat. It was as if a Muggle bomb had gone off inside the room. Pain-filled groans filled the air alongside dust. The wreckage was painted with the blood of dead and undead alike. He spotted Morgan on the floor keeping herself upright by leaning on her knees. "Charles!" Harry called out again amongst the wreckage, not wanting to risk leaving Morgan's protective shield. "He is fine," Morgan said in a hushed voice. She pointed behind her shoulder and Harry's gaped in shock at Charles lying behind them. "Stop gaping like a baby and get him up." That was enough to break Harry from his reverie as he rushed towards Charles and pushed a pepper-up potion down his throat. The boy was obviously whiplashed by Morgan pulling him back into the shield at the last second. With a wave of her wand, Morgan summoned his satchel and drank one of the potions herself. "Thanks for the equal attention. It's not like I saved your lives," Morgan said, "but I suppose you lot have to stick together, no?" Harry grimaced. "Not the time, Morgan. Also, we had a deal." A silence followed as the trio recovered their breath. Harry leaned Charles against a collapsed pillar and went to check up on Morgan, who angrily waved him away. Harry sighed and sat opposite her as they tried to brainstorm their next moves. "He saved us. If he hadn't called those people, we would have been dead," Harry said, and Morgan angrily glared at him. "If he hadn't stupidly caused an explosion in the middle, our portkey wouldn't have broken. We would have been far away." Morgan spat. "Besides, He didn't deign to inform us about these people. We could have used them earlier. The dust seemed to be settling as more and more light rays pierced through the cloud. Explosion in the middle. Harry said. If you hadn't turned the entire ground upside down, those people wouldn't be dead in the pile. They were our allies. How the fuck am I supposed to know that? Forgive me, unlike some, I am not intimately aware of the Potter family dynamics. Morgan said. What if they were Americans coming to haul us off to prison? Charles groaned groggily as he tried to come to. Shouldn't you know who these people are? More hidden Potters perhaps? Morgan said. It's certainly not impossible. Women in your family do have trouble keeping their skirts closed. Careful. Harry glared at Morgan, and she didn't bother reproceed, Harry said after a while. I don't see the leading man or witch amongst the rubble. They could still be about. No, I am done for the day, Morgan said to Harry's shock. What about Dumbledore? Harry yelled. He is still stuck in the other room. Not my concern anymore. Our deal was my silence in return for your talents in thievery. Morgan got up. Perhaps Harry Potter can ask Charles Potter for assistance? Blood is thicker than water after all. Damn it, Morgan! Harry yelled as she simply walked outside without a word. Harry got up and began to desperately look for survivors amongst the rubble. He levitated a fallen wall and saw a man lightly breathing. He had a few scratches on him but otherwise looked okay. Harry spied the strange symbol on his neck that others from Charles's squad had worn. This is better work, Harry thought as he pointed his wand at the man. Enervate! Harry chanted and the man gasped as if returning to life. Harry was not prepared for the man's reflexes as he quickly grabbed Harry by the neck and slammed him down into the ground. The man aimed his wand at his eye, ready to end it all in an instant before a voice distracted him. Lord Black. Charles said. He's with us. Sirius looked at Charles and then back down at Harry. He still didn't remove the wand from his face. Rather, Sirius stared down hard at him. You have no idea of what you have done, do you, boy? Sirius said in a deathly calm voice. I am here to save Albus Dumbledore. Harry spat out. And I just saved your life from a very grisly fate. With respect, Lord Black, do you know what you are doing? It's true. We fought like hell to get here, Charles said, and Sirius silenced with an angry glare. Now Dumbledore is in the other room. I am going in there to get him. Either you can join in or piss off. Harry spat. Sirius relented and got up, leaving Harry free to breathe. Charles helped Harry up and dusted him off. Enervate. Sirius pointed at another man, and he groggily returned to consciousness. Victor. Get up. Songbird was right, he is here. I feel like I got kicked by a centaur, the man said as he groggily got back up. No, the kid's friend nearly crushed us to death with floating marble, Sirius said and glared at Harry. Speaking of which, where is she? Sirius asked. I want to have a small chat with her. No clue. Harry coolly said. And just a word of advice, I would avoid pulling any of that attitude with her. It can be unhealthy. Young man, it can be unhealthy to speak to a lord this way. Especially to one of the sacred 28, Sirius said. And how's that working out for you lately, Lord Black? Harry said. One would have hoped seeing Grindelwald up front would have humbled you. You have a point behind all this, boy, Sirius said. It's simple, titles only work if enough people give a damn about them, Harry said. Strength is wholly yours. Sirius opened his mouth to retort, but Charles interrupted them. Gentlemen please, this entire place is coming down on us. Let's grab Dumbledore and go. Sirius stared at him for a while before relenting. The trio was made to revive whoever was left alive of their team and then departed to rescue Dumbledore from the ritual room. The group burst into the room with wands ablaze, with the entire manor on fire. Stealth was a secondary concern. Harry and Charles stood awkwardly in the entrance of the hall while the trained troopers quickly got into patterns and searched every nook and cranny of the house. That's impressive footwork, Harry said looking at the Eclipse troops securing the room. Charles muttered in agreement. Dumbledore lay in the middle of the room, unbothered by the new entrance inside the ritual chamber. He sat in a meditative stance, focusing all attention on maintaining the protective shield around him. Sirius and Victor resolutely marched up to Dumbledore and started diagnosing the shield around them. I have a bad feeling about this, Charles, Harry said as the two got to work on Dumbledore. Why? We are almost there, Charles said. Neither Kendra nor the other man were in the rubble, Harry said. They could still be out there. The time we spent arguing, they could have used to mount on another assault here. Maybe they decided to call it a day and go home. We did kill a lot of those buggers, Charles said. Go home and count their losses. And leave Dumbledore behind. How often are you lucky enough to catch Dumbledore? Harry said, and Charles frowned. Let's stay on our guard then, Charles said. The two wizards were still working on Dumbledore's shield, trying to break the man out of his reverie. Judging by their facial expressions, they were no closer to breaking the shield than the vampires were. Harry snorted. Despite their gung-ho bravado, the men had no idea what this was about. He ignored Charles's warning and marched straight up to where Dumbledore was sitting. Sirius stared at him in annoyance and raised his wand in warning, but Harry ignored him. Stuff it, old man, I am his apprentice. The only one, Harry harshly said. So, mind it. Victor walked over to Sirius to calm the man down while Harry looked over the shield. He looked over the shield. He cast a few diagnostic spells that didn't reveal anything amiss. Harry even cast his own special lumos, but that had yielded nothing. Odd. Harry thought as he saw Dumbledore's clutched hands. An odd gleaming rock was inside Dumbledore's hands. Harry leaned in and tried to make out the inscription. He could swear he had read these words somewhere before, a long time ago. It took him before the images flooded his mind. Fox's pedestal. Harry gasped out. You have something, Harry? Victor said from behind them. The metal thing in his hand. Harry pointed out. It has inscriptions on it that I remember reading on the pedestal at his familiar's office. Harry, Victor said gently. I don't think I see anything there. Are you sure? What are you babbling about? Sirius annoyedly said. Grindelwald's people could be here anytime. Harry resisted the urge to snap back at the cranky git but swallowed his rage. Taking a deep breath, he recited the words, and a bright flash filled the room. The men dove for cover expecting a surprise attack but were instantly filled with calm. A soft trill filled the room as the phoenix circled above the room and landed near the shield. The men watched in shock as the bird touched the shield with its beak and instantly vanished it. Dumbledore let out a pain-filled gasp and collapsed to the floor. Victor and Sirius ignored everything and rushed towards Dumbledore to help him up. Dumbledore appeared to regain a semblance of consciousness as the phoenix flew to his shoulder and cried on his wounds. Harry ignored the touching moment between the familiar and its master. He was more focused on the weird emanating from somewhere above. It was akin to Muggle firearms but sounded deeper and more furious. Harry's eyes widened in horror and Charles looked over curiously at him. He had heard such sounds once, in another Hogwarts a lifetime ago. He is here, Harry whispered and Charles narrowed his eyes. Charles kneeled in front of him. Mate, everything okay? But Harry ignored him. Damned Merlin. He is above. Right where Morrigan was headed to, Harry gritted. Suddenly the room's lights started to grow dimmer and the shadows lengthened. Both Harry and Charles exchanged a look. They had seen this before. Vampires. Charles roared and the room immediately jumped into action. Several vampires jumped out from the shadows of the room onto the combating wizards. Sirius and Victor formed a protective circle around Dumbledore and conjured shields to guard themselves. Harry looked over Charles, who was looking worse for wear from the earlier action in the library. He once again gore that led to the upper hallways. Hallways, where Morrigan was in Merlin, knows what shape. He then turned towards Charles, who was becoming surrounded by a vampire kill squad. Harry winced as a vampire lunged at them but was thrown away by a flaming arrow lunged into his heart, courtesy of an Eclipse trooper. Harry looked at Charles to gain his attention, his mind made up. Charles, listen to me. Harry yelled over the sound of the duels. Eclipse can take care of itself, and the Phoenix has taken away Dumbledore. It will soon be back to apparate them away. You need to leave now. You are in no position to fight. Then let's get the hell out of here, Charles shouted. What are you waiting for? I can't. The thing that attacked you is here. Morrigan is still missing. I need to find her, Harry yelled back. If looks could kill, Charles's glare at Harry would have killed him then and there. Forget that bitch. How many times do I have to tell you? She feels nothing for you. Charles shouted. You think you are the first rube she used to get something she wants? Harry paused amidst the combat. A vision of a warning regarding another Tom Riddle flashed in his mind. He too used people to get what he wanted and then disposed of them. Harry shook his head. There was no use arguing with Charles right here. He took his pair of the emergency apparition ring that Morgan had forged and tossed it to Charles. It would take him back to the orphanage in Britain. From there, Harry trusted the man to navigate his way to the safety of his family estate. Charles's eyes widened as he recognized the device for what it was. Oh, for Merlin's sake. Not again, Harry. His tirade was interrupted as the portkey took him out of here. Harry pulled out his bracelet, placed it on his wrist, and went invisible. Eclipse must take care of itself and figure out a way out of here. He had a friend to save. Chapter end notes: an early treat for y'all. Enjoy and don't forget to review. Smiley face. Chapter 24. Summer Hijinks v Chapter notes: see the end of the chapter for notes. Giovanni Manor. Harry. Morgan. Harry rushed towards the heavy din of the machine gun fire raging in the hallway ahead. The entire manor was now in a dilapidated state with pieces of roof falling. A flaming roof beam almost landed on him, but Harry deflected it at the last moment by casting the levitation charm on it. The moment was enough to get him on his knees to evaluate the situation before rushing in without taking heed. Harry took cover behind a coffee table and peeked from the side to gauge the battlefield. The same robot was present, wearing a different face this time around. Parts of its skin and flesh had melted away to reveal hardened metallic bone and mechanical structures underneath. With unnerving accuracy, it continued to fire at the energy shield Harry assumed belonged to Morgan. The sheer volume of the robot's attack ensured that Morgan was essentially trapped behind her cover. If she let it down even for a moment to fire back, the robot would shred her to pieces. A large python crawled out from underneath a sofa near the shield and quickly made it towards the robot. Without breaking its rate of fire, the robot raised its foot and brought it down on the snake. Thud. The sound of flesh being crushed dully went off in the room. Harry spied on a small crater on the marble floor where the robot had bought its foot. Clearly, Morgan's distraction gambit had failed. A brief shiver of fear ran through him at its awesome might before Harry swallowed hard. He placed his bracelet back on and felt the magic run over his skin as he became invisible. Harry crouched and quietly made his way toward the robot's side. A whirling mechanical sound echoed as the robot's bright neon eyes locked directly with Harry's. Fuck. It made me. Harry roared in panic as the robot reached towards its leg and began to pull out its sidearm. The machine gun's weight would ensure the robot couldn't turn that monstrosity over to him on time. With dulled but still present seeker reflexes, Harry aimed his wand at the robot and poured everything he had into the spell. Depulso. Harry shouted as a bright purple light erupted from his wand and struck the robot. The robot was thrown back into the manor walls. It broke them and continued falling through the various rooms. Harry grits his teeth in agony as a dull throbbing headache threatens to overtake him and he feels something trickle down his nose. Powering his way through the pain, he makes his way over to Morgan's shield cover. With hazy eyes, Harry briefly struggled with his satchel, pulled out a blue vial, and gulped it in one go. The headache receded slightly till Harry's surroundings were no longer blurred. Morgan knelt beside him on her hands and knees with sweat pouring down her face. She turned to face her savior and owlishly blinked as she acknowledged Harry. "Why, you came back?" she asked. "Yeah, well, somebody has to ensure you aren't trouble." Harry grinned at her but immediately regretted it as another pain flare went off in him. Morgan snorted at his response. "I can't help but get into trouble with your friends attacking me all over, Harry," Morgan said as she too helped herself to the last potion vial in his satchel. "With friends like you, who needs enemies? Still, you saved me. I guess that is something." This time Harry couldn't help snort at her words. The two sat with their backs to a heavy mahogany table that Morgan had initially used for cover. The two briefly sat in silence as the potion went to work on their exhausted bodies. They had been fighting for hours without a break. Lesser witches and wizards had broken doing much less. "I don't have anything in me anymore. We need to get out of here like right now," Harry grunted. "True enough," Morgan said and peered above the cover. "He's a tough bastard. It eats most spells without any damage that would have crippled any flesh creature. Blood boilers, bone breakers, or other curses don't work on it." A whirring sounded in the hallway and Morgan nodded at him. It was nearly time for round 2. We could try to escape. Go invisible and go around it, Harry suggested. You tried that. How did it go? Morgan said. It won't work. That thing can somehow see through invisibility. My guess? It has too sharp a sense. It can pick up body heat, scent, and footsteps sound. She flexed her wand arm and looked much recovered from the earlier fight while Harry struggled to barely stay upright. It will take too long to make a spell that covers all these. Time is something we don't have. Morgan said. We have no other option. We will have to fight it. The others are too busy fighting vampires in the dungeons. They won't be able to help, Harry said. Sod them, Morgan said. Now be quiet and relax. Let me work this. Morgan started waving her wand in intricate motions and chanted spells that transfigured or charmed nearby objects for battle. A ceremonial knight armor came to life and took up a defensive stance near them. Various pieces of wood and other shrapnel came to life and levitated into the air. Morgan transfigured them all into cannonballs and then took their position higher into the air and surrounded the room. She discreetly got from the cover and aimed at the wall closest to where the robot had fallen through. A glowing rune came to life near it and then vanished. Let the bastard come. Morgan savagely grinned. He now fights on our terms. Harry nodded at her and hoped her preparation would be enough to kill the thing or at the very least stop it. His thoughts stopped short as two metal containers were flung from the hole in the wall and landed near them. Harry's eyes widened in terror as he recognized the sickly green glowing containers. Morgan. Take COV. Harry was cut short as the containers blew up and rapidly started to envelop the hall in coppery smoke. What the hell? Morgan didn't relent and rapidly ran away from the smoke. A whirring flame erupted from the earlier and Morgan saw it engulf a humanoid figure, but it continued marching onward. She sent a mental note and the cannonballs raced towards the hulking brute. Two struck their mark and the inflamed wretch fell on one knee. But just as it knelt, it instantly leapt back into the air, pulled out its weapons, and shot the rest of them in the air. Morgan blinked and raised her wand to fire back, but the coppery smoke touched her despite Harry's best efforts to drag her away from it. She called on her magic and made to fire another volley at it, but instantly her brain went haywire and Morgan tasted blood on her tongue. With a Herculean effort, Harry tossed the taller girl through the window before the smoke could fully engulf her. Morgan fell on the outer lawn and saw the machine approach Harry. The coppery smoke had messed with her brain and prevented her from focusing on spellcasting. She made a mental note to investigate this potent weapon later. Run! Harry yelled at her, startling Morgan. Run now, damn it! I am not done here, Morgan shouted back and got up from the ground. You can't use magic anymore. Not for a while, Harry shouted back. Run, damn it! You can't help if you are fucking dead. I will hold him off. Run. Morgan grimly nodded in acceptance. Morgan pulled out the gauntlet she had stolen earlier from the Texan, tossed it to Harry in hopes of giving him a fighting chance and rapidly backed away from the window. Harry quickly put on the gauntlet and swirled on his feet to punch the robot nearly behind him. Morgan watched with widened eyes as its effort dodged Harry's strikes and unleashed a barrage on him. Within 12 seconds, the machine struck 100 times all over Harry's body. Titanium fists struck calcium bones at inhuman speeds, breaking everything they came into contact with. Yet the machine didn't finish off Harry. Even the mechanical mind of the machine knew the matters of flesh and blood. The machine knew it only had mere help in its grasp. It looked directly at Morgan, one alpha predator eyeing the other. It grabbed Harry by the throat, lifted it into the air and made a come-hither motion to Morgan with its silvery hand. Morgan watched from afar with pursed lips and venomous anger coursing through her veins. That thing had dared challenge her? People had reduced to naught but humiliation and loss for doing far less to her. She glanced up at Harry's bloody and battered face again to check up on him. Go. He mouthed to Morgan through his injuries, and she didn't need to be told again. The robot watched her flee and suddenly disappear. Its algorithms assessed the surroundings, and it ordered the hardware to switch from heightened combat alert to heightened alert. The hardware let out steam hisses as the damage to itself was assessed. Liquid coolant flowed on overheated nervous connections and processors. Nanites scuttled over muscle fibers, blissfully healing the wear and tears. Overall, the damage sustained was minimal. The repressed human mammalian brain couldn't help but cheer at the assessment. It had easily triumphed over perhaps what the best of mages could offer. A notification blip that had been going off on alerts for the last 6 months came into his view. It was annoying even by the robot's mechanical standards. Still, it viewed it now that the coast was clear. Blood type matches 100%. Harry James Potter. Alpha target identity confirmed. The machine's processes came to a grinding halt as all the bandwidth was put on testing the authenticity of this statement. In under 2 seconds, the robot ran multiple scans of its software to check for viruses or defects. They came back negative. It ran 50 tests to check the blood on its hands. It liberally punched the boy multiple times to acquire fresh samples. All the new results vindicated the initial notification. It had him. It had finally found Harry Potter. The torn flesh of the machine still visible around the mouth curved upwards in an echo of a human smile. Mission accomplished. It cuffed the alpha target and flung him over its shoulders. It had work to do. Gallows humor, an arc of current and a flash of red went across his eyes as Harry's muscles tensed unbearably under their unintended role of being an earthing conduct. He didn't scream though. He wouldn't give the machine the satisfaction of hearing it scream. He grits whatever teeth he has remaining and digs hard. A few unbidden tears escaped his eyes, but they joined in the sweat of his body. He wasn't worried about crying openly. A lever is pulled up and the merciless currents relent in torturing him further. He hung in the air with both arms tied above him by metal chains. His feet barely touched the ground, forcing him to constantly rebalance himself and placing further strains on his shoulder joints. Harry gasped out in relief as the torture relented. "The Union has been most interested in your activities, Mr. Potter. You are a remarkable specimen from a species of cowards and demon worshippers," the robot said. "Unfortunately, for you, this is the end of the line. Your people's last-ditch attempt to scuttle our rise has been eliminated. It is as it was foreseen and as it was meant to be." The room was extremely hot and humid. The machine looked unconcerned, but fleshy mortals had to endure it. The machine peered down at his swollen, bloody face. "As you lay broken and dying, do know this was a survival of the fittest. At its most basic state, biology is war. Just like the Neanderthal and others met their end at their hands, so too your species has and once again meet their ends at our hands," the robot said. "Our victory is a testament to the superiority of science over the Maleficarum." Harry remained silent. The shame and self-loathing that burned him was far greater than any heat or the impact of the abdominal intelligence's words. "Speak," the robot commanded, but no words came from his mouth. The robot grabbed his hair first and forced him to look up at it. Hair was torn from its roots in the robot's grip and Harry yelled in pain. "I order you to speak, wretch." "What?" Harry gasped but was unable to finish it. The robot viciously swung his head by his hair and vigorously shook it. With pain flaring, the adrenaline flowed through him again. "What do you want now? You wanted me now. You have me," Harry yelled at the robot. "Just kill me already." If the machine could have smiled, it would have. "As tempting as it would be to complete the mission, we still have ways to go, Mr. Potter," the robot said. It threw away Harry and he swung from his chains. "You decide the level of your treatment here, Mr. Potter," it spoke. "I expect you to think carefully and detail everything you have told of the Union to your friends." Harry opened his mouth to respond, but he saw the robot raise his hand to his ear. Someone was talking to him. The robot came and unchained Harry and dragged him to a makeshift jail cell. "I will be back. I will recommend that you use this time to decide how you will be treated upon my return," it said and walked away, leaving Harry to stew further in wounds. He lay there for who knows how long. He grasped as an older pair of hands dragged him over the bloodied floor and lay him against the opposing wall. Harry weakly protested the treatment, but the man easily overpowered his feeble attempts to resist. "Calm down, son. You are hurt," he said, and Harry dropped his hands. He glanced up at the stranger and let out a sharp gasp. He didn't know that ghosts could interact with the physical. Harry whined as he dug his legs in and tried to get back. "Dad?" Harry whispered in astonishment from the corner of his cell. The man chuckled in response as he wiped the bloodstains from Harry. "You are hallucinating, kid. My bloodline doesn't have blondes in it," the man said and forced Harry to sit up. "Who or why you?" Harry asked the man. "Your service." The man introduced himself with a faux head bow. Henri raised a concerned eyebrow as Harry started to laugh uncontrollably. Boy, the thing hit you hard, but I never knew it scrambled your brains, Henri said, but Harry didn't respond. He kept on laughing uncontrollably as tears once again streamed down his face. Henri worriedly moved his hand towards Harry's forehead. You were burning up, kid, he said and snapped his fingers in front of Harry. Snap out of it, you were hallucinating. All the time. All the time. Harry managed to get out. I once again get to die with a Potter. Die again with a Potter? Henri questioned. Who are you? Harry. Harry wheezed, unable to control his laughter long enough to give Henri his last name. Harry, Henri whispered to himself, and his eyes widened as he realized the thing's incessant obsession with someone similar. Bloody hell, Henri yelled. You are Harry Potter? Harry's laughter only grew louder at Henry's declaration as a beleaguered Henri walked away from like he was stung. He desperately paced the cell as his mind tried to figure out a way how the hell this was possible. Unfortunately for him, the only answer he received was the madman's laughter. Henri let out a few panic breaths to stabilize himself. He walked over to Harry and vigorously shook him by the shoulders to gain his attention. Harry didn't stop laughing. Henri cocked his fist and punched him squarely in the face. This got him to shut up, albeit a few chuckles still escaped him. Look at me, Harry, Henri sternly said and stared directly into his eyes. Tell me what you know. A family reunion. Henri stared in shock at the man. No, not a man but a boy, old enough to be his younger son. Or perhaps a younger grandson a few decades into the future. The old Grandma Potter, Hecate rest that hag's soul, had always told Henri to be careful with what he wished for. Dumbledore often repeated that same mantra. Henri knew deep down there was a reason for his suffering. Perhaps if he bore that with a stoic resolve instead of complaining about it, he wouldn't have known the truth. The horrifying, encompassing truth of what was truly out there. The air was thick with a suffocating sense of foreboding, a palpable aura of impending doom that encased him like a shroud, ensnaring his every thought in a web of paralyzing terror. Glancing at his cellmate, the young man whose whispered revelations had shattered his world, Henry's gaze burned with a concoction of pity and hatred. The truth, once revealed, could never be unlearned. He had been ready to bash the kid's brains in. The more cynical side of him believed that this all was a devious ploy designed by the kid. The machine, the kidnapping, the torture, and more, all of it had been designed by him to include himself in the Potter family's fortunes. The kid had shattered that illusion with one single fact. As far as tall tales are concerned, this is the tallest I have ever heard, Henri said. My Texan is off, but I believe that a metaphor for dragon dung being sprouted by a wizard. You don't believe me, Harry quietly said. I think this is an elaborate scheme. You want to be included in the Potter will. Not the first time something like this has happened to a noble family. Fake heirs were all the rage a decade ago, Henri said. Then don't include me in it, Harry said. The robot, that's what it is, by the way, will be back to kill us anytime now. What good will your will do then? Prove to me. Prove that you are a Potter, Henri said. The invisibility cloak. I know what it is. It's a cloak that doesn't decay, unlike normal cloaks. It affords perfect invisibility to a wizard. Sight, sound, and scent. It hides everything. That's how Charles gets around Hogwarts with his secret dates, Harry said. My research into our family, although it was very limited, told me it had something to do with the Peverells. He knew about the cloak. He knew about the damned cloak. Although his knowledge about the practical usage was immaculate, the kid had zero idea about its truth. Still, he shook his head in amazement at this. The cloak was a family secret passed over the centuries. Its existence was protected by family jinxes, oaths, and blood bonds. It was nigh impossible to break those, especially for a Hogwarts fifth-year student. The crux was when the boy had let down his metamorphic abilities and shown his true face. He looked like the spitting image of Charles if he was skinnier and shorter. The boy was a Potter through and through. You should have come straight to me, Henri commented now that they had calmed down. Why? Harry said. Fuck, kid, I don't know. Maybe it's because you are my grandson? You are our responsibility? Henri said. Great-grandson. Harry corrected and Henri dismissed him with a frustrated gesture. So, after all this time, we called Grindelwald a madman and dismissed him. He was right? Henri said. Yes, Harry said. So why aren't we aligning forces with him as we speak? We should end the right now and attack the Muggles while they're distracted, Henri exclaimed. You and I both know that won't work, Harry quietly said. Explain, Henri ordered, and a brief flicker of annoyance crossed Harry's eyes, but he acquiesced. The Muggles became aware of us because of Grindelwald's destructive tendencies. The sheer body count he racked up made him attack us, Harry said. I did consider enlisting in his legions, you know. If it comes to a fight, I would rather much back our people all the way. I am sensing there is but in there somewhere, Henri said. Slavers. Purebloods dining in high places while Muggleborns die by the droves in his trenches? Dark magic? You and I have read his manifesto. A partnership between us would have. First, amongst equals. Harry said. If we can end Grindelwald before he can trigger the Greater War, a lot of innocent Muggle and magical lives can be saved. We don't need to fight a useless existential war that will benefit no one. A brief vision of Grindelwald's breeding facilities crossed Henry's mind, but he suppressed it. I suppose. Henri acknowledged Harry's point. I have seen some of his facilities. The madman will not stop at anything but total victory. There is also a Muggle superweapon that is being in development. A bomb I read about in a history class in Muggle school that surpasses the destructive capacity of any Muggle weapon ever invented. I believe they will call it the atom bomb, Harry said. Oh damn, wait. Why were you in a Muggle school? Henri said, and Harry fixed him with a pointed look. No comment, Harry said, and Henri slapped the wall behind him in frustration. Henri turned to Harry. So, what is it you intend to do about Grindelwald? Harry turned away in embarrassment, leaving Henri to sigh in frustration once again. You have no plan. You have no allies, wealth, or power, and you intended to change the course of it all, not just Britain. How exactly? Henri said, and he once again angrily paced about his cell. I mean, do you even know the sheer inertia of what you are up against, Harry? Because Morgan Riddle is a wild card here on whose shoulder I intend to burn it all down, Harry thought. But no need to let Henri know about such things. He didn't need to know Lord Lady Voldemort lest his buddies start another crusade against a girl who had yet to do anything wrong. If there is to be a war, let there be war. The war will be fought on terms dictated by him. Morrigan might have her ambitions of conquering the world, and that was fine and dandy. But the casus belli will be dictated by him alongside the post-war order. Harry never had any delusions of being able to beat Voldemort in his original timeline. The gap between their sheer skill, intellect, and tenacity was too wide. Voldemort walked boldly in dark places of the Wartalion of Horrors dared not walk. If Ollivander was to be believed, he did things that no wizard had ever done before. His greatness was a rising sun to Dumbledore's eclipse, cut short by Lily Potter's strange arcane magic. However, Voldemort had proven impervious to death itself. Harry had always assumed Dumbledore had a scheme somewhere that would allow him to deliver the death blow to Voldemort. Anyone who expected him to wage a war against Voldemort akin to Zeus battling it out against Typhoon on Mount Olympus was delusional. And this all happened before Harry had a fully developed and highly conductive magical core. Now with the core gone, Harry had next to zero chance of winning this thing with his sheer wand work alone. If Morrigan had half the gumption of his Riddle, she would easily rise to become the most powerful mage in the world, second only to Dumbledore. This is the secret weapon that must be leveraged against Grindelwald, Muggles, or even Dumbledore if necessary. A secret hand, a power behind the throne to tame the wild feminine and the unrelenting dragon that was Morrigan Riddle. Tame all the dragon and unleash it on the right foes at the right time. If Hermione's foray into history with Lupin's fireside chats were to be believed, the Voldemort of his time had been led astray by the entrenched establishment and power blocks amongst the Death Eaters. Their unprofessionalism is something that the Order had capitalized on to maneuver the Death Eaters into failure. The Order and the Aurors did outnumber the Death Eaters 2-1 after all. That would no longer happen. The madmen of his time, Bellatrix Lestrange or Rookwood, would be leashed, and slippery opportunists like Malfoy would be under a microscope 24/7. Morrigan of his time had already shown a willingness to go against the established feudal elite aka Redwoods. If the right alliances were made, the Death Eaters could be leveraged for far more productive purposes. Hey! Henri snapped his fingers in front of Harry. Hey! Harry focuses and returns from his musings to find an angry Henri desperately trying to bring him back to the real world. What? Harry said, and Henri glared at him, causing Harry to sigh as he remembered his earlier question. Look, in my time there were powerful forces, world-changing forces that are still young here. If strategic alliances were made with them in their infancy, that would go a long way in helping us. In my time these forces fought a civil war against each other, causing much destruction to Muggle-born political forces and pureblood families. Heck, the Redwoods and a dozen other families that exist here were never there in my time. Harry said. What you can do right now is convince others in your circle to invest in our world. More ores, more training to Muggleborns, stronger institutions, better research and development, and fewer nepotist hires. Grindelwald, Henri asked, will eventually be defeated by Dumbledore just like in my time. I am not too worried about him if I say so myself, Harry said. He did. Hot damn, Henri exclaimed. Who would have thought the old man would finally grow such balls? Yeah, Harry muttered, not exactly following Henry's line of thought. There is just one flaw in your master plan, Harry, Henri said. Oh, we're locked up in a prison by a lunatic who is coming back to kill us. How do we get back out to make these plans come to reality? Henri said. Harry didn't respond but looked out of the bars of their cell. He had made a gamble. A friend outside, if she ever considered herself that, should be making efforts for a rescue attempt. An ultimate test to see if his overtures to Morgan Haver will bear fruit in the future. Despite the circumstances, Harry's subconscious sent only peaceful vibes to him, as if everything would be okay. Morgan would find him. The alternative was too horrifying to think about. Santa Monica Beach House. Morgan Riddle. Morgan cursed the size of American states for the 300th time this day. If it was Britain, her scrying efforts would have yielded more results. The sheer size, scope, and population density of Muggles and Magical made for poor search efforts. To exacerbate the situation, she had neither a scrying mirror nor a vase. Thus, she had to do with a Muggle one that had little to no sensitivity for detecting magical signatures or waves. Finding Harry had become like finding a needle in a haystack. She sighed as she placed her feet at the desk to relax for a moment. The rustling sound told her the papers had fallen. She glanced below at them only to snort in annoyance. Arithmancy had proven useless. Any attempt to scry or divine his coordinates had resulted in the most maddening of numbers that had no meaning. All the numbers came back in their threes. A powerful symbol of chaos and madness. Hours passed, the room enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the occasional rustle of parchments and the soft murmurs of incantations. Exhaustion began to weigh heavily on her, her eyelids drooping as she fought to stay awake, her mind clouded with the unrelenting frustration of her fruitless search. With a wearied sigh, she slumped forward onto her desk, her body giving in to the relentless pull of sleep. As the minutes ticked by, a sudden jolt of awakening shot through Morgan's body, her senses heightened by an inexplicable feeling of urgency. With a start, she pushed herself upright, her eyes widening as a strange compulsion drew her gaze toward the ornate mirror that adorned the far corner of the room. Morgan pulled out her wand and cast a few detection spells, but nothing came out. She gave her wand a few swishes that resulted in nothing. No sparks or magical buildup came forth. Icy cold panic gripped her heart and bile rose up in her throat as Morgan desperately tried to control herself. Her heart raced uncontrollably as she stumbled across the desk and almost had her mirror fall on her. Focus. 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 Morgan chanted to herself as her darkest fear had come to life. Magic had abandoned her. That had to be it. That is why she couldn't find Harry. That's why that Muggle filth had chased her off. Dumbledore would probably cry with glee as they threw her out of Hogwarts and back with Muggles. The orphanage would probably boot her out to the streets too, since she was too old anyway. She felt a coppery, metallic tang on her tongue and a wave of cough overtook her. She spat at the blood on the ground below to prevent nausea from overtaking her. Morgan stumbled back from the bloodstains, horrified at the sight of her own mortality. She averted her gaze from the hideous sight and gasped out in horror as she stared at her reflection in the mirror. Her breath caught in her throat as she approached the mirror, her reflection staring back at her with an unsettling intensity. Yet, subtle differences marred the familiar image. casting an eerie aura that sent shivers down her spine. The reflection's eyes glowed a fiery, angry red, its skin a sickly, cracked shade of gray that seemed to ooze darkness. It was as if a corpse had been possessed by a demon from Muggle hell. The reflection's lips curled into a menacing smile, its voice a haunting echo of her own. "Why the long face, my love?" I have problems," she stuttered, unable to keep her fear in check. Her occlumency had been blown to the wind. "My magics." The reflection nodded in understanding. Her expression was one of paternal understanding. "Yes, my love," the other Morgan said. "Your magic is gone?" Morgan nodded yes. "Come now, my love, you and I both know that is impossible. Our brain is far too developed to fall prey to such superstitions, unlike these fools that we call Muggles," the other Morgan said, grinning. Her teeth were sharp with fangs up front and dark as coal. Morgan violently shuddered at the sight. "My love, why don't you tell me what's really long? Why the long face?" The other said. "Enough," Morgan mumbled, trying to hold back tears. "What if I can't find Harry? What if I am not strong enough to defeat the Muggle? What if all my allies deserted me? What if they find out the truth?" At those last words, a few treacherous tears did fall and Morgan was unable to control a sob from escaping her. She could hear the other Morgan tutting at her. "My love, we both know you can easily handle him now that you know his techniques, that infernal smoke of his. The Muggle is irrelevant. You are at the top of the food chain, my love. A dragon to their petty little snakes. So, tell me love, what ails you?" the other said in a sickeningly sweet voice. "Tell me, love, when we were alone in that dark timeout room, the things they did to us. I got us through that, didn't I? When little Dennis Bishop and Amy Benson sought to take liberties where they ought not to. Who was it that horrified their tiny little souls into silence? I have always been here, haven't I?" "Yes," Morgan acknowledged. "And when that bitch Myrtle dared poke her nose, who was it that silenced her and fooled Dumbledore? So, love, why don't you tell the real reason you were afraid?" the other said. Morgan didn't reply but looked away and wiped her tears. "Say it," the other roared at Morgan. I want them to love me." Morgan choked. "I want them to be my friend." Ding ding ding. And the million galleon goes to Morgan. "Riddle," the other exclaimed, and Morgan openly wept now. "A slimy, disgusting part of you still craves those inbred freaks' willing loyalty. You want all of them to forget to open your little half-blood lineage. Don't poke too deeply into our whore of a mother and sit in their cozy manners drinking wine and eating cheese. Just letting the ages pass by while Muggles reach the stars." The other spat out. "You forget the cardinal lesson of the universe, my love, might make right. After everything we have done, you are still a little girl waiting for a knight in shining armor or a Moomy or a fucking daddy to come up and save you from the dark. Never mind the fact we're dark," the other said. She forced Morgan to step up forward, directly forcing her to look at the eldritch abomination. "At the end of the day, my dear, all these petty little words, legislations, and those cozy wizengamos are just those, words. Winds in the air. Worthless. You are a half-blood. Yet they will bend the knee to you all the same. If they don't, we will shatter their spines till they can't do anything but kneel," the other yelled while Morgan sobbed. "Power is power. Those who hold that will make even tigers follow them like sheep." The other spat out. "Love, romance, friendship. All those bullshit distractions. A flaw I intend to correct, my dear. I will rip that out of you with a surgical precision." She held up Morgan and looked at the satchel that contained her prize, magic most evil. "Oh yes, my love, we will render you pure and turn you into a god that you were meant to be. Like Zeus of old." Harry," Morgan stuttered. "Oh, don't get me started on that twink of yours." The other spat out and sighed. "I suppose even gods will need their concubines every now and then. Sieg. Focus your arithmancy on yourself. I can't believe you haven't figured out the truth of it by now," the other said. "Cast your runes and they will sing. Go. Get your twink." Morgan eagerly nodded and made to leave, and remember, the other called, and Morgan turned to listen. "Have fun with him. But do not let him outlive his usefulness. He too will betray you like all others. Temper your allies. You are their mistress. Failure is abhorrent to you." Morgan nodded in affirmation. With newfound steel in her soul, She left the building to claim her prize. Cautionary recon. The robot stepped out and warily scanned its surroundings. Its sensors had picked up a disturbance a while back. Rocco had been sent away for his own security should the mages mount a rescue effort for their boy. His eyes zoomed in meticulously, taking in a lot more than organic eyes could receive. A lone female approached her in the middle of the road. She was carrying a wand. The machine immediately pulled out its gun and started firing, but the bullets simply phased through her as if she was a mirage. A quick diagnostic test reported that its optics were in optimal condition. Analyzing battlefield reports. 90% chance of an illusion. The system's output. The auditory sensors picked up a whistling approaching from the air. The machine swirled to shoot at it and it couldn't even hold its shock in place. A car fast approached it from the air and slammed into the machine with its front. The machine couldn't dodge and its sensors went haywire in reporting damage to hardware. Still, the titanium skeleton held firm. It was designed to endure much, much more. The machine held the car up and tossed it to the side. It immediately took out multiple canisters from its skeleton and lobbed them around. A coppery gas began to engulf the area, but the canisters were suddenly levitated and thrown away in different directions. Conditions met. Threat level high. Enter second high battle mode. A Gauss rifle immediately exited from the machine's legs and it redirected power from non-critical systems to sensors. It sent a massive sonar wave to engulf miles of desert around it. Infrared was useless in such conditions. Immediately its sensors blared as a figure hiding from the nearby field was picked up. The machine turned its ire on the target and let loose. A massive arc of red-hot lasers zinged forth and obliterated the tree line, but the intruder was faster. The fallen trees and branches immediately transfigured into flaming iron spears and hurled themselves at the machine. The machine fired back at the incoming projectiles and missed the discarded car, creaking. Morrigan lunged from her cover in the tree line and transfigured the metal car into a hulking behemoth of metal. Its sheer mass resulted in a perfect transfiguration of a similar creature. It immediately pounded with both fists at the robot, causing it to wobble. The remaining spears, now unable to be deflected, lodged themselves deep into the machine's torso. With a whirling sound, the behemoth was cut in half by the Gauss rifle. The glowing red eyes now glared at Morrigan, but she wasn't deterred in the slightest. "You think you are strong, Muggle? With your technology and hand might?" Morrigan purred and the machine tilted its head in response, as if considering the challenge. "Let me show you the true might of the dark side," Morrigan said, and the robot leveled its gun at her. Before it could fire, the embedded spears caught alight and tore open into the inner wires of the machinery. Morrigan didn't relent and yelled, "Corrosive!" A toxic, green liquid spewed forth from Morrigan's wand and slammed into the kneeling aflame form of the robot. Upon impact, a vast sizzling sound echoed through the area as the acid went away at the metal. The machine lost its balance and fell flat on the ground now that its hands and knees were dissolved in the acid pool. Still her heartbeat in a savage desire for revenge, she raised both of her hands into the air and slammed them down alongside her magic. Massive arcs of electricity materialized and repeatedly pummeled the area where the machine lay down, leaving massive craters in its wake. Morrigan glared at the spot where the charred remains of the machine lay unmoving. She walked over to it and couldn't help but mock its fate. "Not so tough, are you now? You are a one-trick pony. Nothing more," she said and stomped in its twitching metallic hand. The eyes of the robotic skullface suddenly glowed blue and Morrigan instantly conjured a shield in expectation of an explosion. Deadman's switch activated. "Liquidate all prisoners." The machine spoke and then the light of its eyes went out. Morrigan dashed towards the T and Henri panicked as a thick liquid began to fall and Harry recognized it by its smell to be gasoline. Panic engulfed Harry as he recognized the sheer danger they were in. Henri and Harry desperately pounded at the gate in a bid to force it to open. "We are going to die," Harry despaired, not noticing a shadow fall across the room. "Bombarda." A voice sounded off the hideout's door was blown open. Morrigan ran in, her nerves still not bothered with a timer on the wall reading 5 seconds remaining. Her eyes spotted Harry beating at the cell door. With a flick of her wand, the gate was torn open. 2 seconds remaining. "Accio Harry," she intoned and Harry immediately flew towards her. She grabbed him by the neck and Harry realized what was happening. "Henri, no." Harry howled, seeing a limping Henri dash from the cell and try to jump out of the window. The oil had deeply drenched his body. 1 second. Harry felt the telltale sign of a portkey working and the room vanished from his sight. Terminate. The house immediately caught fire and a massive explosion rocked the area. A new fate. A 10-year-old Michael Rocco nervously approached the house where his mysterious robotic guardian had dropped him off. He hesitated for a moment before tentatively pushing the front door open. To his amazement, the door slid smoothly across as if by some unseen force, granting him entrance. He stepped inside cautiously, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings. The interior was bathed in an otherworldly glow, casting long, eerie shadows along the walls. Michael ascended a spiraling staircase to the top floor, his heart pounding with a mixture of trepidation and wonder. Upon reaching the top, he was greeted by a mind-boggling array of technology, with strange buttons and shiny wires that seemed to pulse with an enigmatic energy. He couldn't begin to comprehend the purpose of the complex machinery that surrounded him. Lost in the surreal environment, he was suddenly startled by a smooth, resonant voice that seemed to emanate from a large screen in front of him. "Welcome, Michael," the voice intoned, its tone both reassuring and strangely distant. "Who's there?" Michael asked, his voice barely above a whisper as he glanced around, searching for the source of the disembodied voice. "I am your guide, designed to assist you in your new surroundings," the voice replied, its words echoing through the expansive chamber. "You may call me Nexus. Are you ready to begin?" Author notes. Please review. Chapter endnotes. Please review. Chapter 25, Summer Troubles Finale. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Number 13. Privet Drive. The boy, his tousled hair and oversized glasses giving him a scholarly air, slipped quietly out of his cramped space beneath the stairs. Sunlight filtered through the windows, casting a warm glow over the deserted hallway as he tiptoed towards the main living room. It was early afternoon during the summer vacation, a time when his guardians, preferring to sleep in late, were lost in the depths of their slumber. His eyes scanned the room, seeking a distraction from the monotony of his mundane existence. The glossy magazine lying on the coffee table caught his attention, and he quickly made his way towards it. With a delicate touch, he picked it up, his fingers tracing the glossy cover before flipping to his favorite section, the one that delved into the mysteries of aliens. His heart quickened as he immersed himself in the vivid illustrations and intricate theories presented within the pages. Could life truly exist on other planets? With a subtle flick, he turned his attention to the television set. The screen flickered to life, casting an ethereal glow across the room. The narrator's voice, shrouded in mystery and conspiracy, whispered secrets that sent shivers down his spine. Government cover-ups, the existence of alien technology, and the clandestine military bases buried deep beneath the mountains, harboring enigmatic beings from distant worlds. His gaze shifted between the magazine and the television screen, each revelation igniting a spark of fascination within him. He imagined a world beyond the confines of his small existence, a universe brimming with enigmas and possibilities waiting to be unraveled. The Daily Prophet Giovanni family declared traitors. In a stunning revelation that has sent shockwaves through the wizarding community, the prestigious Giovanni family has been pronounced traitorous from the international wizarding world. This unprecedented verdict was delivered during an emergency session of the International Confederation of Wizards, ICW, marking the highest level of condemnation for violating the sacred statute of secrecy. Reports reaching the Daily Prophet directly from the United States of America indicate that the Giovanni family, known for their extensive global influence, has been implicated in a series of appalling activities. Most disturbingly, it has come to light that the family was harboring a secretive vampire coven beneath their ancestral estate, where several members of the family were allegedly complicit in heinous acts including blood drinking, slavery, cannibalism, and other nefarious rituals. The gravest concern arises from the recent revelation that several of these rogue vampires, associated with the Giovanni family, were responsible for a brazen assault on unsuspecting Muggle families during a lavish summer gala, blatantly endangering the sanctity of the statute of secrecy. Further incriminating evidence discovered within the depths of the Giovanni manor has revealed the family's involvement in illegal financial activities. Documents recovered from their possession strongly suggest that the Giovanni family had been actively engaged in money laundering for the notorious dark wizard Gellert Grindelwald. The House of Gaunt Deer headmaster Dippet, I hope this letter finds you in good health and high spirits. I am writing to inform you of a significant change that has transpired in my life. After thorough research and introspection, I have unearthed a truth that has both surprised and deeply affected me. It is with a heavy heart and a profound sense of duty that I must inform you of my decision to change my name. Recent revelations have led me to the irrefutable realization that I am the last surviving member of the Gaunt family, an ancestry that has remained shrouded in mystery and obscurity for generations. As such, I feel compelled to embrace my true heritage and carry forward the legacy of my ancestors. Henceforth, I shall be known as Morrigan Gaunt, relinquishing the name Morrigan Riddle in acknowledgement of my familial ties. Enclosed herewith are the official documents that substantiate my claim and affirm my lineage to the Gaunt family. I trust that you will understand the significance of this decision and extend your support during this transitional phase. Please be assured that my commitment to my studies and my unwavering dedication to the ideals of Hogwarts remain steadfast and resolute. With utmost respect and gratitude, Morrigan Gaunt House Slytherin, 6th Year Prefect. New observations. Morrigan Riddle sat gracefully, composed in the presence of the two powerful lords. My lords, my request is reasonable, she stated calmly. Given your combined resources and ideological pivots, it is not beyond the realm of possibility to arrange discreet medical aid for Mr. Petrov. Both lords raised an expectant eyebrow at that, and Morgan explained, "You would not let precious magical blood as talented as he is bleed out to death courtesy of Grindelwald now, would you?" Sirius Black's voice thundered across the room. "You're entitled to nothing," he spat, his aggression palpable. "Why should we help you instead of turning you over to the Americans?" He glared at Morgan, his frustration evident. "Your ill-fated assault on the Giovanni Manor was nothing short of reckless. What were you doing there in the first place?" Morgan's lips curled into a knowing smile. "My purpose was no different from yours," she replied smoothly. "And your threatened dare hand us over." Sirius laughed mockingly. "Oh, and why not?" he challenged, his wand poised at his side. "Rather, why shouldn't we end this right here and now? Cut our losses while we can." Morgan's smile widened slightly. "Because if I don't contact my associates within the hour, letters detailing the existence of Eclipse will reach every major publication," she retorted firmly. "Grindelwald's network will quickly unravel the involvement of the esteemed houses of Black and Greengrass." At the mention of the letters, both lords tensed visibly. Edward's diplomatic facade remained intact, although concern flickered in his eyes. "Perhaps it's prudent to de-escalate," he suggested softly, turning to Morgan. "Let's find a resolution that benefits us all without putting anyone in jeopardy. My demands are simple. Safety from the American law enforcement and medical treatment for Harry away from the prying eyes at St. Mungo," Morgan said. "Done," Sirius said, greatly pleasing Morgan. They three further discussed the finer points of their arrangement in a bid to wave away the negativity of their prior conversation. Without nothing else to discuss, Morgan bid her farewell and made to leave the grand study. Edward glanced at Sirius, curiosity evident in his expression. Why the sudden change of heart, offering assistance with her post-graduation prospects? He inquired, his diplomatic tone tinged with genuine interest. Sirius leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed on the now closed door. "I'm intrigued by her," he admitted, a faint hint of respect in his voice. "Despite the recklessness of her actions, she's got guts. Most wizards her age are preoccupied with trivial pursuits, sweets, vacations, or petty power plays for wealth and land." He shook his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. "But she orchestrated an assault in another country and undoubtedly made off with valuable dark materials. Even my family, known for our fiery tempers, wouldn't have dared such a feat." Edward raised an eyebrow, a mild rebuke in his voice. "Don't underestimate Arcturus," he cautioned. Sirius chuckled softly, the lines on his face betraying a sense of concern. "I'm not worried about Arcturus," he replied, his eyes distant. "It's the younger ones, Cassiopeia and Doria. They're too soft, relying too much on their occlumency to project an image of astute politicians." He shook his head, his voice laced with worry. "But they lack ambition and the survival skills required in this increasingly dangerous world, shaped by both Muggles and Grindelwald. In short, they lack the fire of my Black ancestors." "I am sure they will come along fine," Edward said. "No, Edward, they might not. I fear our house has grown soft and overly reliant on accumulated past wealth. At the end of the day, you and I both know that gold, seats on Wizengamot, and rest are just that words. They are your ancestors' legacy, Sirius, Edward Said. They are not but winds in the wild. Petty ones. All the gold, all the votes in the world didn't stop Grindelwald from tearing the world apart. Fools believe gold to be truly valuable. We know it's only valuable as long as men think it to be valuable. What good is the statute, Wizengamot, or the sacred 28 once people believe they are no longer good? Sirius asked, but Edward remained silent. It is the will to survive and teach knowledge and wisdom gathered from the yesteryears that truly ensures your progeny lives on, Sirius said, and Edward couldn't help but nod. A brief pause followed as a house elf politely knocked on the door to deliver their tea. Did you know she was a Gaunt? Edward Said? Descendants of old Salazar himself? That makes it all the better. One more reason to get to know her better, Sirius said. Who knows, we might be dealing with the old man reincarnated. Edward Said. Any idea who the other kid, this hairy fellow? Sirius asked. Remarkably, I don't. I poked my kids about this, but none of them have had any extensive relationship with him at Hogwarts. Kind of an introvert he is. Transferred from Russia a while ago, rusty in many of the academics. Surprisingly formed a close relationship with Morrigan alone. Edward Said. Morrigan, on the other hand, they couldn't stop singing praises about. A prodigy rivaling Albus all but alchemy. A person like Morrigan wouldn't include Harry in her orbit if he wasn't important. There must be something. There is also the fact that he is Dumbledore's apprentice. Whatever he is no slouch, Sirius said. Whatever it is, we can discuss two school kids later, Sirius. We have more pressing concerns, Edward Said. I have secured us a spot on the minister's intruge today. When he meets with his American counterpart, we must break off discreetly to set up back channels. Half-truths. Charles sat at his bedside staring off into the window while Morrigan stood in the corner and stared at him. There was an air of expectation about them. Harry knew regardless of what he does today, some measure of truth will have to be revealed. While he recovered at one of Lord Greengrass's many houses, Morrigan had gone back to the site of their combat and recovered the bodies of Lord Potter and the robot. Henri had miraculously survived the blast but with severe burns. Charles's earlier report told him that the healers were pessimistic about the future. In all likelihood, Harry was now talking to the new Lord Potter. Harry choked back angry sobs and tears that threatened to escape him. Henri had been good to him. He had believed Harry's tale and identity and offered him a home, family, and more when he owed him nothing. He promised to help with his problems without asking for anything in return. And how had he repaid him? By being tortured and burnt to death and leaving Henri an orphan? And even now, in his lowest possible moment, Harry didn't feel like telling the truth to his perhaps closest friends. The possibility of further temporal anomalies was too horrifying. The killer robot had taken him to the limit and then broke him. He would tell them the origin of it, but no more. Harry, Morrigan called him. It's time. Harry neither replied nor looked at them. He still didn't have the courage in him to reply. Charles put a comforting hand on his leg. Harry, I know about you. Dad told me, Charles said, and that immediately got his attention. You are a Potter, he said. One of our illegitimate cousins. That further chipped at him. Henri had told Charles, but not the whole truth. Harry's mind rushed to join the necessary connections together. Henri has given me an out, Harry thought. Why, you know. Be you, Harry stammered, but Morrigan interrupted him. I told him. Charles deserves to know the truth after everything that had happened, she said, and a flash of fury engulfed him at her betrayal. Morrigan was nonplussed at his angry stare, but Charles stepped in before he could retort. Yes, Riddle here did tell me, after which I confronted my father about it, who confirmed it, Charles said. Although why in Merlin's name you felt more comfortable approaching her than us is beyond me. Morrigan snorted at that, and Charles angrily glanced at her. She met his stare without any fear. Gaunt. Potter. The name is Gaunt, she said, and Charles muttered something underneath his breath that Harry couldn't hear. Why, yes. I didn't want to impose on your family. I had everything set up. That's why I didn't come running to you folks, Harry meekly said. You should have come, Charles said as he firmly gripped his hand. We are not so vain as the Malfoys or others to begrudge you merely for the circumstances of your birth. That was beyond your control. As touching as the family reunion is, we have things to discuss. It's high time we have an explanation of why Muggle machinations are hunting you. And how do they know about the wizarding world? Morgan said. Sometimes, true power is found in the ability to influence, win over, love, or forgive. All are more sacrosanct than wand-waving. The Sorting Hat's words flashed in his mind. The story that the two of you are most familiar with is that my parents were poachers in Siberia. This is partly true because that was a part of their cover. Their original objective was to investigate a Muggle cult that was giving them all sorts of weird vibes, Harry said. Weird vibes? Charles questioned. Who were they working for? Morgan asked. I don't know who they were working for. They never told me. A lot of what they did was based on deception. Even their marriage was a fake one. Whatever, I know from overhearing things and bits of information I gathered from discarded documents, Harry said. What was so special about the Muggles? Charles asked. I don't exactly know about that. But whatever it was, they were aware of the wizarding world. Far more than what a select few Muggles know about. They have access to technology that is beyond what even present-day Muggles can understand or much less wield. My parents believed that such technology would one day put them on equal footing to our world, Harry said. The matter was worsened when that cult hated magic and wanted it wiped out. How can they have technology that rest can't? Charles asked. I might not know much about Muggle technology, but I know research. You can't develop and maintain such complex projects in isolation, especially amid a Muggle jungle. Won't they need stuff like petrol or electricity? How do they get that over there? Morgan said. That's where it gets super weird, and I want you to brace yourself, Harry said. My parents believe they are working on technology recovered from aliens. A pin-drop silence followed his proclamation and both Morgan and Charles stared at him deadpan. From another species? Charles said. Yeah, Harry said, and Charles nodded to himself while Morgan remained skeptical. You seem to be taking it well, Charles. Most people in the Muggle world don't believe in extraterrestrial life, Harry said. A new civilization is not that much of a radical idea, Harry. Such things have been a part of our folklore for long. One of my uncles swore up and down that he had divined the location of the lost city of Shangri-La where the High Elves lived. Charles shrugged. Tragically, he never returned from the expedition. This is all very speculative and based on shaky evidence from a traumatized source, Morgan commented, but Charles ignored her. I mean, look at it this way. Muggles may dominate the landmass on Earth, but they still don't have access to everything we do. To them, dragons, house elves, pixies, unicorns, and vampires are all myths. It does stand to reason we might have missed a thing or two on our own, Charles said. Another species is a whole different matter than an entire civilization of such power hiding away. Things like that leave traces. Morgan said. If they exist, where is their footprint? Their trash? Monuments? 7 years ago, you would have doubted the concept of Hogwarts to Morgan. Charles smirked and a look of rage crossed Morgan's face before she quickly repressed it. Clearly, the Riddle of this era hadn't completely hidden her Muggle heritage as he did. A sour point for Morgan, Harry thought. Point taken, Morgan muttered. Regardless, I never knew there could be life outside in space. Most planets we know of have very little oxygen or water to support life as we know it, Charles said, and Harry didn't have an answer for him. Not all life demands such things to survive. The Dementors don't need either and they still live, Morgan countered. Point taken, Charles said. Regardless, it doesn't change the point that Muggles or even a sub-faction of them have dangerously high levels of knowledge about our kind. He looked at Harry. What are we going to do about that? Charles asked. The board is reset, Charles, and Harry sighed as he placed a cigarette in his mouth and tapped his makeshift clothes to find a lighter. A wand swished nearby, and the cigarette became lit. Harry turned to face a sad, smiling Charles with his wand out. Troubled night, Charles said. You have no idea, Harry said, and Charles couldn't help but chuckle. The meeting between the three of them had quickly devolved into a three-way row. All three of them were very opinionated people with their own view of what constitutes the right strategy moving forward. Beyond that, there was the specter of Grindelwald hanging above them. The revelation of the Muggle cult, aka the Technocratic Union, had not gone well with them. If the word got out about it, it would vindicate everything Grindelwald was fighting for. Just when the tides had begun to turn against the man, he would have a revitalized movement with more recruits and funding than ever before. Even those nations and families that had previously been on the back foot or insisted on neutrality would be forced to join Grindelwald. If that happened, he would instantly declare war on the Muggle world, and the ensuing destruction would leave behind no victors. On one hand, there was a good chance that the wizarding world might survive, but at what cost? Untold Muggle lives who had nothing to do with either the Union or Grindelwald would be extinguished. That is not to say of Grindelwald's own unpleasantness. The man was the worst kind of opportunist, indiscriminately recruiting Muggle-borns to fill the trenches while making backroom deals with all sorts of monsters. The recent vampire fiasco was a testament to that fact. Meanwhile, Charles had wanted to get Eclipse involved in this right away. He insisted that ECLISPE had the manpower needed to act discreetly and without too much bloodshed to ensure a wider war wasn't triggered. Morrigan had countered that claim by saying that with Kendra getting away alive from the fight, Grindelwald was now most definitely aware of Eclipse. They needed to lay low within Britain for a while before they could mount any sort of massive attack again. That had quickly devolved into a baseless argument with petty word daggers lobbed between Morrigan and Charles. Charles had brought her loyalty to Britain in question while Morrigan questioned his loyalty to the mages. Thankfully, it hadn't devolved into a full-blown duel because Harry was there to play the referee and placate the two. "He asks about you, you know," Charles said as Harry took deep puffs to alleviate the stress from the last month. "How is Henri?" Harry asked. "Grim. But it would have been worse if you weren't there to help," Charles said, and Harry snorted at that. "I get you don't trust Eclipse, Harry," he said, "but you honestly can't expect us to just ignore what you told us and trust things will work out fine." "If Grindelwald is defeated, the statute will never be broken," Harry replied, and it was Charles's turn to sigh in frustration. "Harry, I don't know in how many languages you expect me to explain this to you, but the statute no longer exists. A Muggle creation infiltrated Diagon Alley wearing the skin of a very well-known pureblood socialite to kidnap Lord and Heir Potter while looking for another one. And before that, it nearly killed Edward Greengrass in an ambush. There is no secrecy anymore," Charles said. "What do you want me to do, Charles?" Harry snapped. "I want you to be truthful, Harry," Charles shot back, and Harry glared at him. "Dad implied there was a lot more going on with you than meets the eye. He has given me the power of attorney here to set up a vast sum, hidden from everyone, to dedicate it against the Muggles," Charles said. "I get it, you don't want an open confrontation, right now. I get that. I am sensing there is more here," Harry said. "But we need targets. If war is coming and we have a great probability of losing, we need to prepare for it. Our society wasn't of Grindelwald's caliber, and look what happened. This time around, we have an advanced warning, and we need to use it," Charles said, and stepped closer to him. "How about you tell us what we need to prepare for, and we will get to it. When the Muggles come, we will be prepped for it. Use our resources, Harry. Don't let them go to waste." Harry moved swiftly and with purpose as soon as Charles had left. His bracelet had very little left to give, but it would work for this one last time. The raid on the Giovanni Manor and the subsequent outcome had been a deeply shocking revelation. Despite all the hours he had put in with Dumbledore, Doria, and Helena, he simply wasn't good enough. A single Muggle robot had been enough to bring him to his knees. This was simply an unacceptable state of affairs. Even before this, the sheer number of times death had nearly embraced him. Harry didn't entirely believe in the concept of faith, but knew whatever it was that kept saving him would eventually run out. When it did, he needed to be his own man. That is what led him to the storage room where an Eclipse operator stood guard. Harry pulled out his wand and whispered, "Imperio. Give me the keys. Take a walk outside and stay there for 5 minutes. Smoke or drink coffee or whatever." Harry commanded the man, and he moved away without a comment. Harry entered the room and found his prize lying crumpled on the bed. The robot that had tried to kill him was still partly intact despite the devastating punishment Morrigan had unleashed on it. He knew from his time with Dursleys that whatever intact electronics and optics were inside it, they would still contain some semblance of information. Besides, he needed to study the machine. gauge its materials and building blocks to better counter it. Without a thought, he levitated the machine and proceeded to push it inside a bottomless enchanted bag. Sorry, Charles. I need this more than you. The stakes are simply too high, Harry thought as he sneaked back into his room. Morrigan Riddle with a pop, she apparated outside of Harvard University. Harry had his plans and secrets. Despite the hurt-me-not look he wore, Morrigan knew there was something deeper to him. Her initial suspicion was further deepened when she found him out to be a parcel-mouth. Beyond that, he had a growing underworld network that was now developing transcontinental routes. She was a snake. Historically, serpents had been able to detect when someone was lying to a preternatural ability. As Salazar's last living heir, Morrigan was no different and knew Harry was lying. He knew too much without reporting where he learned said information. Strange things happened in the world that only he could relate to, and he moved about Hogwarts and Hogsmeade far more confidently than she had seen any newcomer move. The man was on a mission, known only to him, that could have ramifications quite possibly for the entire planet. 666. 555. 01. Those were the numbers she divined whenever she focused on him. Catastrophic change. Revolution even. Dr. Harry Brooks. Head of Department. History and Sociology. Her gaze scanned the plaque posted outside the man's office. The Potter duo might have their delusions about making peace with Muggles, and Grindelwald was too controlling to work with. There was no world where he would allow her to operate in peace and realize her plans. If she wanted a shot at surviving the coming war, she had to know her enemy. What better place than to learn from the enemy itself? Professor Brooks, Morrigan said in a low, compelling voice, her words resonating with an otherworldly authority. I need to have a word with you. Startled, Professor Brooks looked up, his spectacles slipping down the bridge of his nose. Can I help you, miss? He inquired, adjusting his glasses with a nervous gesture. She pointed the stolen wand straight at him and whispered, Imperio. Prepare a comprehensive report on the evolution of Muggle weapons and mass-scale warfare. Include detailed analyses of their advancements over the centuries and their impact on global conflicts. Additionally, delves into the possibility of breakaway civilizations with advanced technology on Earth. All myths and folklores will work too. Harry Brooks was part of an ever-elaborate string of people she had been placing under the Imperious Curse. The total number she could do was limited because she couldn't use her original wand. A few Muggle military-looking professionals plus a government bureaucrat existed in the current network. She will start small and then gradually increase her scale of operations. Of course, ma'am. Professor Brooks replied mechanically, his movements stiff and robotic. I will begin work on it immediately. With another pop, she vanished from the university and appeared in another field, one more familiar to her. Beyond everything, her little sojourn turned field testing had yielded more results than she had ever expected. Her power had certainly grown leaps and bounds. Most professors at Hogwarts wouldn't be able to do what she was doing. But it was not enough. It was never enough. She had almost lost to that Muggle contraption. That was simply unacceptable. She pulled her cloak about herself and marched deeper into the estate. She intentionally let her magic flare about her, not caring at all about stealth. There were no witches or wizards for miles on end. Creatures scurried away from her in fear of the dark aura. It was time for her to shed the final chains that bound her to mundaneness. With a flick of her wand, she blasted open the doors to the estate. A Muggle rushed towards her inside with a shotgun leveled at her. Morrigan blasted the man's knee from below him with a bombarda. The man's pain-filled howl was cut short when the same shotgun levitated in the air and opened fire on his head. His head was crushed under the kinetic force, and he was dead instantly. A few womanly shrieks sounded off from deeper in the room. Morrigan stalked towards the source of the sound with a wicked grin on her face, the shotgun trailing behind her. The main door was blasted down similar to the main one. Morrigan laughed as a pair of women hid behind an older man who shivered while holding a knife against her. The man glared at her purple eyes before revelation ran through him. You, he screeched. Me. Morrigan smiled back. You get out of here now. You and your whore mother are not welcome here. The man shouted at her. Oh? Morrigan tilted her head. We want nothing to do with your kind. The whore promised to go and never come back. One of the women shrieked from behind his back. So do the same, go back and never return. Very well then. Morrigan giggled as the tip of her wand became lit and the man narrowed his eyes. He lunged at Morrigan, but she had expected such futile reactions. The levitating shotgun went off again, nearly taking out his entire shoulder. I was going to give you a chance to explain, but then I guess you wouldn't want me to stay too long. The women hovered around the man, trying in vain to stem the tide of blood. Morrigan pointed her wand above and whispered, "Fiend fire." Morrigan watched from the pavement outside as the flames rapidly engulfed the house. The Riddles had made their choice long ago when they violently removed Merope from their lives. By extension, they had condemned Morrigan to hell for the first 10 years of her life. Pity the Riddles never learned that actions have consequences. Their being burnt alive was but a small yet impactful part of said consequences. Another sharp crackle of wood being burnt echoed throughout the clearing. This was revenge, pure and simple. Not vengeance. Not justice. But revenge. Morrigan cared for neither the vague garbage crafted by simple-minded fools to crave their own desires into the world nor the change they wanted to see in the world. The Riddles owed her debts and she had come to collect. Simple as that. A muffled voice called out to her and Morrigan smiled at her bound captive below. The only ones to owe her debts. The Gounts never cared for her mother. Not that she felt any warm feelings towards her. The full moon shone brightly in the sky, clearly illuminating the fear Morfin felt right now. He struggled in vain against his metallic restraints and found no release. With a flick of her wand, nearby rocks levitated into the air, and immediately began carving arcane symbols into the ground below. She had shed blood today for the first time. It was a homicide, not self-defense or warrior's cause. Such intricacies had massive significance for nights such as today. She pulled out the Gaunt family ring and magic most evil from her satchel. The book levitated and placed itself in the middle of the ritual circle. She walked right alongside it and with as much hate as she could summon, she spoke, Rend, in an ancient tongue that no longer had any native speakers. Soon immense pain racked her body and it felt as if the ritual was tearing her entire body apart, piece by piece. She didn't scream. She would not scream. Magic had a sentience of its own, and if it judged her to be too weak to endure the process, the results would not be kind to her. She stood straight and bit down to control herself. Just when she was about to lose consciousness, the pain immediately vanished. For a moment she just stood there, trying to focus on what she had just accomplished. She spread her focus to her ring and let out a triumphant laugh as she was greeted by Riddle Sr.'s soul. The soul rend had been successful. She had finally done it. She had finally beat the Reaper. She had finally made the first successful step when interacting with living souls. Morrigan supped deeply from the ring's new potency and felt alive like she had never done before. Exhaustion, stress from long hours of late-night studies, and the pitifully weak body she had from years of poor childhood nutrition began to vanish. As young as she was, Morrigan couldn't help but laugh at feeling truly young again. Yet the process wasn't over. She pulled out Salazar Slytherin's locket from her pocket and focused again. A cold shiver engulfed her as she felt a part of herself travel forth into the locket. The locket glowed an ethereal red color as Morrigan's soul shard quickly gained dominance over it. Horcrux. She couldn't help but admire the feat. The muffled horror cries of Morfin Gaunt interrupted her little jubilation. Morrigan snarled as she remembered the second reason she was there. Harry's machine friend had caught her without a wand. While her wandwork was without many peers, she was completely useless if she lost it. Luckily, this more detailed version of the book had a lot more rituals in it than the massively censored Hogwarts copy had. She summoned Morfin's body to the middle of the ritual site. Soon she would harvest Morfin's soul as well to harness the innate physical power of men. But she was not satisfied with the power of men alone. When she had first met him, Morrigan had poured Veritaserum into Morfin's drink. Luckily the man had been too great a drunk to notice anything nefarious being included in his drink. Unfortunately for him, he had let slip too being affected by lycanthropy. What a hypocritical wretch! Morrigan snarled. The man decried others about the impurity of their blood more times than he breathed, yet he carried such filth in his veins. The earlier Morrigan would have loved to torture the man till he realized the error of his ways, but she was longer that person. Morrigan saw opportunity flowing within the lycan's veins and a chance to harvest it. Soon, she would harvest the soul of a lycan and have not the strength of a man, but that of a werewolf. And then, they will all pay. Los Alamos Charles quietly seethed in the corner as he watched the Eclipse operators close in on the site via a giant scrying mirror. He had told Harry that whatever information he shared with him would only stay between him and Henri. Sorry, Harry. The stakes are too high, he rationalized himself. Henri and he had immediately forwarded the information to Lords Black and Greengrass. Harry had described a few names and places that he believed were involved in the research and manufacture of truly horrifying Muggle weapons of mass destruction. As a preliminary strike, Eclipse had voted in favor of raiding the area and acquiring whatever information they could find. If they happened to any talented individuals, they would be killed to either delay or stop the weapon's development entirely. The operatives advanced with purpose, casting confundus and other spells that caused them to brawl with their comrades. Any hard barrier that blocked them was swiftly overcome with either a bombarda or levitated away. Spread out! A gruff voice boomed from the midst of the cloaked figures. The operatives formed a protective ring around the leader as he turned towards a massive concrete wall of a building. A whistling sound echoed through the air and one of the operatives' heads burst open in a shower of blood and bone. It took a while for the others to notice, but they were too slow. Two more of the wizards dropped dead. Charles gripped the edge of his seat in tension as he saw the assault unravel. Meanwhile, Sirius and Edward urgently paced the room trying to organize things. Unfortunately, their view of the situation was obstructed as a coppery smoke soon engulfed the area of operation. Worse off were the on-field operatives who found themselves unable to conjure magic. Charles watched in unbridled horror as the smoke cleared away to reveal skeletal beings of metallic construct with gleaming red eyes that mowed down all their operatives with machine gun fire. Fuck. Charles thought. Chapter End Notes. Author notes. The cracks are already beginning to form in our newly christened Gold Dark Trio, falling into deeper darkness. Worse off, the vanguard of the Union is slowly creeping in while Kendra is still AWOL. Find out what happens next on the next episode of Dragon Ball, The Serpent Shedding Its Skin. Please review. Chapter 26, Hogwarts 5th Year Part 1. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Hogwarts 5th Year Part 1. Hogwarts. Harry. A voice called out from behind him, and Harry turned just in time to have a running mass of Helena collide with him and wrap him in a surprisingly bearish hug for a person of her size. I am so happy you are okay. Harry struggled to get a response out before a voice from behind called her out. Good Merlin, woman. Let the boy breathe. A stern female voice sounded from behind the obscuring mass of Helena. Harry could feel the hugging woman petulantly pout and reluctantly let go of him. Hello to you too, Helena. Harry greeted the woman before turning to Doria Black standing behind them with arms on her hips. Doria, you look lovely as ever. Doria snorted, and while Helena stomped on the ground and said, and what, don't I look lovely? Harry tactfully changed the topic. I see both of you are already acquainted with each other. Funny, I never knew. We have similar interests, and you simply aren't all that. Doria started but was immediately cut off by Helena. We met and became friends during a birdwatching event, Helena exclaimed while Harry stared at her in confusion. Taking her cue, Helena continued, it's when all us girls take a field trip to watch the boys. It's a foo, Helena said, but Doria interrupted her. Nonsense. I never engage in perverse and immoral behaviors. It is very unladylike, Doria stated while slapping her hand on Helena's mouth as the girl struggled to contain her giggles. We were simply part of common study groups before and bonded closer when I knew she hung out with you. Simply that. Helena broke free from her captor's restraints and exclaimed, she was ogling Charles like a slab of meat when you boys were playing your little game last year. Doria's mouth widened in horror as a deep red blush engulfed her while Helena giggled away like Peeves during the first-year initiation. Before Harry could intervene, whipped out her wand and started lobbing spells at a crazed Helena and chasing her deeper into the compartments. Harry stared after them in bewilderment before he shook his head and marched towards the dungeons. These friends of mine. I suppose catching up will have to wait, Harry thought. The beginning, amazing. Simply amazing, Helena said as she admired the zoom of the Muggle tech he showed her. She gently aimed the cyborg's head towards the star and stared in astonishment at the retinas zoomed in on the stars and output constellations marked out on the map. I have never seen anything like this before. Beside her, Harry leaned in, his eyes gleaming with an eagerness to explain. Impressive, isn't it? Those features like zoom and image blur, they're what Muggles deal with in their devices. But this tech, He gestured towards the cyborg. It eradicates those flaws, and delivers perfection in every picture. Yes, fascinating all. But when we planned this curfew-breaking escapade from Hogwarts, I was anticipating a night of greater fun and merriment. Doria dryly commented. Is breaking curfew ladylike? Helena cheekily said, but Doria merely blew a raspberry at her in response before taking a mighty swing of her beer. Harry realized Doria might be miffed because he hadn't brought something intriguing for her. So, with a mischievous glint, he delved into Helena's bag and retrieved the cyborg's body, levitating it towards Doria's line of sight. Doria merely raised her shoulders in a so-what response before Harry demonstrated. He fired a string of spells from his wand. He fired off spells towards it. The cyborg effortlessly dodged the onslaught with swift and precise movements, evading the magical assault with an almost dance-like finesse. A string of spells followed, some grazing the robot's body, singing it lightly but leaving it otherwise unscathed. Doria's astonishment grew, her mouth slightly agape as she witnessed the cyborg's seamless defense against the magic. Doria sat up straight at the display of such prowess, all traces of alcohol gone from her being as she peered at the creation. Her analytical brain pieced together the cyborg's form and composition. Their final year project proposal was a somewhat similar concept. They wanted to create body armor for Aurors that could protect in close-quarter combat environments. However, it could only tank a few spells before the magical shield shattered on itself. Unlike the cyborg, which had a far greater endurance. Doria turned to him and simply said, "How? I don't know." Harry simply replied, "What do you mean you don't know?" Helena exclaimed. "You sneak us off from bed to show us a bunch of incredible stuff and you don't even know how." "Yep," Harry said. "Well, what is this all about then?" Helena asked. "To figure out how this stuff works. I wager there is a fair bit of market for this if we can get things going," Harry said. "It's not like between all of us, we lack the wits to do it." "What is the endgame here?" Doria asked. A lifetime experience of facing down Dursley's tonal shifts alerted Harry that Doria was now fully alert. "What do you mean?" Harry asked as a feeler. "This stuff," Doria gestured around herself, "I have a very good idea of where it came from. It was my aunt who got abducted, Harry. Don't you think Uncle Sirius would have done a better job of alerting the rest of the family?" Harry gently tapped around the table's surface to force himself not to panic or stiffen. This was one of the moments of truth he needed to overcome. "What are you both talking about?" Helena chimed in. Harry let out a sigh and started to explain the same story he had spun to both Morgan and Charles. The expression of the two girls went from highly skeptical to abject horror and then finally settled on sympathetic. Doria still remained skeptical, but her emotions won over her rationality as Helena went in for a hug with Doria joining much later. In another life, Harry knew he would have much more guilty feelings for blatantly lying like this, but for now, he couldn't help but marvel at his masterstroke. Harry briefly wondered if in his bid to influence Morgan for his own ends, had he truly started into the abyss too deeply and for far too long? He pushed the thought out of his mind. He had to focus on the task ahead. "We have everything we need right here in Hogwarts. If I took this to anyone outside, they would never believe the threat of technocracy or Muggle cults. Even if we got someone to take this seriously, we will never be able to afford their services. I would rather not get our families involved in all of this, no disrespect of course," Harry had said with a knowing look to Doria. "Worst of all, there is a war coming to our isles. Grindelwald will never be content with losing Stalingrad. He will strike back hard once he rallies his forces. With the way things are, lots of people will die. People I will need to fight greater wars. If we can harness even 1% of the defensive measures of these things with our own magical measures, we can save the lives of a lot of soldiers. Just imagine for a moment." Harry trailed off dramatically and looked at each of them. Their eyes glued to his face, mesmerized by his vivid world building. Families reunited with their sons and daughters, torn homes being built in a jiffy. No societal collapse due to the great bloodshed of the war. An era of peace and superiority, Harry said. "And if that doesn't interest you, this will buy us our independence beyond our wildest dreams. If we can get this working, the ministry and noble families will pay their weight in gold to protect their people. We will be rich enough to do whatever we want. No longer will the two of you be beholden to your patriarchs to marry of their choice. Choose a carrier of their choice. You can do whatever you want, whenever you want it, Harry said. He glanced towards Helena, who looked almost sold on the idea. Think of it, Helena, you will be able to pursue astronomy to your wildest dreams. Doria, you will not be limited by the ever-present threat of being disowned by House Black if any madman ever inherits the position. These are just the basics that I can foresee. I am confident the two of you can see much more when the time comes. The two remained silent for a while. Well, when you put it that way, it makes a lot of rational sense, Helena trailed off. I'll do it, Doria said with a lot more confidence. Anything that gets me on my own 2 feet right now is a welcome distraction. It is settled then. Helena jumped up from her spot and dangerously wobbled as she held her bottle up in a toast. What do we call this? Good question. Any good venture requires an appropriate title. Such beginnings are reflected in magic itself, so it must be special, Doria said. How about Harry Inc., Harry suggested, and Doria snorted. Hey, Helena protested, we are in this just as much as you. I came up with it, Harry said. No, you didn't. Yes, I did. Nah, all right enough. Doria interrupted the two. The trio went silent and thought about what they should come up with. Misty Tech Ventures, Harry suggested, and the rest nodded in affirmative. The trio then spent the rest of the huddle gossiping and catching up on each other's summer shenanigans. None of them ever noticed a garden snake quickly slipping away from its tree perch and slithering away into the many deep roots of the forest. A pensive Morrigan stood staring at the night sky above as the snake slithered up her robes and wrapped around her hand. It gently bit her and Morrigan responded by smiling madly. Things were taking a very interesting turn. Morrigan gaunt. Let's face it, she has found an enabler in Petrov, Adam remarked as he walked with Cassie along the herbology fields. The man somehow enables her worst impulses without any regard for long-term consequences, she remarked. Problematic. That's putting it lightly, dear. He is fucking replacing us, Adam grumbled. Our parents were wrong about taking things slowly with Morrigan. It should have been us exchanging tones and money in exchange for favors from her. Not some pissant from Russia with no regard to British way of doing things. Yes, let's clearly empower someone without maneuvering ourselves in a better position. What could possibly go wrong? Cassie said. Adam was about to fire a rebuttal before a cheerful, "Hi guys," interrupted them. For a moment Cassie's heartbeat quickened before Adam gently squeezed her hand in a reassuring manner. Without too great a lag, Cassie smiled and turned to greet the newcomer. Morrigan. So nice to see you so up and early, Cassie said. Morrigan. Adam simply greeted. Oh well, I decided the day was too lovely to spend lying in bed, Morrigan said and stretched like a cat. Why don't you join me for a walk? That way you lot can tell me what you have been gossiping about. Just homework, Adam said. Oh really? Morrigan pouted. From my vantage point, it looked like an awfully heated discussion. Just Cassie trying to get into my transfiguration notes again, Adam said, to which Cassie threw a mighty scowl his way. Morrigan merely snorted. Oh well. Follow me, children. I, at least, have loads to share with you. Morrigan didn't wait for a reply as she simply turned about and marched. Cassiopeia Black and Adam Lestrange exchanged bewildered looks between themselves as they slowly walked behind Morrigan. Whereas on ordinary days she would thunder ahead, shoving people aside, and march relentlessly till she found her quarry, now she walked with a serene pace. Cassie had asked Brave to ask her if she was okay, to which Morrigan had simply replied, "Why worry about haste? I have all the time in the world." Both Cassie and Adam deeply suspected that something had changed over the holiday. Morrigan didn't reply to any of their letters, nor did she make any of her usual overbearing demands. Since the last year Morrigan has begun to spend an increasing amount of time with the foreign transfer student. Both Cassie and Adam had grown up in households with a very liberal view of magic. A liberal view of magic that was complemented by liberal practice away from the prying hands of the ministry. As such, their abilities to gauge if something was off was a bit more fine-tuned than the rest of their contemporaries. Judging by the queer energy radiating off Morrigan, magical and mundane, Cassie knew Morrigan had undertaken something involving significant magic. Dark magic, to be precise. Frankly speaking, Morrigan's girly joy was becoming creepy. Morrigan. Adam said. Yes, Adam. Morrigan replied. This is the girls' bathroom. Astute observation, Adam. Were you getting to a point here, or are you merely showing off your astute powers of observation? Morgan said. Not sure I would like to be in trouble just when the year starts by being where I am not supposed to be, Adam said. It stinks in here, and isn't this where Myrtle D? Cassie continued. Open. At Morgan's command, the basins grumbled and moved apart to reveal a slide down into an abyssal hole below. What? Adam said, but was too shocked to complete his sentence. You're a parcelmouth, Cassie commented with the beginning of a panic attack upon her. Oh dear Merlin, oh, dear Merlin. Morgan impishly grinned at their panicked states, and with a flick of her wands both students were flung down the hole. Morgan transfigured herself into a dark mist and followed suit. The two tumbled out of the sliding tunnel covered in grime and looking lost for forwards. Adam helped Cassie up and lit his wand to see the Morgan already waiting for them below. The duo, covered in grime, found themselves in darkness. Adam and Cassie quickly pointed down their wands with lumos, revealing a disturbing sight. The floor beneath them was composed of hundreds of bones, some clearly human. Human bones, Adam muttered fearfully, eyes wide. Cassie nodded grimly, her panic escalating. The two stumbled out of the tunnel, disoriented and dirty. Adam helped Cassie up, and together, they gazed at Morgan, already waiting below. No time to waste, my dears. Morgan chimed in and turned about. Follow me. Morgan, with an air of authority, ordered them to follow. As she spoke a series of incantations, a grand gate swung open, revealing a vast, cold chamber with a polished floor. Gargoyles adorned the rooftop, and an eerie green light bathed the surroundings. Welcome to the Chamber of Secrets, Morgan declared, conjuring fine green velvety grand chairs with a wave of her wand. The duo looked around at their surroundings like lost children. Both Adam and Cassie are stunned at the sudden revelation of the existence of the Chamber of Secrets. Obviously, such things were taught to all pureblood families, but even the most fanatic family members deemed the existence of such a chamber to be mere myth. But to have such a holy artifact of their lives in front of them without any warning was morbid. The fact that it was under Morgan's command had them drastically reevaluate their choices, considering their prior attempts to influence her. Cassie and Adam are visually slumped. This put an incredible damper on their plan to manipulate Morgan for their own ends. The two took their respective chairs marked by the embroidery of their house crests. Cassie's fear was palpable as she stuttered towards Morgan. What happens now? Morgan, still wearing a cheerfully wicked smile, responded, Oh, whatever do you mean, dear Cassie? I just thought I'd share a bit of magic with my friends. Adam, trying to mask his own apprehension, asked, Have you discovered anything worthwhile in here? Morgan's eyes sparkled with mystery as she replied, Many secrets, my dear Adam, previously hidden from even the keenest eyes, are now revealed before me. Adam furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Before Morgan could answer, a deep rumbling echoed from the darkness behind her. Ignoring their inquiries, she simply advised, Close your eyes if you wish to leave this chamber alive. Adam spluttered in response, What does that mean? But Cassie's eyes widened with realization. Remembering old family lore, she screamed, Basilisk, and instinctively placed her hands in front of her eyes. Adam, catching on, hastily closed his own eyes. Fear gripped them both as they felt the massive, slithering form behind them. A damp stench filled the air, and a growing sense of dread enveloped the pair. The colossal serpent moved above them, its hisses reverberating malevolently through the chamber. The darkness intensified, and the two friends braced themselves for the unknown horrors that awaited them in the depths of the Chamber of Secrets. It would appear that neither the Blacks nor the Lestrange have been wholly dedicated in their oaths of fealty to Salazar's children. Morgan chirped. The beast looks angry. Oh dear, children, what did you do? Morgan, we are your friends. We always have been. Adam hysterically yelled out. Damn straight, Cassie yelled. Lies, Morgan snapped. The merry demeanor that she had been carrying since the afternoon immediately evaporated. There's the old girl. Adam thought. Morgan. What? Cassie began but was interrupted when her mouth snapped shut on her own accord and her body stiffened. Lie to me again, girl, and you will learn the dire consequences firsthand, Morgan said. A dripping sound sounded off and the marble beneath her sizzled. It looks like the serpent is hungry. He is practically drooling all over you, Cassie. Please Morgan, please. Adam whimpered. Just tell us what we did and how can we make it up to you. I had a chat with our dearly departed senior, Abraxas Malfoy. He had fascinating things to reveal about your lot. Of course, I has from him. Morgan said. But when all was said and done, the revelation was good for Abraxas. It made him as light as a feather. She waves her wand, and the chairs vanish from beneath the duo. They stumbled around in the dark on the cold floor, trying to reach for their wands but couldn't find anything. Morgan swished her wand again and both were forced into a kneeling position with their wrists bared to her. This is your first and last chance to redeem yourself. Confess and you will be spared and brought into my fold, Morgan said. Adam was the first to break. With a weepy face he told Morgan about how Abraxas Malfoy had recognized her talents when during his prefect patrols, he saw Morgan perfectly disguise herself and launch a skin rash jinx at her third-year bully. The guy scratched his skin raw in agony and had to be stunned by his mates. Since then, Abraxas, being tasked by their Lestrange and Black parents to mentor young Cassie and Adam, had groomed them to befriend Morgan. The idea was to see just how good Morgan was at magic. If needed, one of the male participants would befriend her and try to get her into a marriage contact. A brief silence followed when Adam paused to catch his breath. Cassie took over and spoke up. Many of Morgan's initial belongings and gifts given to her were all designed to enamor her. Abraxas had suspected Morgan to be a Parselmouth but never could find definitive proof. What was the end goal here? Morgan demanded. I swear we don't know, Cassie cried out. On my mother's eyes, our parents never fully trusted us to whatever schemes they were playing at, Adam said. And with Mama missing since summer, the scheme is dead, Cassie said. It's true. Irma Black was the one who came up with it in the first place, Adam said. Morgan's eyes narrowed in fury at such a blatant display of treachery, and she spat out several curses in Parseltongue. They too would join her fold, but first, they needed to appropriately repent of their sins against her. She smiled sadistically and leveled her wand at the duo, Crucio. Neither Cassie nor Adam knew for how long they writhed or cried, their throats hoarse, but when they woke up from their repentance, their bodies were miraculously healed of their ordeal. The only noticeable change was a strange symbol etched in the darkest black on their wrists. It was a skull with stars surrounding it and a skull protruding from its mouth like a tongue. Chapter end notes. Author's notes. Hi folks, thank you for reading the new chapter. I really apologize for not posting in such a long while. Stuff is just straight bad RN. We'll try to post the next chapter on time where we further explore the Dumbledores. Chapter 27. 5th Year Part 2 Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. TW. Self-hurt, paranoia, and loathing. Hogwarts Slytherin dormitory. The room felt small. Odd, Harry thought. The room was never this small. His breath hitched and he struggled to get more air in his lungs. A sense of dread settled in his stomach as he realized something was terribly wrong. The room felt oppressively small again, suffocating him with its closeness. A ringing sound assaulted his ears, growing louder with each passing moment until it drowned out all other noise. His chest tightened, constricted by invisible hands, as panic clawed its way up his throat. He struggled to draw in air, but it felt as though his lungs were filled with water. Desperation flooded his mind as he clutched at his chest, trying to ease the suffocating pressure. Harry lunged across his bed to seize his wands, but it slipped from his hands and innocently clattered on the floor. Images assaulted his mind of events he would rather forget and move on from. But there rarely were things crueler than memory. Your people's last-ditch attempt to scuttle our rise has been eliminated. It is as it was foreseen and as it was meant to be. The robot spoke inside his mind in its monotone voice. Our victory is a testament to the superiority of science over the Maleficarum. His muscles constricted in anticipation as he felt phantom electric shocks course through his body. Minutes stretched into eternity as Harry battled against the invisible forces that held him captive. Gradually, the ringing in his ears began to fade, replaced by the steady rhythm of his own heartbeat. His breathing slowed, becoming less labored with each passing moment. The nightmares receded, leaving behind only the lingering traces of fear. Exhausted and shaken, Harry lay on the floor of his dorm room, his chest rising and falling in ragged breaths. The panic attack had passed, but its effects lingered, a stark reminder of the demons that haunted him still. Once he recovered, he grabbed his wand and sat with his head bowed on the bed. A nasty feeling rose from his gut till it engulfed him whole. Anger coursed through him as memories of his defeat and humiliation coursed through him once again, unbidden and unwanted. The grip on his wand tightened and Harry aimed it at himself and began cutting. Blood poured from his body as he gritted his teeth and his vision turned red with rage. Weak. Pathetic. Failure. Still failing despite knowing what is to come. He forcibly opened his hand and let the wand fall to the bed. The bleeding now stopped. Whoever did this to him, there will be hell to pay, Harry vowed. Eclipse hideout breaking. Grindelwald retreats from Stalingrad. In a stunning turn of events, the Daily Prophet can now confirm that Grindelwald's forces have suffered a devastating blow in the heart of Stalingrad. This marks the first time since the onset of the Great War that the Dark Wizard himself has faced defeat on the battlefield. Morale is skyrocketing across Allied forces as news of Grindelwald's retreat spreads like wildfire. Insider sources reveal that a covert team of British wizards and witches, rumored to be led by the enigmatic Albus Dumbledore, played a crucial role in dismantling Grindelwald's infamous portal technology. Despite fervent denials from the British Ministry of Magic and the Dumbledore estate, speculation runs rampant as to their involvement. Prominent figures such as Lord Potter and billionaire tycoon Victor Epcot have wasted no time publicly applauding the heroic efforts of the Russian magical unions. They have also pledged significant financial aid to support the victims of war, showcasing unwavering solidarity in the face of darkness. In the wake of this historic victory, partisan activity has reached a fever pitch in occupied France, indicating a surge of hope and defiance among the resistance. The defeat of Grindelwald in Stalingrad serves as a rallying cry for all who dare to oppose tyranny. As the wizarding world braces for the ongoing battle against darkness, the triumph in Stalingrad stands as a beacon of hope, igniting the flames of resistance across the globe. Keep reading the Daily Prophet for further updates on this monumental development. Sirius Black read the last bits of the newspaper, barked out a loud laugh, and threw the newspaper in front of the two gentlemen before him. Edward looked amused at his friend's actions while Dumbledore stared back stoically. Despite being the outpost for a secretive paramilitary organization, the mood inside the bunker was weird. Empty booze bottles rolled about in confetti. The post-celebration mood still clung to the room. "The bastard's on the run, lads!" Sirius exclaimed. "The beast is hurt and believe you me, it is bleeding heavily. Now is the time to pile on and make it worth our while." "Hear, hear," Edward toasted to Sirius's remarks. "We should immediately go to the minister and demand that he officially declares war on Germany." "Damn straight," Sirius said and smashed a fist down on the table. "With our grimoires and the new Auror Corps, we will march directly into Berlin, unopposed." Dumbledore stared back at them impassively. He was unmoved by their zeal for war. He had grown up with Grindelwald as a youth. He knew the man through and through. The reports detailing T Manor all pointed towards something sinister researched by Grindelwald. "Gentlemen, I remain unmoved in my arguments here. I wholly believe we should currently maintain the status quo. We simply don't have enough knowledge about what Grindelwald is planning." Dumbledore continued. "All of us here have eyewitness testimony alongside written reports detailing what was happening at Giovanni Manor. Grindelwald is on the verge of unleashing a superweapon. All the research documents recovered point towards that." Both Sirius and Edward grumbled heavily, but Dumbledore was unmoved. "You cannot expect me to gamble young English lives into the meat grinder without fully knowing what is hidden on the battlefield under the fog of war," Dumbledore said. "Undoubtedly, the Auror Corps is at its highest levels of manpower, but do note that it is as green as fresh grass. Do note those are words directly from the mouth of Gloria Bones." "I can't believe you're still a pacifist, old man," Sirius's voice rang out, his frustration evident. "After this shit, we've got him on the ropes. His forces are decimated, and the rest are in full retreat across Russia. We can't let this opportunity slip away." Albus Dumbledore, his eyes stern and a hint of sadness in his gaze, countered. "Sirius, my boy, you fail to see the bigger picture. If we throw magical Britain into this war, we risk losing an entire generation of young mages. They lack the training in the arts of warfare that we had in our time. Sending them against Grindelwald's battle-hardened legions would be akin to sending sheep to fight against wolves." The two exchanged angry glares with each other before Dumbledore spoke further. Need I remind you that we still have an unknown threat from the Muggles as well? Do you really want to exhaust our Aura Corp on one threat while completely ignoring the other? You've already erroneously conducted a raid on a Muggle outpost. How did that work out for you? Several lives needlessly wasted due to poor intelligence reports. And if you would have let us question the Petrov kid in our way, we could have known more about what the Muggles are up to. Sirius shouted back. Hogwarts students are not for interrogation. They are children, not soldiers, Dumbledore said. Didn't stop your apprentice from acting like it. Do you honestly expect me to believe that the kid escaped from Britain, planned an attack on the Giovannis, and made it all the way down? Dragon shit. Sirius said. There is a hidden hand behind this attack. Sirius trailed off. The implication clearly hung in the air. The thin cracks of trust deficit between Eclipse and Dumbledore were slowly transforming into a canyon. Meanwhile, an image of a young, smug dark-haired witch flashed behind Dumbledore's eyes. If only they knew what the current generation of mages at Hogwarts were capable of. Sirius was right about one thing. There was a hidden hand that was involved in the Giovanni Manor robbery, but it was not the one he suspected it to be. He highly doubted Morrigan conducted a cat burglary across the Atlantic for some mere dark books that her minions in Slytherin couldn't already provide. Something more was at work here. But now was not the time to focus on the future. Now was the time to focus on the present. I reiterate, my lords. More scouting missions in enemy territories to figure out things are imperative, Dumbledore said. We need to focus on getting Mariam Shaw back into Grindelwald's good graces so that we can have eyes and ears in Grindelwald's camps. But we can't let Grindelwald go unchecked. Sirius argued vehemently. We need to crush him now, while we have the upper hand. If we wait, we may never get another chance. Edward Greengrass, usually calm and composed, chimed in. Sirius has a point, Albus. Just because Grindelwald had a hold on your family doesn't mean we should compromise our duties to England and Eldermore. Sacrifices have been made by many families, not just yours. Something within Dumbledore seemed to snap and he retaliated to fury with fury. Tables creaked and orbs flickered as Dumbledore rose to his full height. Albus Dumbledore's eyes flashed with fury at the accusation. The troubled professor vanished, replaced by an elderly mage with an unyielding resolve. I will not be lectured on sacrifice by two lordlings half my age, he stated sternly. My warnings are based on caution and a thorough analysis of our situation. We cannot charge headfirst into a capricious situation without considering the consequences. Sirius and Edward opened their mouths to counter, but Dumbledore raised a hand, silencing them. I've overstayed my welcome in this organization, he declared. Without waiting for a response, he bid his farewell, and in a blaze of orange fire, he vanished from their presence, leaving behind an angry Sirius and Edward. The room echoed with the lingering tension, and Sirius couldn't contain his frustration. Damn it, Edward, can you believe he's just going to walk away? We need him on our side. Edward sighed, running a hand through his hair. Sirius, Dumbledore's always been a pacifist. He's afraid of direct confrontation with Grindelwald. We can't force him to change his stance. But we can't afford to sit back and watch, Sirius snapped, pacing the room. We need allies, and we need them now. If Dumbledore won't join us, we'll have to find others who will. Edward closed his eyes, leaned back, and focused, his mind rapidly going through political calculation they will need to enact their will. Even without Dumbledore and his allies' seats, we still have enough power in the government to enforce our will. All we need to do is take the motion to Wizengamot and let the dice fall where it may. Edward Said. I am confident we can convince Victor to rally the Muggleborn on our side. That will take much of Dumbledore's bite away in session. I would have gotten Henry to be with us, but he has yet to recover from his coma. Sirius sighed, and if the minister refuses? Then we resign en masse from our seats, the Wizengamot dissolves, and prepare for a fresh election, Edward Said, and Sirius nodded in agreement. Hogwarts training day the moment a prefect had dropped off a package containing occlumency journals, courtesy of Albus Dumbledore, Harry knew that the kid gloves had finally come off. From then on, Dumbledore had become relentless in his training of Harry. The man had abandoned his grandfatherly demeanor for a more robust role. Although he still spoke the same, the signs were obvious to those who had stayed with him for a long time. His body language had completely changed. The man stood straighter in classes, his attention was rapt, and he reacted far more swiftly to miscreants than he ever did. While his classmates only had to deal with it in the form of lost house points, Harry had to deal with a completely new training regimen with some very twisted motivation systems. I must commend you on your grades, Harry. You have defied all expectations and sense of normality, Dumbledore said as he lazily waved his wand. That is despite your propensity for rule-breaking and association with dubious personalities. Harry gasped out a whispery thanks as dodged another fireball lobbed by Dumbledore towards him. Throughout the year, this exercise had been a norm for them. Since raising powerful shields had been a negative prospect, Dumbledore had insisted upon alternative approaches. Thus, the near one-year-long approach had begun to design an alternative based on Dumbledore's lessons. Unfortunately, this caused his dreams of joining the Slytherin Quidditch team this year to take a backseat since he was already busy with an owl year. This, coupled with the fact that Marcus and he had not been talking, sealed the decision. Since then, Harry had been forced to memorize the true names of many magical spells that were lobbed at him. The agenda here was to analyze the magical strands at will and implement a counter course. Or he could raise his own blend of alchemy to raise physical shields. Anyway, was a fair game for Dumbledore. A fireball slid in front of him and raced towards him. Harry leapt to gain some distance between it and the incoming fireball and tapped his gauntlet. In an instant, a thin blue shield materialized in front of him, and Harry braced himself for impact. This was the moment of truth. Either his shields would hold, or the fireball would singe, and he would have to face Helena and Doria without eyebrows. A prospect that no doubt delighted the sadistic creature that called itself the Deputy Headmaster of Hogwarts. However, your extracurricular activities leave much to be desired, I'm afraid. Dumbledore merely drawled on as if completely oblivious to the boy exerting himself against his spells. Harry meanwhile relaxed his muscles. It wouldn't do much to physically strain against a magical force. Harry emptied his mind of everything that wasn't related to the task at hand. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Sweat trickled down his forehead as the heat grew in intensity, but he remained resolute. Harry reached deep into his magic and forced it outside in small subtle bursts. Like sound waves, they reflected from Dumbledore's fireballs, carrying with them the name and make of its creation. Harry grinned as his memory succeeded in recalling the appropriate true names of the spells. Wait till you get a load of this old man, Harry thought. Dumbledore expected him to just block and extinguish the spells against him. He had no idea that Harry had been doing extracurriculars privately. He focused hard and gently wrested control of the fireball away from Dumbledore's magic. Bingo! Harry thought and immediately deflected the fireball away from his shield towards Dumbledore. He angrily grumbled as it splashed harmlessly against him. Dumbledore curiously stared at the fireball before he smiled proudly at Harry. You never fail to surprise, do you, Master Petrov? Dumbledore chuckled as he waved his wand around, and in an instant, the room transfigured itself from a training ground and back into the professor's office. A small table appeared in the middle room and Dumbledore bid Harry to grab one of the chairs. Harry followed suit. A small break would suit us well, Dumbledore said, and a house elf carrying refreshments suddenly appeared and placed pumpkin juice in front of the duo. I never knew you were proficient enough in deflection. I believe we have only covered defending so far. Harry, my boy, Dumbledore began, his eyes twinkling behind his half-moon spectacles. I must commend you on your progress today. Your skill in deflecting spells is truly impressive. Harry shifted uncomfortably in his seat, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. Thank you, Professor. But I still have a lot to learn. Deflecting more complex spells. It's not something I'm quite confident in yet. Dumbledore chuckled softly. Modesty becomes you, Harry. But mark my words, you have a natural talent for defensive magic. Few wizards your age can boast such proficiency. Why, I can count on my right hand the number of students who can deflect spells. Fewer who can do it like you. Huh, I imagine Morrigan could do it better, Harry remarked, and for a brief moment Dumbledore's expression darkened before he hastily sipped his drink. The only competition you should have, Harry, is against the man you were yesterday, Dumbledore remarked. Harry offered a small, appreciative smile before taking a sip of his pumpkin juice. The cool liquid soothed his parched throat, but he couldn't shake the feeling of unease that settled in the pit of his stomach. Speaking of all things Morrigan, Dumbledore started off and Harry braced himself. This was it. Dumbledore noticed the change in Harry's demeanor and sighed softly. Harry, There's something we need to discuss. Your actions over the summer. They deeply concern me. The only reason you are still in Hogwarts is by the grace of Lord Potter, Dumbledore said. Desiring fun during summer isn't a crime, Harry, but reckless adventuring is. Harry's heart sank as Dumbledore's gaze bore into him with a mixture of disappointment and concern. I know, Professor. I messed up. I shouldn't have gone off on my own like that. For whatever it's worth, your actions, highly condemnable as they may be, have allowed us a glimpse into the enemy's camp unlike any we have ever had before. And in doing so, you saved my and Lord Potter's life. For that, we are eternally grateful. Harry blushed in embarrassment at the praise. If only Dumbledore knew how extensive Harry's underworld contacts had grown. Still, it was a necessary evil for future conflicts to come. I am your apprentice. It was my job to help you whenever I can, Harry stammered out. Dumbledore nodded sagely at that. Dumbledore nodded, a sage expression on his face. Indeed, Harry. But let an old man impart some wisdom accumulated over the ages. You are the sum of the 5 people closely associated with you. Harry said nothing and Dumbledore continued. Far from me to judge you on the company you keep, but it is my duty to guide you onto the right tracks. When I was young, I too knew someone like Morgan. Like Morgan, they were a magical prodigy, unlike the world had ever seen. Finally, I thought to myself, someone I could relate to on an intellectual level. Somebody who can fully understand me. He took off his glasses and wiped them in circles. Just like you, we too had grand plans. At that time, I was not paying the cost for it, so the phrase "for the greater good" was an ethos I lived by. Until one day the cost struck home too close, and I finally realized I had lost something I could never recover. My family was gone. Dumbledore said. It was then I realized just how low I had fallen in life. How utterly blind I was to propaganda. Do note that when you look into the abyss,